Hello, welcome back to the Heroes Forge. Today, we're going to go ahead and handle something that is very sensitive in nature. So I would recommend that if you are squeamish about things like abuse or things that have to do with forced intimacy or things like that, that you may want to tune in to another channel, because what we're doing today is we're going to go through the entirety of the Grape Gang inquiry report that was released by a private area out by the UK. And this is a serious thing that is being avoided by British media in every way, shape, manner, or form. And this is one of the biggest moral outrages of the day. Is there are over 250,000 victims that have been victimized in this organized and covered up just abortion of justice in so many ways. So to give some background, this is what we're going through today. So you can understand that just by looking at the title of the report, that this is very sensitive in nature. So I want to go ahead and give plenty of time for people that are squeamish and don't have, do not have a strong constitution about these kinds of topics to veer off, because we're going to go through the entire 219-page report so that we can understand what's going on, where things have gone left, how this came to be in the United Kingdom, and what we need to look out for now in the United States, and where things have gone wrong and what we can do about it now from where we're at. I want to go ahead and let you know that Rupert Lowe, who is a in the government in the UK, and a person by the name of Sammy Woodhouse, and they put together this inquiry report that's really important, and it was funded by over 20,000 donors. I also want to go ahead and let you know that the state, so the UK, had resisted a full statutory inquiry, and this fills in the gaps of what the government was willing to inquire about and what they were willing to uncover and report to the public. So why I'm covering it as a Christian is that I believe that according to Ezekiel 22:30, God had looked for men that were willing to stand in the gap and willing to stand on a moral basis for things that are good, true, and beautiful against those things that are evil and plague our world. And so I'm taking a small part to provide a Christian context to this thing and a masculine Christian lens. There may be points in this stream where I get a little bit choked up because of the nature of what's going on, but I'm going to endeavor to do my best to keep myself composed, especially when we are talking about many of the atrocities that are going to be discussed in this report. This stream is not a hate rally against any specific groups of people, but I want to go ahead and let you know that the idea is that I am reading from the report. I'm going to give my honest feedback and my honest reactions about things, and I'm responding to documented evidence. This isn't a matter of looking at opinions and things like that, but some further context that I want to give you about the report before I dive in. Is there is a minimum assessed victim count of 250,000. This is extrapolated by different works. I went ahead and provided the names of those works down in the description below, just in case you want to go ahead and check out the source material for yourself. There are at least 149 local authority districts affected, which is nearly 40% of the country of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. These crimes are documented all the way back to 1955, and then they show a sharp progression starting around 1997 and after. They are about organized networks that transported victims between cities. They were using drugs and alcohols and all kinds of things as grooming tools. They filmed the abuse in and of itself. They used it for blackmail. They forced marriages, and they trafficked a lot of these victims over to the Middle East. 87% of those that were convicted bore distinctly Muslim names, once again, cited from court records, and also from Dr. Taj Hargley, he estimates about 95% of them were of Muslim origin. So once again, this isn't about hating on a specific group of people. This is about analyzing the documented evidence that is provided to us in this report and providing a reasonable, realistic input about what is going on and to speak with moral clarity on the matter. So this is the Grape Gang Inquiry Report. Table of contents. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll take a little bit to notice what's going on. There's acknowledgements, forward, executive summary, overview of crimes. That's probably going to be the bulk of the content, but we're going to go through this whole thing on this stream. All right, overview of crimes, victim testimony. That's going to, we see from page 18 to 101. Right there, that is the bulk of the report. And then we've got demographics and culture, the influence of Islam, homegrown enabling factors, impact on survivors, conclusions, recommendations, legislative response, what they should do about it from a legislative perspective in Great Britain, next steps, and a concluding message from Rupert Lowe, the chair of this inquiry. All right, so let's get into the acknowledgements. Once again, I'm going to be reading from this report and providing a real reaction from a masculine Christian perspective on the nature of these crimes and what to do about it. All right, acknowledgements. Every witness who volunteered their testimony, whether survivor, parent, whistleblower, politician, or expert, showed courage that made this inquiry possible. Their contributions have ensured that the truth is now a matter of permanent public record. Rupert Lowe MP's energy and commitment to ensure that the Grape Gang inquiry took place. He has been unwavering in his devotion to making sure that this rotting stain on our country's history has remained firmly in place in the public eye. Deep gratitude is extended to the entire inquiry team, led by Sammy Woodhouse, Nat Enderby Shenton, Marlon West, Deborah Sudbury, and Julia Ballin, worked tirelessly to bring the evidence together and to support every survivor who came forward. A special thank you is owed to MPs Esther McVeigh, Nick Timothy, and Carla Lockhart for taking the time to sit on the inquiry panel. Dr. Mark Dury has been extremely generous in enriching the report that follows with his expert knowledge. We are also grateful to Charlie Downs, Joshua Fermi, Harrison Pitt, and Graham Smith for their editorial oversight and counsel. Last but not least, we thank the untold thousands across Britain who made all of this possible by donating to ensure that this inquiry could take place. Forward. Britain doesn't have a racism problem. It has an immigration problem. All right, so that sets the background for what's to come. Rupert Lowe has this to say. As is the case with many decent, hardworking Britons, I was aware of the sheer scale of the evil that has been and continues to be perpetrated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable young white women and girls in communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript from one such horrific case, amplified by Elon Musk early last year, set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that inspired over 20,000 British patriots to help fund our Grape Gang inquiry. What follows is a comprehensive report of its findings. It is essential that all related court documents are securely preserved, both for legal and historical reasons. I am grateful for everyone on my team who has contributed to exposing this demonic chapter in Britain's history. A combination of the paralyzing fear of racism accusations and the scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that pure evil was allowed to metastasize. Nor is the horrendous ordeal over. The root cause was immigration, beginning with the British Nationality Act of 1948 and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 onwards, believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe, and our post-war leaders embraced diversity and multiculturalism as the supposedly civilized alternative. Now, post-war, they're talking about post-World War II for context, just so anybody who's confused on that. This report establishes beyond any doubt that this open society obsession has in fact enabled untold barbarism of its own, Oil and water do not mix, and cultural differences going back centuries are the genesis of this problem. I urge all Britons to read this report in full. Lessons need to be learned, and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardice of those responsible for refusing to resist such horrors. The strongest possible penalties, up to and including death, must be sought for those yet to be properly punished, or indeed punished at all, for their vile, unspeakable crimes. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. Albert Einstein. Man is the cruelest animal. Friedrich Nietzsche. All right, an introduction to the report. So now that we got kind of Rupert Lowe's overall overarching commentary on the content of the report, let's see how they're leading us into the proper context for us to understand what is going on in this report so that we can have context for how to view it. The Grape Gang inquiry has now concluded the first phase of its work. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country: the systemic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. The evidence presented throughout the hearings confirmed what had long been known, but repeatedly denied by many in the political class. The inquiry welcomed girls, boys, men, and women of all races and religions to testify to their experiences to gain a complete picture of the Grape Gang phenomenon. The Casey report of 2025 stated that disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds were among the suspects for group-based child exploitation, CSE. Baroness Casey quoted local reports showing that a significant proportion of those convicted were of Pakistani and or Muslim heritage. The crimes stretch back generations. The Grape Gang inquiry was necessary because the state and its institutions have failed catastrophically over decades. Police, social services, schools, the NHS, licensing authorities, and governments allowed these gangs to operate with impunity. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. It will be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there is no guarantee that it will adequately address the politically sensitive ethno-religious nature that will adequately address the ethno-religious nature of the phenomenon. Despite now pushing for an inquiry in opposition, when in government, the Conservative Party did very little. The Grape Gang inquiry was survivor-led. Every day, the panel sat with Sammy Woodhouse, a survivor turned activist herself, alongside a variety of experts who attended wherever their specialist subject formed the focus of our efforts to get to the truth. We examined distinct areas of the scandal in turn so that a maximally full picture could be established. Parents and careers described their experiences. Instances of pregnancy, abortion, and children born of grape were laid bare. Whistleblowers who had previously been ignored gave evidence. Policing and justice failures were documented. Social care, NHS services, all right, nothing without restriction was off the table. Misguided political correctness and cultural sensitivities played no part in the proceedings. The promise was made to every donor was harbored in full. The truth was pursued, and justice was our only objective. Survivors were given the platform that they had been denied for so long and were central to the inquiry. The full scale and nature of the crimes can now be placed on the public record. The true horror of what took place is no longer hidden. Although the inquiry lacked statutory powers, the response was overwhelming. Politicians, whistleblowers, experts, family members, and many others came forward. Those few in prominent positions had declined to give evidence, so knowing their refusal would be noted. This report sets out findings and makes clear recommendations for how the problem of grape gangs can be eradicated. The country now knows the full truth. The country has been given the basis for justice. The country has the roadmap to ensure these crimes never happen again. All right, so that was the introduction. You could see the moral gravity of what's going on in this report. So once again, before we get into the nasty details, I have to go ahead and encourage those of you that are squeamish about intimate violence and things of that nature. I need you to go ahead and know that this is going to be ugly stuff. And because I was not able to spend some extra time getting my volume set up properly beforehand, because I had some coaching clients ahead of time, that my microphone will cut out from time to time, but I will restore it as rapidly as possible. It'd be like a 5-10 second delay on some things. So I just ask that you indulge me in those technical difficulties when they pop up. It'll be about once every 45 minutes or so, based on tradition and how it's happened in times past. But know that this is something that we cannot look away from. And because this is a lot of material to get through, if you have questions about certain reactions and opinions, I would just ask that you go ahead and send it in a super chat, and I'll go ahead and address them as they come up. I just want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to those who have participated in chat right quick. White Pill Radio, Don DeMarco, Dad Hominem. Appreciate you guys coming in and supporting in the chat. If you like this content, go ahead and give it a like, and we're going to continue on, starting with the executive summary after I get some caffeine. The Grape Gang Inquiry examined the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white, British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. The evidence put to the inquiry confirms that the scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of the country. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, and recorded abuse between locations, supplied them with and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that at the very least 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated gang rape, trafficking, torture, forced pregnancy, forced conversion to Islam, and lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. The perpetrators bear primary responsibility, yet the institutional failures that enabled them for decades must also be confronted. In court records and official inquiries, about 87% of those convicted in the group-based sexual child exploitation, CSE, cases bore distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Taj Hargi, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims to be about 95%. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of the grape gang networks consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly of Pakistani heritage, although smaller groups from Somalia, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and other Muslim origins were also involved. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The method used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and would then start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes, and streets in taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmailed, and told they were white trash or kafar who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children. Some miscarried under trauma. Others endured coerced abortions. Some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred in at least 149 local authority districts, close to 40% of all such districts across the United Kingdom. See page 14 for our full map. We'll go ahead and get to that when we get there. Survivors described daily grapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their suffering. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East where they could endure Islamic marriage. The demographic and cultural drivers are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds operated under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for intimate forced use. This pattern was reinforced by 8 theological and legal aspects of Islam. These include the doctrines of Muslim superiority, drawn from Quranic verses that position Muslims at the top with a duty to correct non-believers. The gang members' justification for their crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal, known as al-wala wal-bara. It demands enmity toward non-Muslims, the superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of female intimacy as inherently dangerous, a system of intimate slavery that authorizes intimate relations with non-Muslim captives, and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements, filtered through clannish immigrant subcultures, provided religious justification that enabled the systematic rape and even slaughter of white British girls. Were Britain functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, every one of our institutions failed them catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims instead of perpetrators, destroyed evidence, and allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermined protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple intimately transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by grape, and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of grape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than by protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. So when these things were brought to light, they were ignored completely and covered up systematically. And anytime somebody would bring something up to government, they were ignored and buried. This is an abomination of justice on so many levels. Let's continue. Political failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive governments lacked the will to confront the ethnic and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility. It initially refused a public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering a process viewed with widespread skepticism. Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied knowledge. The party prioritized electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs and then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. So they knew this was going on. They ignored it because they were so concerned about their power and their ability to be reelected that they denied justice to these women and just left everything up to these organized criminal networks. Let's continue. When finally forced to act, the Labor government produced a national inquiry whose tightly drawn terms of reference deliberately excluded systematic and examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers associated with this. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labor's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry despite clear evidence from Rotherham and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. Political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over the protection of British children. So once again, this is all a systematic thing that was going on. After World War II, they had enacted laws, and in 1997, under Tony Blair and the Labour Party, they had fully opened up the gates to widespread immigration. And so because of that, and because of the voting blocks that had developed after the fact, they were afraid to be called racist. They were afraid to be called Islamophobes. They were afraid to be called names for the sake that they would not be able to hold their positions in power. And of course, they harmed boys as well. But I'm going based on what is explicitly stated here in the text and then making the implications known and giving the reaction from my perspective. All right. Furthermore, whistleblowers, parents, and survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage despite having been met in the past with disbelief and intimidation. The perpetrators operated with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate this problem, deliver justice for the victims, and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We have now a clearer sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up to and including considerable changes to our criminal justice system, the passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and great amount of institutional overhaul. Our detailed list of recommendations includes improved data recording on ethno-religious patterns among offenders, far stronger sentencing, a comprehensive deportation effort, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguarding through greater family involvement, and closing the various gaps in British law through which so many victims fell. Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, identify those responsible in Parliament, and begin civil and private legal actions to ensure maximal accountability. Yeah, this is wild. All this stuff that has happened, the context surrounding it, how people are afraid to stand up for what was right and that which was true because they were concerned that people would call them racists and things of that nature. Let me go ahead and increase the size of this so that you guys can read it better. If you want to follow along yourself, I went ahead and attached a link to this report so that you can read along with me if you wish, or so that you can take it and take a look at it at your leisure later down in the description below. So we're going to overview the crimes. Once again, if you haven't noticed by now, this is an extremely sensitive topic. So I'm going to give this as another warning. If you are just tuning in, I advise you, if you are squeamish about forced intimacy and things of that nature, you might want to click off to another stream. But if you are willing to go ahead and take a look at evil in the face and get ready to speak and to stand your ground with righteous anger and righteous indignation, you're welcome to go ahead and stay along, because there is great evil afoot and it needs to be faced head on by people with the moral courage that are willing to stand up for those who have been destroyed in this process. Here's an overview of the crimes. Grape gangs have exploited children systematically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of the Center for Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, Alexis J., has identified the 1970s as the decade when immigrant grape gangs first began tormenting girls of Britain. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals that the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani grape gangs dates back to 1955. when four Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middleborough. This was soon after formed colonial subjects from the subcontinent, as much as the Caribbean, became eligible to enter the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British Nationality Act of 1948. Once again, this was something that was pushed after World War II, after there was a general consensus that the first world countries, the allies that won in World War II, had some kind of responsibility to the third world so that they could go ahead and take them in. So that was the collective belief at the time, which led to this series of legislative measures that came up and precipitated this in Great Britain. And we see this in no small part in the United States. It's not as well documented as this just brutal case here in Great Britain. What began as singular and small-scale instances became systematic and industrial over time. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities and passed girls between multiple adult men. In each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs, collected in taxis from school gates, care homes, and streets, and taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, and then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases, impregnated or forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kafar, who deserved punishment. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, health services, schools, licensing bodies, and politicians, knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence establishes that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and fear of accusation of racism took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed in this report are drawn from court records, official and unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirm that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child intimate exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all of the witnesses who contacted the inquiry. The scale of the grape gang phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement in the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on 14 May of 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationally the J report on Rotherham and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. He added that this number is probably an underestimate. This extrapolation now has greater support due to further data that has been collected, derived from scaling the patterns documented in major inquiries as follows. Rotherham, the J report of 2014, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. The Telford inquiry, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, again with the same perpetrator profile. National footprint. The grooming gang model has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe MP, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinating operations extending to all corners of the country in at least 149 local authority districts. We're going to look at page 14 in the map a little bit later down here. When Rotherham-Telford scale is applied across the documented national distribution and multiplied by the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official reviews, the total reaches the 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. We are far from grasping the full extent of the grooming gang criminality in modern Britain. It is reasonable to assume that since intimate abuse of all kinds tends to be underreported, this is also true of grooming gangs. Our Independent has reported that almost 19,000 children were identified as intimate exploitation victims in England in 1 year alone. Despite the reluctance of state actors to name or tackle the problem of the grape gangs. After decades of abuse, victims must number in the hundreds of thousands. The full scale is not yet known. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistics severely understate reality. 1. Baroness Casey National Audit on Group-Based Child Intimate Exploitation and Abuse from June 2025. The audit explicitly states that the nature, scale, and characteristics of group-based child intimate exploitation remain impossible to quantify, precisely due to the inconsistent data collection and historical suppression. The independent inquiry into child intimate abuse and multiple local inquiries from 2022 to 2025, it is simply not possible to know the scale because ethnicity, group offending, and historical cases were routinely unrecorded or shelved to protect community cohesion. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be sure the grape gangs operated. It is likely that the true extent is far worse. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this map. All right. So grape gangs operate and have operated in at least 149 local authority districts across the United Kingdom. So we've got suspected is in the lighter colors and confirmed are in the darker colors. Okay, so along Britain, we see that confirmed right here along the coastline on both sides of the coast. In here in the inlands, this is mostly rural area. And then we've got, here we go, once again, more confirmed areas, more confirmed in this area, right over here, and then a lot of unconfirmed, but suspected in these general areas right here. So you can see just by looking at this picture, and this is mostly the heavily populated areas, by the way. Most of the population is centered around these areas in Britain. So that just goes to show you like just how widespread this problem is throughout the country, and shows us that we should be paying attention now and we should be vigilant for these things now in the United States. And to understand that this is something that can happen in Canada, it can happen in New Zealand, it can happen in Australia, all the first world that is inviting all of these like widespread immigration policies, this could possibly be happening here. And this requires for us to go ahead and be willing to take off our glasses and take a look deeply at what's going on in all of these locations. So now that we've taken a look at the map for the overall context of what's going on, let's continue with the report. All right, now to go ahead and blow it up so it's easier for us to read and look at together. The scale, the tactics, the perpetrator profile, the systemic in action were almost always identical everywhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. In London, London stands exposed as the epicenter of institutional denial in the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the capital maintained a wall of silence for years. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, had repeatedly insisted that there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. As our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in the London Assembly, the grape gang phenomenon is in fact endemic within the capital. So I wonder why they would go ahead and say there's nothing going on. No, nothing to see here. Don't look behind the curtain. It's as if the mayor of London at the time had a rational basis why he would not want this information to get out and what could possibly happen for people that had voted him in. All right, let's continue. After challenging Khan about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall was inundated with calls from women and girls purporting to be the victims of their predation. Khan describes evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex than in other parts of the country, and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organized group-based child intimate exploitation. Oh yeah, is there footage of the mayor dodging the question? Man, we should look that up sometime. But this report is super long, and I want to go ahead and get through the whole context. Good to see you, Tacitus. Welcome to the stream. These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of the young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. He read the files, yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Phillip MP has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and the Metropolitan Police had been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners, including whistleblowers Maggie Oliver and Cruz Wild, described the capital as the last bastion of denial and warned that the scale of abuse there was more catastrophic than anywhere in the country. The evidence now emerging confirms their warnings. In October of 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child intimate exploitation cases. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beaconport to examine thousands more files nationwide after initial assessments found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital, with authorities aware but opting for inaction due to a mixture of incompetence, laziness, and corruption. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on significant electoral support from those communities, as well as having ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims in particular. Widespread acknowledgement of organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeting vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion that successive London administrations, none more than Khan's, have promoted. As for others in authority, fear of being labeled racist paralyzed the Metropolitan Police and City Hall in the same way it did in Rotherham and Rochdale before them. One anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls are especially vulnerable target for criminal gangs, especially Albanian, Somali, or Turkish operating in the capital. So that goes to Don DeMarco's comment earlier, whereas boys and girls, of course, it was both, but predominantly girls for the most part. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data on ethnicity, willfully rendering themselves blind to the very behavioral patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in its pursuit of justice. If we don't collect specific elements of data, it is very difficult for us to analyze the data after the fact and determine whether there is a pattern of criminality and what the pattern tells us in terms of what our laws should be and what needs to be done about certain things that are of criminal intent and of just widespread moral failure, such as this thing right here. So it is essential to collect not only racial identifiers, but ethnic identifiers so that we can rightly divide what is going on in different communities so that we can correctly police and organize legislative efforts to tackle the problems as they are, not what we would wish them to be. And that's a big problem because liberalism in so many ways has infected the mind of people. And we just expect that everybody's just a blank slate and we could just train them out of things. But no, we see that there's a pervasive culture that is causing this. And if we can go ahead and identify cultural roots to these things, then we can rightly divide what should be done about this. Let's continue on. The Metropolitan Police Review, the National Crime Agency operation, the witness accounts pouring in to prove that group-based child intimate exploitation has thrived in our capital city. This inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police must answer for their role in this scandal until the capital confronts the truth with the same rigor now demanded elsewhere. The children of London remain at risk and the state remains complicit. Wow. All right. I'm going to take a drink. All right. Are we going to go? Do we have any questions? While I'm reading the thing, if you have any questions that you want addressed, I'll go ahead and be on the lookout for super chats and things of that nature so that I can address those in a timely manner as they come in. But if you are not familiar with this case, there's a lot going on in Great Britain. And if you were not paying attention to the thumbnail and the title, this is going to be some serious stuff. So if you are squeamish, I would go ahead and advise that you click onto something else. But there is going to be some serious stuff that is brought up in the victim testimony starting in the following pages. So I just encourage you to buckle up and get ready. There is some tough stuff ahead. All right. Victim testimony. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have to remain anonymous for their own safety. So when they're put in quotes, that isn't their real name. Their names are being protected to defend the rights of the privacy of the innocent, which is, absolutely reasonable given the harrowing tale that they're about to tell. So Chloe. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was popular at school, performed well academically, and enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to their father, despite his alcoholism. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following the separation. I wonder what happened. We don't have the story, but there's something there. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death, just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she describes as a PDF file by whom she was intimately abused. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe. Instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to grape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet, and she began smoking cannabis. Around the same time, Chloe started truanting, which means skipping school, for those of you who are in the know, and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around town. At this stage, there was no intimate abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school, enjoyed being treated like adults. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways as in like takeout food, was accompanied by emotional manipulation, with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe describes this process as them mapping out, are you a vulnerable person? Physical contact, including kisses and messages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. So once again, while she was under her father's care, this stuff wasn't happening. But when her father died suddenly, and then her care reverted to her mother, who had married a guy who clearly has dubious moral character, is not a good guy because he is doing all these things, victimizing her and all of this. And the mother is not protecting her daughter, probably out of a sense of self-preservation, because she doesn't have a way. She is like contained to the provision of this man who is abusing Chloe in this case. So we can see that there is factors that are going on in play. And then while she was under the care of her father, there were mitigating factors at work. So some trends to look at as we continue delving through this report. At this time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood and felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while truanting, so once again, skipping school, before returning home and spending the day there while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later, and she invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle intimately assaulted her. Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. She told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported it to the police. The police accused Chloe of lying, and no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she had encountered in the town center. So, basically what happened was her uncle went ahead and tried to get his crack at her, and the mom tried to call the police. The police buried it, and they're like, nah, you're lying. This isn't going on, and the case was dropped. And so that went ahead and caused Chloe to lose all faith in adults around her. And so that was a leading cause for her seemingly to dive deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole here. One evening, Chloe's friends suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by a man who was drunk and under the influence of drugs and taken to the hotel. Where they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to intimately assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home, as she feared her mother would beat her for being late, so she stayed with her friend. Okay, good. So because she's afraid that her mom isn't going to protect her and is going to chastise her, she goes to a friend's house. Oh, I'm sure this is going to be great. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with her predatory stepfather, a period she describes as torture. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by her boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, posher than the other men who she had met in the town center. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a whole bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for intimacy. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the men replied that it didn't matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to grape her on the back seats. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis, and taking harder drugs, including ecstasy, anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town center, walking around until somebody picked them up in a car, somebody bought them alcohol, or somebody gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslims and primarily Pakistani. All right. White Pilled Radio has this comment. I can't listen to this. What is the solution? I understand, White Pill. The problem is that Until we go ahead and are willing to stand up and look evil in the face, it is going to be difficult for us to have the moral clarity to stand up and do the things that must be done. There's going to be a section of prescriptions that they provide. After we get through this testimony, we can go ahead and take a look at that, but we're going to go back and look at the rest of the testimonies, because I'm making a commitment now that so long as the power is going on and so long as I'm live, I'm going to go through this entire report. So we're going to finish this testimony. We'll look at their policy prescriptions and what to do about it, and then we'll go back to the rest of the victim testimony. That's the commitment I'm going to make to you, White Pill. All right, let's continue. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and before the empty whiskey bottle, and he forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's private parts. He withdrew before ejaculation and admitted, where it shattered. Chloe had admitted herself to A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. No questions asked, apparently. They didn't ask anything. They didn't protect. These are all things that would naturally be part of public policy and normal policy in our hospitals in the United States for how we handle victims of violent crime. So there are all kinds of parts of the system that completely failed Chloe in this. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked, okay, thank you, Don DeMarco. The A&E is the ER. Out of curiosity, can you go ahead and look up what that actually means, like A&E, as far as the acronym? I'd appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Moving on. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing, she replied that she had been having intimacy with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to the intimate activity, and despite Chloe telling them she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been. Okay, accident and emergency. Excellent. Thank you so much for looking that up, Don DeMarco. I appreciate that. All right, continuing. The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town center and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told the police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done and that Chloe was let go. So they said straight up that nothing could be done about this, rather than trying to get any contact information, trying to get anything else going on. So it was obvious that something was up here. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behavior, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with a friend who, up until this point, had accompanied her throughout her exploitation. By this time, Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with the Muslim gangs that she All right. Are we connected? Connected. All right. Sorry about that. This happens time to time with my microphone settings. Didn't have time to fix it beforehand, but we're going to continue on. This is important stuff. I'll get back to Chloe was interviewed by the social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied that the abuse was taking place and were released without charge. Chloe had made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and though she had found them snobby and judgmental, found some semblance of stability with them. But it did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went to the town center, as she often did both alone and with the foster carers, the Muslim gangs would recognize and target her. She remained in the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. Uh-oh. She would ask the taxi drivers to drop her near the school, and rather than attending, would walk to one of the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs would take her into their taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and then intimately abuse her. Around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she had been intimately abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. Oh, yeah, that's really good. We're going to go ahead and talk about putting her on the pill and make sure condoms are used. We're not going to talk about the abuse that's going on. No, crazy. We're not going to do that. Why in the world will we do that? If we're going to the place where we should get some help, why would we think that we would get some help? No, we're going to go ahead and enable this behavior. Yeah, that's wonderful. All right. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a intimate healthcare clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and in her intimate places, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither the social workers nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action. When Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. So she had markers of all of these infections that were transmitted through intimate activity, and they did nothing. Nobody, this whole system around her failed her in so many ways, from the parents to the step-parents to the police to the A&E to the social services. Everybody failed her in this case. This is wild and a complete abortion of justice. Disgusting. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with a far more protective carer. On one occasion, a gang came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. So one shining light in all of this darkness, this one carer is actually going to bat for her. Wild. It finally took this long for someone to step up. Let's see what happens next. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing intimate exploitation. This was one of the first times that this has happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child intimate exploitation and asked her whether she'd be interested in auditioning for the role given her experience. Okay, I mean, it's not help, but it's at least something where she's playing a part in a thing that seems similar to the harrowing tale that she was dealing with. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and in a state of disbelief, ran away from the foster home and, after being abducted by a Muslim gang, was missing for 6 months. All right. So this is a natural reaction to being brought face to face with one's trauma. They were asking her to play a part. What is this? In a role. Yeah, they're asking her to play a part in a role that was directly reflective of the victimization that she had endured for her young life. Of course, she's going to run away. Like, what else did they think they were going to do? And of course, as soon as she runs away from people that were caring for her and protecting her, bam, she gets scooped right up. All right. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. She was taken to house after house and was raped and abused by guy after guy and after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked that you're that girl off the TV that's missing, but her whereabouts were never reported to the police. Chloe describes a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse. This went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. The man was let go without charge, and she was returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had been completely broken down by this point, so she continued to run away, and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following another period of grooming and intimate exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. So the police had this bright idea that she ran away from home, went into social services, went into the custody of social services, was abused up and down, was abused under the care of her mother, and they had the bright idea to return her to her mom. That was what was going on here. This is wild. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months. By the time she was almost 15, social services determined that she was well enough to... Oh, wait. Did I miss something? Hold up. Oh, okay. Let's see. At a children's home. At a children's home. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down at this point, so she continued to run away, and her psychological care state deteriorated further. Okay. Following another point of grooming and sexual and intimate exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. Okay, got it. This makes sense. All right, we're back in the story. She was with the mom. She ran away again. Obviously, she's going to run away because why in the world is she going to stay with an abusive stepfather? Totally makes sense. Okay, great. Back to it. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled. She was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months. By the time she was almost 15, social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed in foster care not far from where she had been living before. Chloe describes the new careers as a positive and encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college and paid for the next 2 years. Chloe described her life as fantastic. All right, so it sounds like this chick is catching a break at this point, that she has gone through the roller coaster ride, being abused up and down. She's finally in a school where she go ahead and learn how to be a hairdresser, like a cosmetology school here in the United States, where she's got a better track at life. I'm going to take a drink and we're going to continue on. All right. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified that the foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable through this period. Eventually, Chloe reestablished contact with a friend with whom she had been abused as a young child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she was accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all of whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and in Chloe's words, "It was no longer my quiet little house. It was their house. They smashed windows, kicked in doors, left the house in an absolute wreck, and intimately abused Chloe. One of the men left the house. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled his trousers down, and sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa while the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone she was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management, tried to argue her case, but was fired. Left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go and no ability to remove them, she remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects including soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into Chloe's house to abuse them. Chloe recalls a number of occasions where boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into graping her. Chloe was forced to commit crimes, including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house. And when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members, as the property was registered in her name. So because she was the owner of the house, supposedly, they went after her because of the stuff that was going on in her house. That is wild. One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighboring town arrived at the house. A notorious intimate trafficker, he soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who intimately assaulted and graped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates, and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone at the age of 18. Hey, can someone look up what 5 stone is? I think a stone is like 20 pounds or something like that, or maybe 16 pounds. So 5 times 20, that'd be 100 pounds. 5 times 16 would be 80 pounds. So if somebody could look that up, I'd appreciate it, just for reference. The use of heroin was the method of control by the gang, as it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of grape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions in which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe to an addiction clinic where tests revealed an extremely high concentration of opiates in her system. Oh, 1 stone is 14 pounds. So 14 times 5 is 70 pounds. Oh my gosh. She was so tiny and bony. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Thanks for looking that up, Don. Appreciate that. All right. Let's see. She was prescribed medication to manage her opiate dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and her friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse, and with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent and moved her out of her squalid house. Oh, okay, so she didn't own the house. She was renting the house. Okay, that makes sense. Makes a lot more sense. She didn't have income, so there we go. Chloe moved in with him, after which she got another job in retail. For a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable. But due to her unresolved trauma, she soon returned to drinking heavily, smoking cannabis, and gambling. So she had a good guy that took her in. His father, worked to try to redeem her out of the life that she had been in. And the claws were just in her and just drug her back. So let's continue and see what happens next. Her workplace was close to her first foster home. Before long, she came back into contact with the members of the gang that had abused her at that time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, and abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she reestablished contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband and soon moved back in with her. Okay, so she went back to her mom after all of this, not to the boyfriend. Like, she couldn't just leave everything behind and just stick with a good thing. Something about the fact that she was entangled and just so broken by this harrowing tale that she had been with left her so accustomed to that factor of life that she would go back to it time and time again. This is crazy, but it is something we see with addiction across the board, and why it is so dangerous to really align yourself so closely in this, unless you just know that she's been out of it for a long, long time. Probably best not to go ahead and pick up strays, if you guys understand what I mean. All right, let's continue. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. The police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation to her mother's house. She tried to contact her now ex-boyfriend, but he did not respond. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car for the following weeks, was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, as Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to hospital after a self-deletion attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal migrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear a hijab. She was prohibited from looking out the window of her home. And if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would beat her black and blue, something that happened, quote unquote, every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, including a defective kidney due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the intimate abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe a renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he had assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs. She was focused, and for the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of quote-unquote Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed. Instead of taking them home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Now, this is the first time this is coming up in this report, but I want to go ahead and clarify for the sake of the audience that when they say Asian in the context of this report, they are not talking about people from Korea, China, Japan. They are talking about people of Middle Eastern descent, primarily from India and Pakistan. That's what they're talking about when they use Asian as a overall ethnic identifier in Britain. So just for context for you guys, that you know what kind and caliber of people are being talked about in that context, because I don't want you guys to misunderstand what is being said here, because I want to be, give you guys the honest truth to the most and to give you my honest reaction to what's going on here. All right. Let's see. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed instead of taking them home. However, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe, who was not drunk, protested and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she had suspected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she had been raped by the men. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and to get as far away from these quote-unquote Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected on Facebook with a man she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague of her mother, who she described as one of the only adult men in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. So she's like seeking to anchor to something, anything that is good. She told him about everything that she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland, and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. After returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her a property in Scotland. With nothing but her daughter and a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same. grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken into mosques where imams would describe non-Muslims as infidels and preach that white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. Chloe believes that the local police, social services, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the racialized nature of the crimes. But they would not intervene for two reasons: because they, one, could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because they did not want to be seen as racist. So once again, this is the first part in her testimony that this pattern of they couldn't be bothered with the paperwork and they didn't want to be seen as racist reels their ugly head because of what's going on in the nation. They're so infected with political correctness that they would not dare to go against the social environment of the time. They were not willing to stand up for what was right and to stand in the face of injustice to show what was good, true, and beautiful. This is insane how this happens, and this is not befitting of a gentleman and not befitting of how we should go ahead and operate in a civil society. Furthermore, Chloe says that if I could just save just one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, then I have done my job. Okay. Inquiry panelist. Do you know how many men abused you over the period if you had to guess? This is key moments from the actual testimony. Chloe said hundreds. All right, volume's back. All right, so page 31, Fiona. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to where they have policy prescriptions, and we're going to go ahead and take a look and see what they believe should be done in terms of priorities and things of that nature. So 31, Fiona. If you have any questions, feel free to go ahead and hit them up in a super chat. There's a lot of material that I'm trying to get through on this stream because I want to go ahead and bring you the entirety of this report. All right, let's go ahead and look at the table of contents. All right, recommendations. This comes at 159. 159. Let's go. Recommendations. Okay, what do we got here? Davis family, is the FBI equivalent Scotland Yard actively investigating this now? Honestly, I do not know what the current status of the report of what's going on here, but I'll tell you what, earlier on this week, this was a complete bombshell in the UK. And this is, if nothing is done about this in Parliament, I would be surprised if people aren't completely voted out and like there's going to be rioting in the streets over this, because this is just insane. The level of just abuse and neglect and perversion of justice that's going on here. All right, let's look at their recommendations. What is going on here? Out of this entire inquiry, what is it that they're trying to get across? How do they intend to fix the process or the problem? All right, recommendations. The evidence presented to this inquiry by victims and whistleblowers demonstrates beyond reasonable doubt that the Grape Gang operated with either the active or passive consent of the public authorities. More or less, every institution failed. The state knew the patterns, recorded, and then often destroyed the evidence of harm and chose political convenience over child protection. Any government that aspires to restore justice, eliminate the gangs, and protect the next generation must implement the following recommendations. Only then can the British state begin to make up for its profound betrayal of hundreds of thousands of British children. The criminal justice response. Victims must be placed at the center of the criminal justice process. They must have the right to be informed of all decisions, to attend sentencing hearings, and to submit victim personal statements that carry statutory weight. Independent intimate violence advisors must be funded nationally and assigned to every grooming gang victim from the moment of first report. Okay, so far so good. Sentences. Current sentencing guidelines are grotesquely inadequate for organized child rape. The Sentencing Council must be required by statute to revise its guidelines so that group-based sexual intimate exploitation carries a starting point of life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 years for participants. All right, we got a super chat from Don DeMarco. Thank you so much for that, for your support, Don DeMarco. Appreciate you. All right, do you think the U.S. would fall so low as to allow this? I get the sense that some vigilante Second Amendment types would have a particular response. Yeah, I get the idea of what you're coming in. Yeah, as in cover up and allow this stuff to go. I think that in the United States, that it would, if this thing was going to happen, it would happen only in limited jurisdictions. So it would happen in places where there are concentrated elements of only one specific sect in a town or a jurisdiction. So I'll give you an example that's close by in Utah with the bricks and minifigs things going on. So with that situation in Utah, you've got an entire police force that is protecting the bricks and minifigs company, and they were harassing this YouTuber, Ben, that was trying to get to the bottom of the truth of the matter. And so they basically colluded and falsely imprisoned him, falsely reported him, and the people that had taken over the local franchise of bricks and minifigs had filed all these false reports against Ben. And basically that local police department was complicit, allegedly. All right. I'm not here to go ahead and say the facts of the matter, because there are legal cases that are being litigated about this right now. But the appearance is that there was supreme collusion going on with that police force. And then, yeah, as far as Dearborn, Michigan, I think that there is a possibility that something like that could happen there if we don't have substantial oversight from next level up authorities and things of that nature. I think it could happen in the United States, but I don't think it's going to be a widespread problem like it is in the UK. I think that there are enough red-blooded Americans, first of all, that we would stand up and fight. And two, I think that because we have rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, the right to free speech, freedom of association, freedom of the press, free exercise of religion, things of that nature, we are freely able to talk about this without fear of repercussion from government entities, because otherwise we can have a substantial defense against that. So I think that I'm going to go ahead and just keep bringing this up while I'm talking about this topic. And because we have the First Amendment, I think that it's also important that we recognize that this is one of the reasons why we have the Second Amendment too, is not only to protect ourselves and our families and our neighbors that put themselves under our trust and protection and things of that nature if things were to go downhill. I think it is also for the sake of protecting the innocent and things of that nature within guidelines. I think that this is a matter that there are enough of us who, when we would see something like this, and this is part of why I'm bringing this up now, is if I can go ahead and put more eyes onto this like horrible atrocity that's going on in Britain, I would love to see us in the United States to be aware and to be looking out for this kind of behavior, so that red-blooded Americans can go ahead and stand up and stand for what's right, regardless of what is going on in the society and the social pressure, and to stand up against accusations of racism and all this other bullcrap that's going to end up happening when men stand up to fight against these things. So yes, while I think that it could happen in very limited contexts, it would have to be in a place where it is like uniform in one like social gathering where there's no oversight that is placed over top of them. I think that's the big thing, how it could appear in the US if it did. And I think generally speaking, it's not going to be as widespread as it was in Britain, because we have the First Amendment and we have the Second Amendment. And I think enough red-blooded Americans are going to stand up and say, heck no to this kind of thing and demand heads and things of that nature. Thanks for the super chat, Don DeMarco. Appreciate the support. All right, let's go ahead and move on. So let's see. We talked about sentencing guidelines. We were talking about what they should do. They recommend that there should be that sentences should start at life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 years for participants. Okay? Racial or religious motivation, multiple victims, trafficking across countries, pregnancy caused by grape, and use of filming and blackmail must each be spelled out as statutory aggravating factors that push sentences toward their maximum extent. Yeah, like even if you don't go ahead and have these as separate legal charges, that makes a lot of sense that we go ahead and take these as aggravating factors that should push it forward to a tougher and tougher sentence. Because the thing is, if we allow this thing to happen in our society or in anywhere in the first world, we are just encouraging for it to continue to happen in the first place. All right. Concurrent sentencing must be prohibited where multiple victims are involved. Cumulative sentencing must be the default. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what concurrent sentencing means, is say you have 4 charges. Say you committed larceny, you committed manslaughter, you did all these things, and you received sentences for all 4 of those crimes. And say you were sentenced for 20 years. What concurrent sentencing says is, say for the first thing, you got sentenced for 20 years, and then for the second thing, you got sentenced for 15, and then 10, and then 5. That sentence, all of those sentences would be carried out at the same time. So while you were serving out your 20-year sentence, you were serving out all the other sentences. So it doesn't make you stay in jail any longer. It doesn't make you endure any more punishment. So concurrent sentencing is just the idea of, we just go ahead and have you sentenced for the biggest sentence. And then there's some implications in terms of when you can get out and your availability for appeal and things of that nature. However, cumulative sentencing is the idea of, say you got 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, and 5 years. Like in the example, you got 20 plus 15 is 35, plus 10 is 45, plus 5 is 50. So instead of being 20 years in prison, you'd be in prison for 50 years. That's the difference between concurrent sentencing and cumulative sentencing. 2 separate ideas. That's why he's pointing it out in the sentencing guidelines. All right. A number of politicians, including Rupert Lowe MP, have also called for a referendum on reintroducing the death penalty for the most heinous crimes. There is a case to be made that this is more than proportionate where grape gangs are concerned. All right, so for the longest time, Britain got rid of the death penalty, and it's just not something that they operate on. So the next policy guideline that they're going to introduce is immigration, deportations, and denaturalizations. This is going to have some interesting stuff, I'd imagine. All right. Every foreign national convicted of group-based CSE must, at the very least, be deported. Any British citizen convicted of these offenses who holds a dual nationality must lose their citizenship automatically upon conviction, rendering them liable for deportation. This ought to apply retrospectively to those convicted in the past, too. The Home Office must publish annual deportation figures broken down by national background and offense type. That way they can be studied, and so that we can rightly discern patterns, so we can notice these things, and so that we can make adjustments to the law to suit what needs to happen for a clean and civil society. Next up, where a perpetrator has family members in Britain who have supported, harbored, or failed to report the offending, the entire immediate family unit must also face deportation proceedings themselves, unless they can prove either active cooperation with authorities or no prior knowledge. Now, I don't know how you can go ahead and prove a negative in this case, but I think that it's one of those things where they're going, the authorities would have to establish probable cause that they knew about it and didn't do anything about it. So I think that's kind of an interesting perspective. I'm not familiar with due process rights in the United Kingdom as much as I'm familiar with it in the United States. Not an attorney, but I know enough about the law to maintain my businesses, to be an employer and things of that nature. This is very important to know at least a little bit of the law as a consolidated man in a civil society. Let's continue. The evidence from witnesses, convictions, and the KC audit shows a clear overrepresentation of Muslim men, particularly of Pakistani heritage, in these organized networks. The inquiry has not ignored this. Mosques, madrasas, and community organizations that have harbored or failed to report perpetrators must face investigation and, if found guilty, be closed. The immediate deportation of anyone nested within such subcultures promoting attitudes that dehumanize non-Muslim girls must be pursued. The nations of the world are not identical. Ultra-selective border control, attentive to general patterns in sending countries, is therefore also vital to the long-run happiness and continued existence of host peoples across the West. Oh boy. Immigration policy must immediately reflect the evidence. Anyone from a country whose nationals are disproportionately represented in grape gang convictions must no longer be entitled to a visa. This should be applied ruthlessly. Our young girls must come first. Special measures for child witnesses in grooming gang trials must be strengthened. Pre-recorded evidence, remote testimony, and screens must be the default. Cross-examination that re-traumatizes the child must be prohibited. The court must appoint a specialist intermediary in every case. The Crown Prosecution Service, the CPS, so this is kind of like district attorneys and things of that nature. I believe it's at a federal level, or at least their equivalent in Great Britain. The CPS must create a dedicated national unit for group-based child intimate exploitation with specialist prosecutors trained in trauma-informed practice. Charging decisions must no longer be influenced by community impact or fear of racism allegations. Failure to charge a clear case must be reviewable by the Attorney General and should result in criminal liability for those who do not carry out their duty. Overseas Task Force. It has been established that organized gangs, chiefly of Pakistani heritage, have not only groomed, raped, and tortured thousands of women and girls across Britain, but have also trafficked such victims overseas, particularly to Pakistan and other countries. Evidence from independent hearings, early day motions in Parliament, and of course, survivor testimonies presented to this inquiry serve to suggest as much. The intent by perpetrators was to exact near total control, prevent disclosure of the abuse, obstruct homegrown investigations, and continue inflicting abuse in environments with weaker safeguards. The full extent remains under-investigated due to historical institutional failures by police, councils, and social services, often linked to concerns over racism allegations in inadequate cross-border cooperation. This must be rectified. It is therefore recommended that a dedicated task force be established that within the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, working in close liaison with the Home Office, police forces, and National Crime Agency. Those are all law enforcement offices in Britain, and international partners. This unit should prioritize the identification, location, safeguarding, and urgent repatriation of affected British women and girls. This means enhanced consular support, intelligence sharing on missing persons cases recorded in known grooming hotspots, targeted reviews of passports and travel records linked to known perpetrators, in diplomatic pressure on destination countries for victim extraction and evidence gathering. Compensation. Hey, Don DeMarco, I think Vitalis is talking about just a general class of people, lumping in those who are vaccinated as people like with a limper wrist or with a looser spine. I don't think he's literally talking about vaccinated people like as a literal group of people, but as a grouping term for that kind of person. Vitalis might go ahead and say something different, but I think that's what he's getting at. All right, anyhow, compensation. A national compensation scheme for grooming gang victims must be set up at once. Something similar already exists in the form of Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority, CICA, established in theory to seek compensation on behalf of people physically and mentally injured because of a violent crime in England, Scotland, or Wales. The CICA does so by suing authorities and perpetrators directly, but is proven time and time again to be unfit for purpose in all sorts of ways. Despite providing evidence that helped to convict the leader of a Rotherham-based grape gang, Sammy Woodhouse has refused compensation by the CICA, or was refused compensation by the CICA on the grounds that she had consented to her own abuse. In our view, awards should be updated to reflect the lifelong harm documented in survivor testimony, including loss of education, employment, mental health, physical health, and family life. The scheme must be funded by a levy on all convicted perpetrators' assets and by the defined benefit pensions enjoyed by any public servants, either within police force or social services, found guilty of or dismissed for culpable negligence. Okay, so if you're just trying to go ahead and get damages from the people that are causing these crimes and all of these things and doing the crimes, they're not going to get enough money to actually get to the victims of these crimes. So they're proposing that they're going to fund levy on the perpetrators' assets, so put a lien on properties and things of that nature, go ahead and take from the retirement system for those police officers that are going to get a cushy retirement from the police force if they were in any way found guilty or dismissed due to some form of culpable negligence. That makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure how much money they'll actually be able to extract by those means, but it is certainly going to be much more than they would if they were just going to go after the people that were doing the crimes, because chances are they don't have that much money. They don't have that many assets to really draw upon. It's just that they are able to do these things because of in-group bias and things of that nature. Let's continue on to recommendations for the family. The law must place the protective family at the center of safeguarding. As such, the core principle that should underpin safeguarding reform is recognition that a child's family tends to represent the first, strongest, and most effective line of defense against exploitation. While there are circumstances in which children cannot safely remain with their family unit, exploitation cases generally differ from traditional intrafamilial abuse models. They are different in nature and how they are executed. So they're going to have different signs and symptoms, and that's why they're talking about it in this manner. Present safeguarding systems do not always reflect this distinction. Families may experience responses that frame them primarily as contributors to risk rather than as potential safeguards against it. This can result in reduced trust between families and professionals, parental disengagement from safeguarding processes, delayed information sharing, increased isolation for the child from protective relationships, and perpetrators exploiting divisions between children, families, and agencies. Official research increasingly reinforces relational approaches to CSE, recognizing that protective networks, including parents, siblings, extended family, schools, peers, and community relationships, are central to reducing vulnerability and disrupting exploitation. Once removed from family and community networks, children, as a general matter, become more vulnerable to grooming, missing episodes, trafficking, and other forms of harm. A family-first approach is therefore essential. We recommend the construction of a safeguarding framework in which families are recognized as primary protective factors wherever safe family support is prioritized. Contextual safeguarding approaches are strengthened, and residential care is used proportionately and as a last resort rather than a default response to exploitation risk. This proceeds from the understanding bolstered by our inquiry that where grape gangs are concerned, parents are carers and carers are more often protective than causative agents. That is true. It is far more likely that they are safe at home or safe with somebody that is voluntarily guarding the child than they are in the hands of people that are outside of that circle. Needless to say, this family-first approach should never present decisive intervention in cases where home environments are deemed unsafe. The point is that safeguarding authorities must first establish the unfitness of some family environment before residential placement becomes the response. Parents ought to have a statutory right to be informed of all risks to their child, to receive copies of all assessments and plans, and to challenge any decision that undermines or removes their parental responsibility. Financial and practical assistance, including emergency housing relocation where needing, must be made available to any parent reporting grooming indicators. The state should not interfere with the family's ability to protect itself from harm. Okay, so that is a little bit different from how things go in the United States and how in divorce proceedings, how people that are initiating divorce and abusing the criminal justice system go ahead and mess over people all the time. And a lot of guys are victim to the court proceedings where all it takes is an accusation, and then all of a sudden all kinds of things happen. Kids are taken out of care, mom is taken elsewhere, and basically the dad has no due process rights in like the development of a temporary restraining order and things of that nature. Whereas it seems like, based on the recommendation here, this would actually be really good, because then there'd at least be some kind of safeguard where there's a due process right that's afforded to parents in the event that there is some kind of action being taken against the parent, so that it limits the left and right boundaries of what a school or a care agent can go ahead and do without a parent's consent, without due process of law. And so I think that's really important, because in the United States and in most of the first world, our rights, they are enshrined in the Constitution, in the amendments and things of that nature, and they are further reinforced by various Supreme Court decisions. That's kind of just how our system of common law works and how we accept it now. Now, because of that, we have these inherent protections that they don't really have inherent in their founding documents. For us, our rights are enshrined. And because they are, there are certain things that are in the Constitution that say that our rights cannot be abridged without due process of law. And so what that means is, like, our ability to vote and things of that nature. If you are convicted of a felony, chances are you're not going to be able to vote. That's one, or you won't be able to keep and bear arms any longer. Those are ways that due process of law can go ahead and remove our rights from us when we have done certain things. And so we see in the policy recommendations so far for Great Britain that these things are happening, and in terms of their recommendations, they want to find ways to denaturalize citizens. I'm pretty sure that's going to end up coming out, but they explicitly spoke of people that were dual citizen, talking about revoking British citizenship so that they could be eligible for deportation after their term in prison happened. So let's continue and see what else is recommended here. Legislative response. Oh, okay, cool. So that's the end of the recommendation section. So we are going to go back to page 31, and we're going to go on to Fiona's testimony. Are there any questions before we go ahead and get back to going through victim testimony? Because we need to be able to stand up and stare evil in the face and stand up for what's right. And that's why we're going through these things, no matter how gruesome it is. And for those of you who don't understand why I might edit certain words that I would say, like I don't say RAPE, I say grape, and I'm not going to go ahead and say other certain things. I'm going to keep this YouTube friendly because I want to make sure that the word can go out. And if I do not use these terms to replace other terms, one, it'll end up having lower reach in the algorithm, and they have more potential to be demonetized and all kinds of things like that. So if you like the fact that we are going through and we are willing to stand up for truth and stand up for these victims and to go ahead and say the right thing and to be willing to say the truth, no matter how ugly it is in our current context, please go ahead and like the video. I would appreciate that. If anybody has questions, by all means, go ahead and drop a super chat, and I'll go ahead and stop the stream at an appropriate place to address questions along the way. I'll take a drink, and then we're going to continue on with Fiona. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, and repeated self-deletion attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviors, and self-deletion ideation from a young age. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13. She was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as high risk for intimate exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. Inadequate supervision meant that she went missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men whom she estimates were aged between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as above her pay grade, warning that she would lose her job if she did so. So already we're seeing institutional protection going on to protect the abusers rather than the victims. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening, but felt powerless to stop it rather than being actively complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received £5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspects the management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labeled racist. That's what happens all over the place. People are so afraid to go ahead and tell the truth and to stand up for what's right because they're afraid of being called a racist. And I think that term racist is losing its strength nowadays, and that a lot of times people, for good or for ill, are starting to stand up and wear that as a badge of honor for leftists to deride them as being racist, rather than standing up for what's right, regardless of the color of one's skin or their ethnic background, and just know that what is right is the thing that must prevail in a strong and civil society by a moral people. All right. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harboring notices to the men, official warnings stating that they had no permission to associate with, contact, or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, once again, this isn't Asian as we know them. Yeah, £5,000 is crazy for sure. Definitely. That's an insane amount of money. Let's continue. All right, let's see. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist." Yeah, so the call is the mom is trying to report abuse, and the person on the other side of the phone is not concerned about the abuse. It's concerned about the racism or the things that are being said, because she is trying to identify them by a means so they could be readily identified. That's freaking crazy to me. All right. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture. Oh, okay. So that's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it being taught a different culture to be abused by men of another ethnic background. How insane is that? Oh my gosh. I hope these things were recorded so that they could be called back and that they weren't deleted. That's insane. I could just feel my head pulsating with just anger hearing that. On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. On another occasion, police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. The gang tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house, where between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid and expected girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. And so slag is just a pejorative term for women, generally speaking, in Great Britain, which is the moral equivalent of the word slut. So just for people's understanding of what that word means. Okay. So they were totally fine with messing around all the white girls, but they wanted to keep the Pakistanis pure for marriage. That is wild. I mean, it's understandable from their culture, but it's just insane the level of depravity that is going on that is found to be acceptable and spread in that environment. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English Defense League would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Okay. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs, and drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in a certain location. A few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. Of course, like if they're willing to kill people and bury bodies and all of that kind of stuff, of course she's going to be petrified of actually doing anything or actually reporting her abusers in any realistic way. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally in the back of a lorry. I'm not sure what a lorry is. I'm going to guess it's some kind of car. Don DeMarco, do you have anything on what a lorry is? That would be useful. Anyhow, previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse, he had then fled to the Philippines, where he allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife. The origin of his nickname, Rambo, was locked in a room with the origin of his nickname. Okay, got it. A lorry is a truck, like a semi. Oh, okay, got it. Big cross-country trucks. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that clarification. Let's see. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme intimate torture. This case illustrated that in some cases, the intimate abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control than by intimate gratification. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to ongoing exploitation risks. Yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological harm, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. Yeah, holy crap. Yeah, this is crazy. So going back to the line that the caller on the other line who took the allegation of abuse, talking about learning another culture, is ironically and horribly true given how Sharia law treats infidels and non-Sharia women. Yeah, and that was talked about earlier where in the context of that mosque, they would go ahead and regularly talk about how the white women were white slags and the Pakistani women should be kept pure for marriage. So it shows a very clear delineation and a clear racial and ethnic distinction that is being drawn in that system. And so these are things that, while people Yeah, so that's just like wild and definitionally true that this is considered racism, right? Because if the Muslims in this case, or these people are showing that they are treating people in two different tiers, where there are some that should be treated better and some should be treated worse based on their ethnic and racial identity. By definition, that's racism. So, like, why would we be called racist for pointing out the truth of the matter? That's the problem with the modern society, is we can't even like bear to just notice that there are patterns and irregularities that are happening in different cultures to know what is happening on a regular basis. All right. That's a great comment. If you like the video, go ahead and hit the like button. We're going to continue. All right. So that was, I believe, the end of Fiona's testimony. And we're going to go ahead and look at a quote from the testimony. So Fiona says, I was beaten regularly. I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and blamed by families of perpetrators. The Grape Gang inquiry, indeed. All right. The next victim that we're going to talk about is Michelle. Michelle, so in quotes to protect the innocent, was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom abused her, some in an intimate manner. She believes this early experience created an association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. Yeah, that makes sense. If you go ahead and blend those lines together, it's hard to see those distinctions. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion where she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends and that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeated daily intimate abuse. The perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, and her public places, including or using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend told her own mother, who had contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, and they claimed that they were little, so they couldn't do more without more evidence. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. The police accepted him as her appropriate adult, a role normally reserved for a parent, a close family member, a social worker, or a trained professional, or a legally assigned guardian, perhaps. The investigation was subsequently dropped. One of Michelle's friends, who lived in a care home, would be collected directly outside of the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes, despite them being children. Both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation and believed the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. As a result, little was done to intervene. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. A social worker once told her that at age 14, she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. How wild is that? So, like, we have statutory rape laws in every state of the union in the United States, and they're like, you know what, 30-year-old and a 14-year-old, go for it. That's fine. I don't know if there's statutory rape, any kind of laws like that in Britain. Maybe we can look that up in a little bit. Dante Marco, do you mind doing a quick Google search to see if they have anything like that in Britain? I would really appreciate it if you could. If not, no big deal. I'll go ahead and look it up later for the purposes of looking at this. That was crazy. Anyhow, Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with knife, and forced into intimacy with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and intimate exploitation of children. She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. One of her abusers, she states 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. Yeah, meanwhile, guys are getting hemmed up on 2 charges and false allegations. Huh. That's crazy, man. All right. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities feared being labeled racist. Once again, that's a pervasive theme here, is people are afraid of being called racist, being labeled, and all of these kinds of things by the system that is basically protecting these abusers. They have laws from what I'm finding. Okay, cool. So yeah, there are statutory rape laws in the UK, but yet this person from like the selective application. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Cool. Are there any cool like selective applications to go ahead and get into? Like, is there like special accommodations for religion or something like that that this kind of thing would fall between the cracks on? I wonder. That would be kind of interesting. Anyhow, that's how they got one BBC host and radio DJ. Oh, okay, cool. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities feared being labeled racist. Yep, makes sense. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network with smaller connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims that she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and her future as destroyed. Wow. Yeah, I mean, like, I get it. Like, that's crazy. All right, so a panelist asks her, what would you say the main issue was? And here's Michelle's response. I don't think they cared much about us. They didn't want to open that can of worms because it's a religion thing. I'd probably say 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi or Kurdish. All right. Next up is Whitney. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues, and her father was absent from her life. She was first groomed and intimately abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, acted as a boyfriend figure to her. Both brothers would regularly take her into a flat in Birmingham, supply her with alcohol, and in her words, she would have intimacy with them. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her, and they found all of her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother had asked them to intervene. All right, so this goes to show that cowards run away when men stand up together, shoulder to shoulder, and tell them to get away and to go away and to, they don't want to start any trouble because the fact that those uncles were there just relayed a message to those abusers that they would not be tolerated. And I think there's a lot of credit to the uncles in that specific instance. I don't know if anything's going to happen beyond that, but that is a shining example of men getting together and standing shoulder to shoulder to stand up against the evils of the world. Let's continue. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at the age of 11 and even attempted self-deletion. Her phone contained intimately explicit messages. Whitney's daughter told her that there was an intimacy room at school run by the older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending an intimate image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led into her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities from multiple countries. From that point, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to intimacy demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police, and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed that her daughter was being intimately exploited. The police responses were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgraded the risk level, and eventually closed the case despite ongoing exploitation. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeated threats, including warnings that their house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the National Referral Mechanism as a trafficking victim without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serves as a recognition by a designated professional that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery. Whitney said, "My daughter told me after a while that there was a intimacy room in school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said that she was lying." So once again, we have institutional protection and support of the perpetrators and no thought of supporting the victims. And it's interesting because Whitney in her youth had been a victim, and then her uncles protected her. The men in her life stood up to protect her. But her daughter, the next generation down, did not benefit from the same level of protection. Here's Sally. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice. That's like obstruction of justice, for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang, and was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Sally described a previously stable working family life until a housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through, and they had already moved out of their family home, and all of their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part-renovated property on a short-term basis. But it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Her daughter began making up stories, such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in their family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought in both police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside of the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there. And she was making too much noise. Oh, as she was making too much noise. Okay, so they were going to go. They didn't like she was making noise, so then they're like, nah, get out of here. That's crazy. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter had told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been intimately assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. Oh my gosh. So Sally had reported the family as, having all these problems to get a CPS case, the British equivalent of a CPS case. And then she was being trafficked and all that. And then this thing happened and she's like, oh, we're not doing that anymore. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. Interesting. I don't know the details of the case. Clearly, that's what happened here. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub. In addition to her pub job, after turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came back with a black eye and said that there had been fighting in the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly, with Asian men's names appearing on the screen. When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and she struggled to keep track of her. Struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured that she was always paired with an older member of staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. So this is interesting. So the employer, to his credit, would go ahead and pair her up with somebody else to help watch over her because she was little, apparently. And so that's something to be credited to the employer for looking out for her. But unfortunately, I mean, maybe he could have stepped in and did more. But the thing is, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and once again just clarify, like Don DeMarco is saying here. In Britain, when they say Asian, they're not talking about Koreans, Japanese. They're not talking about the Chinese. They're generally talking about people of Indian and Pakistani origin. So they look at it as West Asian, not necessarily East Asian. Let's continue. Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station. She never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. She had arrived at the flat and found her daughter with two police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from these quote-unquote Asian men, which once again is Pakistani and Indian and things of that nature. They believed that she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape that she had reported. That's interesting because they had all the evidence from the phone. I wonder what the basis of their evidence was about lying about rape. Anyhow, over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing that she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force reportedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her number as her number kept changing. Okay, so there's pieces of the puzzle that are lining up here as to what's going on. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant, with the man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and intimately assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. The police believed that she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. So in this context, the word sectioned is something similar to us being put into like a home or being put into a mental institution of some sort by force of the judiciary. So that's something to understand when we talk about the word sectioned in the context of Britain. Another incident involved a different Asian man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave, but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, which is a garment that you wear to protect your neck and face. That's usually used in desert environments, kind of to protect you from having dust and stuff. And people would often wear this while they're riding on a motorcycle. I would go ahead and wear a balaclava when I was deployed to Iraq and when I was in Kuwait. Those were things that we would regularly wear to deal with like sandstorms and stuff like that, because there was just stuff we had to do. So that's what a balaclava is. Yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked in yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she moved away to keep the family safe. She claimed that she had been told that if she did not do as her abusers said, they would harm her brother, grape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. Yeah, funny farm of old. That's basically what being sectioned is in Britain. She went missing again. The police stated that they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of justice. So that's like what's the English? It's obstruction of justice is the English equivalent here in the United States. Part of her bail conditions required her not to leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted self-deletion by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear, a severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging that she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral within half an hour. The police arrested her and she was sent to prison. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times but was nevertheless groomed. So yeah, at times she lied to protect herself because she was being intimidated by her captors and her abusers. And so they took the fact that she lied in those cases to protect herself as the overall basis of truth, probably for when the defense was doing something like character assassination or trying to develop character in the case. People in the prosecution could easily bring up these character defects to denigrate her character in such a way as to have the jury be less understanding of her. All right, Marlon. All right, so Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming, as well as being repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter, Scarlett, as missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving his house, she would call the social services or the police. Wow. Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding his daughter from abuse. So this man is acting in his rightful role as patriarchal head of his family, protecting his daughter and taking care of her to the extent that he knew how in an existing system that was prescribed for them to live in based on where they were at. And the system failed this young lady. Crazy. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to social services, who immediately stated he should walk away when she becomes violent. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. When she is trying to go and denigrate herself, that's exactly what a father to do. Oh, hey, this underage woman is deciding to do this crazy stuff. That's exactly what a dad should do, right? No. That makes no sense. So once again, this is kind of like the case in Fiona, where the social services person that took the phone call from the mom was like, "Oh, well, she's just getting a cultural education from another culture. You should be thankful." This is insane. The level of wokeness and the level of disregard for the sanctity of innocence and childhood that is going on in this British system, and why this report is so important to go through. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having to work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. Well, right? Because I imagine his work quality was going down. That makes a lot of sense. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than it being the safeguarding emergency of what it actually was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with the Children's Services and the police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in attendance. The officer has since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged that he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Shortly after this, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's home, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the grape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to the police until days later. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Grape Crisis Center, by which time forensic evidence was lost. Wild. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. So he was let out on the condition that he doesn't contact her. And the very moment that he is let out, he does the opposite of what the judge had ordered him to do. Freaking wild. Oh my gosh. Okay, so he was an adult, and the drug dealer and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. That means paying attention to it or scoping it out. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. Oh, so they sent in a woman to do a man's job, basically. Disgusting. The fact that she was doing this, it reminds me of the whole Epstein case, where Epstein's lady was the one that was doing a lot of the grooming to get people into the pipeline. Disgusting. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Well, I mean, what they say in the US about self-defense and castle law and things of that nature, people will often say the reason why the Second Amendment is what it is and why we have an inherent right to self-defense is because when seconds matter, the police are only minutes away. And as sad as that is, like, it's just reality, right? It's all right. All right. Are we reconnected? Okay. We're reconnected. Okay. Sorry about that. As the microphone, it'll do it like once every 45 minutes. Sorry about that. Okay. Anyhow, so the reason why the Second Amendment is what it is in the United States is that we can go ahead and protect our family and our castle and things of that nature. And once again, if the police, take 15 minutes to get to your house, well, everything's already happened. The evil has happened. Your family's been victimized and all of that. So if you go ahead and depend exclusively on the police rather than equipping yourself to defend yourself in the event that your family is violently aggressed against, then that's the thing. The problem is in the UK, they don't have the right to bear arms. So they've got like baseball bats and things of that nature and knives. So most of their violent crime is conducted with knives and not so much with firearms because it's incredibly difficult for private citizens to gain access to firearms by any legal means. All right. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into secure care where she was subjected to further abuse, including intimate abuse by staff and other children, neglect, and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints. At a court hearing, social services attempted to place his daughter on a child protection plan for emotional abuse and the neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. All right, so the judge was right in this case. He was like, look, he's just calling to look out for his daughter. And you guys are trying to pin this on him as he's the abuser. And they saw through the nonsense. So I am so glad that the judge intervened in this case and didn't let that happen. Freaking wild. Okay. Glad for the judge, though, in that case. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. So termination, we're talking about an abortion in this case. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs despite her being a victim of trafficking and on the national referral mechanism. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made to her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored. So once again, she is placed in a circumstance that was insular and controlled by one ethnic group, and there was no way for that the cries of help to get out there. Thankfully, Marlon was at least trying to do something in this case to protect his daughter. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support, but was refused because he was a male parent. He had been forced to complete parenting courses and he was blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. He states that it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you'd like to hear Marlon's story in greater detail, he has recently published a book about his experience titled In Plain Sight, which was written in 2026. I'm sure you can look it up on Amazon. So basically, they're like, yeah, we're not going to give you any support because you're a guy. Like, because you are the father in this case, we can't give you any support. What kind of sexism is going on there? That even though the situation is extenuating circumstances, almost by definition, extenuating circumstances, that they could not bother to lift a finger to help him while he was being abused and victimized and all this, although all he was doing was trying to take care of his daughter and care for her. This is absolutely wild and insane that this has happened. Let's continue on. All right, so a quote. Scarlett went missing again for several days. When she was eventually found, she was unkempt, distressed, and disclosed that she had been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location where she had been raped and failed to report the offense to police or duty social workers until days later. So, of course, because of that, it made it so that it was not forensically feasible for them to get the required evidence to actually prosecute the nature of the crime appropriately. All right, I'm going to take a drink. Oh, man. Then we're going to go on to Wallace here in a little bit. If you like that we're standing up for truth, go ahead and hit a like button and support the stream. I appreciate it. If anybody has direct questions that they want answered, go ahead and put it up in a super chat, and I'll go ahead and stop the stream and get to it. And then we'll go ahead and get back to this. I have a commitment that I'm going to go ahead and read this entire report on stream, because this is incredibly important for this to happen and for us to look evil in the face and to recognize there is much to be done about it. And for us to stand up as men in a society and stand up when other people won't. Thank you for that. Let's continue. Wallace. Once again, his name is in quotes to protect the innocents. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situations she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults would enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and that he had no control. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult came into his bedroom at night and he got into bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core group of men were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders, placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led into a bedroom, restrained and raped by an adult. His mother's partner spoke to him as if what had just happened was normal, despite the considerable pain and emotional distress that he felt. Wallace asked if he could receive a toy for what had happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Even then, he realized that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He had been coached to say that these men were his uncles, and that's what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. So basically, he was coached to lie. And so, of course, due to his coaching and due to the abuse and all of this stuff, of course, he was going to lie. And because the police officers believed the lie, or they didn't have a basis of considering other things that could be at work, they just didn't think anything further of it. And they just moved on. And they failed to protect this young boy when this stuff happened. Oh, man. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. So he lost hope in a lot of ways. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead, his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. Lack of seriousness from the authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly, which means they couldn't be used as evidence in anything. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experience repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he has experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and the authorities who failed to act to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. Wow. Next up is Sebastian. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holidays together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped and abused from the age of 6 by family members without Sebastian's mother's knowledge. These family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that, to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of interpersonal relationships, which makes sense. I mean, like, that's what he had been trained to do. At age 11, Sebastian was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owners gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals such as estate agents, solicitors, care support workers for children, and even police officers. Even at boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff to connected adults with Sebastian's injuries often ignored by medical professionals. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. That's interesting. Okay. In adulthood and during the final years of abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of grooming networks, both in quiet rural area and in the city. At the age of 40, Sebastian was fully able to escape a cycle of abuse that had lasted for nearly 4 decades. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born of a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and now identifies as a trans man. I mean, you get traumatized so much that at some point, like, people have to do just wild things to cope. A lot of these other people were coping by doing drugs and alcohol and things like that. And it seems like in this case, he's coping by trying to medically transition. Oof. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse experienced as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as such. Okay, sure. Like, for the sake of this report, we're not going to go ahead and mess with his testimony or anything like that. He's entitled to his own opinions, whether we agree to them or not. Sebastian acknowledges this transition was, at least in part, a consequence of the abuse experienced and feels safer from further abuse when presenting as a man. Sebastian recognizes the Oh, wait. Hold up. Sebastian is what he is called now. That's what's going on. All right. Fair enough. So he was abused while he was female. And then now that he identifies as male, it's something. Okay, cool. Whew. Man, sometimes this transition stuff can go ahead and be a wild ride if you don't get context to start out. Anyway, Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on a person's life and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that may mean choosing a particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transitioning and finding peace in being Seb became the pathway to recovery. Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation. For Sebastian, that transformation involved a change in personal identity and finding a sense of safety never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that while others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping develop local measures to prevent child abuse. Yeah, that makes sense. Whew. Imagine living life where you are in this person's shoes and you have endured all this trauma and abuse to the point where you completely disassociate with who you are as a person. And like in terms of your ontological reality, that you are born as a girl, you are a girl. You're born as a boy, you're a boy. Your genetics scream that no matter how much hormones you take, no matter how many surgeries you have, like at a genetic level, if you were born a male, you will still be a male. If you were born a female, you will still be a female. I can only imagine the level of trauma and psychological harm that this person would have endured over all those years to come to that conclusion that was what it took for them to cope with all of that destruction. Whew. All right, I'm gonna take a drink before that or after that. All right. Now we've got Anna. Now it's interesting because in that story about Sebastian, we heard about the mom, but we didn't hear anything about the dad. So I wonder if he was in a broken home that was reconstituted and there was like a stepdad or something like that, which caused that separation. We don't have enough information. Maybe there's other information later on to give us some context, but I didn't hear anything about the dad in that story. Moving on, we've got Anna. Once again, in quotes, to protect the innocent. All right, Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. Okay, so we have a mention of parents. She first experienced abuse by the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interactions with what is known as love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, discussed meeting up. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of a path in a nearby woodland. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral, intimate activities on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs and they had already had intimate relations. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the entire incident, so now it's being used as blackmail. A few days, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her he had shared it with his boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized. Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation or distribution of child intimate abuse material. So PDF file kind of stuff, because she was underage. Clearly, this makes a lot of sense. But why did the authorities drop the case? Who knows? Hopefully, we can have some more clarity on that. Chances are, I don't think that's going to happen, though. Rumors spread rapidly among Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. She was basically slut-shamed, as far as I can tell. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree and groped her chest despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against the tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug in his fingernails into her, and yanked at her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on the door, shouting while she hid inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the sickness that went around. The perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude comments about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. One of the brothers was convicted of intimate assault and was taken into custody. When he did, he shouted, "Allahu Akbar," which is something that is very, very telling of things in Muslim culture. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatening her, and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating they were all white. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Oh, that's interesting. The brother's sister. Okay, got it. Oh, okay. All right. So the guy that got arrested, his sister went ahead and messed around with her. Got it. So the sister was eventually charged and abused with malicious communications. Makes sense. Anna states that there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity, religion, and cultural dynamics in organized intimate exploitation due to fear of accusations of racism. Absolutely. That is a huge deal. And we see that as a pervasive issue through the entirety of this report. I mean, we're about a quarter of the way through it so far, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that is the case. Anna says, as he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister, who shouted, "Allahu Akbar." Next up is Taylor. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began by giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs and sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished that she could receive gifts too. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sister houses and taught how to cook, quote unquote, Asian food. Once again, Asian is about Pakistani, Indian, and West Asia, not East Asia. Her friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She notes that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, whereas she still had a more childlike disposition. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15, when the abuse began. She started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, caused her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized that this was not the case. Oh my gosh, poor girl. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. So basically, she walked in on this guy that she thought was her boyfriend banging somebody else. And it broke her. And seeing that broke her so much that she just went down the spiral. And I mean, this is obviously something that happens all the time in this kind of situation. And this is crazy. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicion that she was being abused by Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believes they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. All right, once again, racism, Asian, all this stuff. This is like hiding from the fact that this ethnicity and these national origins and this religious background has a lot to do with this. Like, they were basically doing the ostrich thing where they would put their head in the sand and not recognize the danger that was at the gates in front of them. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that they were in a relationship, only to lure her into situations where she would be gang raped. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce and control her. Cars would stop in the streets and demand that she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men and estimates that she was abused by around 100 men in total. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls. Late at night, the driver would pretend to stop for a drink, then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house for a gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor has witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her head. The gangs used the death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them messages in which the men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. No investigation followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP, general practitioner, so that's a doctor, were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicions further. Taylor said, before they raped me, they would chant, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Translation, in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. That's what they would do before they raped her. Like, how can you say this has nothing to do with religious convictions, this has nothing to do with their ethnicity, that this has nothing to do with that? Like, all of the evidence screams that there are trends and that we can notice trends. And so all these people that were in position of authority who were afraid to call a spade and to say the thing were just afraid of being called racist, basically. All right, next up, take a drink. All right, we've got Marie. Marie was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers and grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Marie cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. She would go to school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks over her body. She was never asked what had happened. She was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year old. There were notes of a rash down below, with question marks recorded. There were further entries where it was described as a possible nappy rash, again with question marks. 7 years later, a doctor made note that she was a child that should be kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Marie in the room. The record showed that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite signs of abuse, no safeguarding action had been taken. So when we're talking about bowel and gynecological problems, it looks like they were her front door and her back door were being used and abused, is another way of pointing that out. in a slightly less sanitized way. Anyhow, let's continue. From around the age of 7, Marie's mother's partner began grooming and intimately abusing her. He would bring her presents and then touch her inappropriately. Marie said to him what he was doing was bad, and she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Marie how she got on with him and demand that she had thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. She was complicit, and the abuse continued for many years. Her mother would deliberately shame her. When Marie began to menstruate, she thought she was dying, but her mother told her periods were what dirty girls had. What? I mean, like, that's crazy. Like, periods are what everybody has. That's a natural part of life, where you need to have that in order to be able to stay in life and have children and things of that nature. It's a natural process of life. And yet the mother is just like gaslighting her into saying that she's a dirty girl because she's having a period. That's disgusting. She deliberately gave her sanitary pads that would leak so she could blame and punish her. Holy cow. Okay. So the mom is actively involved in making sure this abuse happens, that she felt denigrated, that she felt dirty. She went ahead and actively gave her sanitary pads that would leak for the sake of denigrating her. Holy cow. This is insane. This is why we're reading this, to look evil in the face and just show what it is for what it is. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it. Otherwise, people would not know she was dirty. Oh, they would mark her basically. When she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to rub vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Marie discomfort to this day. In one instance, her mother and partner forced a bottle inside of her, which was painful. I'd imagine so. Her mother would attach clothes pegs to her bean to see how long Marie could last. Marie's mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Marie was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner, where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work that operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a product of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. There, the woman used a knitting needle to perform the abortions. The woman's husband had also raped her. Holy cow, back alley abortions for sure. She had bottle tops opened up inside of her lady parts, and then made to drink what was in the bottle when she was primary school age. Then there were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her into a secluded location and rape her. The abuse she experienced included extreme intimate violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects. She was urinated on. Her legs were held open. She was bitten on the back, cut on the leg, and strangled. And she has lasting injuries. Marie attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. The college counselor raised concerns and contacted her GP, once again, general practitioner, her doctor, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. He knew her background and claimed he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening, he offered to take her out of the house, and he raped her and went on to rape her on another occasion. Upon becoming an adult, she went to a women's aid refuge for safety. They moved her to a safe location, and on one occasion, her mother and partner went to the women's aid office, but they refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Marie. While in the safe house, she miscarried, a product of her mother's partner. Following this, Marie drunkenly called her mother and told her what had happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved a baby in this house." Yeah, I'll bet. She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of child intimate abuse, and they told her to go away and sort her head out. None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Holy cow, that was pretty graphic. This is the length of the depravity and the evil that was being perpetrated on these women and on these people by a certain segment of the population. And yeah, it's beyond that a little bit, but there are patterns that we can recognize and see that there are some things that need to be done. Next up is Jane. Jane grew up in a fractured household, rarely present. Her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine. During Jane's childhood, she tried to end her own life on multiple occasions and left altogether when Jane was 7. Jane's father had significant mental health issues, although until the age of 5, she describes as a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, he became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands, a slipper, and a cane to hit Jane. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother, and on one occasion, raped her in front of Jane. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supportive friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had intimacy. During one half term, he asked to meet with her. She agreed, and he came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work, armed with a kosh. What's a kosh? Is that a knife of some sort? I wonder who can, if somebody can look that up, I'd appreciate that. A kosh, Kosh. He took her up to their bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside of her school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and tell teachers that she did not want to leave, as she knew he would be waiting for her. The staff did not intervene and would force her to leave the school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane to his girlfriend's house, where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her drugs that he took, including heroin, methadone, and crack cocaine. The drug dealer intimately abused Jane every day apart from weekends for several months. Jane was misdiagnosed with a personality disorder at this time. She did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with her mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you are like this." And Jane replied, "Because I'm being done by a 50-year-old man and nobody has noticed." The following day, Jane returned from school to the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him, and he was not prosecuted. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape by the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he wished she would just hurry up and off herself. Oh boy. The school accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork. As a result, Jane became increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with men older than her. On one occasion, she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to a hospital after the staff told her that she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. But her father then came to the hospital and told her to try harder next time, as she was wasting everyone's time. Later that day, she attempted self-deletion by cutting her own throat, but failed. So this escalated more. And then her father, instead of protecting her and all of this, went ahead and doubled down and basically was emotionally abusing his own daughter as a result of all this stuff. And Like, this is wild that this father was not protecting his daughter. And as a result, she couldn't get the help that she needed, and she couldn't get the support that she needed for the people that had victimized her to meet justice. Jane was briefly taken into care at the hospital. She was discharged after less than a month, and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family home, so she was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social services was informed about her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and showed them the bruises on her body. She was briefly taken into foster care before she was being moved into a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few months, a female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow. Oh boy. Yeah, she was taken to a house in Hounslow and expected to be met with a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. Oh, hey, how's it going, DaCosta? Good to see you. All right, so what we are doing is we are going through the Grape Gang Inquiry Report that was released this week by Rupert Lowe of Britain. And so we are going through the entire 219-page document that is going on here. That is the aim of the stream today. All right. After a few months, a female peer, let's see. Here we go. Jane was taken into the bathroom by the girl who had brought her home and instructed her to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for intimacy. Jane did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then intimately abused by one of the men, and she was made to sleep in a child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who had taken Jane to the flat was paid by the men. So what ended up, the guy paid this person to make this happen. So there was clearly trafficking happening to cause this to be the case. This occurred repeatedly over a number of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into a severe eating disorder. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of prison by the peer if she disclosed her exploitation to anyone. Violence and intimidation became commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying that she had been abducted and intimately assaulted. The staff, who were aware of this intimate exploitation, was taking place on the site, but chose to do nothing about it and responded by accusing her of making it up. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own intimate exploitation to the accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that what was happening did not constitute trafficking, as she was over the age of 16. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff and the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took her complaints any further. So the institutions that were set up to protect them were actively working against their interest and actively victimizing them further and blaming them for trying to bring to light the things that are happening. And this just goes ahead and cements in their minds that they had no way to be safe from their abusers. Jane's eating disorder intensified, and she began self-harming again. She was sectioned. Once again, sectioned in a British context means that she was taken to a funny farm or to a mental institution or their equivalent of one under the Mental Health Act and admitted to a psychiatric hospital. While hospitalized, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She also disclosed in writing what was happening to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states she wrote a letter to them from a year before that she was hospitalized, and her police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted upon by the authorities. As a result of her abuse and eating disorder, Jane developed endometriosis. All right, sorry about that. That's our regular disconnect that happens. I'm going to go ahead and start at the beginning of Jane has since learned that her records at the semi-independent living facility had been lost or destroyed despite statutory retention requirements. Even into adulthood, Jane had not received any disclosure and attempts to get justice. And those have been met with delays, obstruction, and re-traumatization. Jane states that she believes that children remain at risk due to the culture of silence that persists across institutions that should be caring for them. So once again, we are seeing this pervasive trend that the institutions that were set up to protect children and to handle these situations were grossly mismanaged and not able to adequately protect the very people that they were set up and established to protect in the first place. And not be able to recognize that people that are being abused, just because they're under duress at a moment in time, doesn't mean that their testimony can't be depended on. I understand that from an evidentiary perspective, there is some difficulty there, and there's got to be a way to figure out how to establish some credibility and how to get some of this stuff reconciled. They had made recommendations later on this report. I'm going to repeat them when we get there. But man, this is crazy stuff, truly evil stuff that's happening. And the reason why I'm going through this report is so that we can go ahead and stare evil in the face and call it what it is, and to be emboldened to stand up and protect those in our life that are being abused, whether they're men or women, because this is not a male or female exclusive thing. This is a thing that is evil in our society that we need to be willing to stand up as men of character and to say that enough is enough, and that things that are wrong and things that are evil must be stood up against. That's why I'm going through this. Even as sensitive as this topic is, sometimes you just need to look evil in the face and just know what it is. That's why we're doing this today. All right. So a quote from Jane. I later learned that key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed. Despite statutory retention requirements, my care file from that placement cannot be produced. This has obstructed accountability. Yes, it has, in many, many ways. All right, Leanne. Once again, quotes are provided to protect the identity of the innocent. Leanne describes a childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear, and early trauma. From a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including intimate abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm. Frequent moves, social disruption, ADHD, bullying, and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into peer groups linked to significantly older men. These men were adult males, primarily of Kurdish, Iraqi, and other Muslim backgrounds, and they operated in groups. Grooming was systematic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation, and emotional manipulation were used to entrap her. She was taken to various houses in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore, and other cities, where multiple girls were trafficked and intimately exploited. She was raped repeatedly, drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest that she was 16, thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. Because at that point, then you've got the difference between a minor and an adult in certain statutes. So that's the deal there. The dividing line is 16 for a lot of things. All right. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence, and intimate exploitation strategy meetings, safeguarding failed. The council housing department refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware that she was associating with older Kurdish men and a high risk of intimate exploitation. Yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for her rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother at 17 and moving away from the grooming network. As a result, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure that what had happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. Next up is Lily. Lily was raised in a large, loving, working family in the 1970s. Her family's life was permanently destabilized when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. So this is like eminent domain is what happened, is they forced them to sell the house so they can build like apartments. They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving onto the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to the police, but it was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to grape a 3-year-old. Oh, man. Okay, so one thing is when you have population density, there's a lot more room for these kind of shenanigans to happen. And so when you're in like tightly compacted flats or apartment complexes, this kind of thing is, once again, much more likely to take place. This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in children's homes, including rape, violence, humiliation, and intimidation. Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she spoke. Lily's sister was intimately assaulted by her own social worker at age 12. This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion. So he was so willing to cover things up that he went ahead and said something that was also bad as a cover-up for something worse. That's how disgusting and depraved these people are, that they are so engrossed in evil and sin, and they cannot see beyond their noses at the long-term consequences of their behaviors, that they're going to do these evil things time and time again to cover up for evil. It is disgusting in so many ways. He gained legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. He was paid by the local authority, and her sister never completed her education. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and intimately abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She also suffered numerous violent injuries from the staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in adulthood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. After returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents. At age 14, upon returning to the estate, she was gang-raped by older men and boys. She did not report it to the police. As an adult, Lily learned that police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead or untraceable. No one was held accountable. So Operation Marmion, I think, is just another attempt to investigate this on a governmental level. And apparently that operation had been shut down to squash this inquisition. And I'd imagine that they would highlight racial and ethnic things as a reason to shut this down. But it is disgusting, the level of depravity that is going on at so many levels of this society in these things, where people that were supposed to take care of this young lady could not or would not do these things, and in fact would actively work against her interest and basically give her up to her abusers. This is disgusting and should not be tolerated, and why we as men should be willing to stand up together against these kinds of collective things. All right, here's a quote from her testimony. They would toot the horn of the car, and then a child would be taken from the front door by a staff member of the children's home. I'm going to take a drink, and then we're going to go ahead and continue on with a victim by the name of Grace. Once again, Grace in quotes, to protect the innocent. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're going through the Gripe Gang inquiry report that was released by Rupert Lowe, or by MP Lowe in Britain. And this is just so many disgusting abortions of justice and all of this stuff that's happening that has got people up in arms, and rightly so, because there is so many just crazy things that are being uncovered about all the cover-ups that went into this. Let's continue on with Grace. Grace was raised without a father and with a mother who met her basic physical needs, but was emotionally cold, neither nurturing nor affectionate. She believes this early life experience contributed to a lack of emotional safety and increased vulnerability later in life. At 4 years old, she was intimately abused by a babysitter. She had no memory of the abuse and states that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behavior had deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, food, and lifts. She states that the majority of the men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some white men acted as intermediaries and assisted in the grooming of girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated. Because she had been drinking, she believed she was responsible for the abuse. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support, probably or no representation either. She found the process abrupt and poorly explained. As a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and relapse into substance misuse. Another partner was a PDF file involved in grooming gangs who intimately abused children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family and manipulated police investigation for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, act on stalking, logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. The cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. I mean, of course, why wouldn't this be the case? If she is just being abused and like traumatized time and time again, these are the cumulative effects of these evils being perpetrated on people, because people break under these circumstances of torture and repeated abuse. This is how people just go down the rabbit hole, and why it's so important to, like, one, be vigilant of the people around us. Two, be vigilant of your family so that you can protect your daughters and your loved ones, and so that you can stand as a consolidated man ruling over your household well in such a way as to protect those under your care. This is essential to a trusting lifestyle, especially like as guys. It's important to have a brotherhood of men that you can rely on, so that as men, you can all extend protective cover like a phalanx. So back in Roman times, there were big tower shields that guys would go ahead and take into battle. And so let me go ahead and change my perspective real quick so that I can give an illustration. So They were basically going into battle with this gigantic shield that would cover most of their body, and then a little short sword that they would poke out of the shield with. And so they had guys with shield walls left and right, so that like the front ranks go ahead and lift arrows so the arrows couldn't penetrate through, and that the front ranks, they couldn't have opposing spears go ahead and go through. And that's why it's important as a brotherhood of men to have people that you can stand side to side with and go through the challenges of life together, so that you can protect you, your family, and the families of those in your community of men that you can go ahead and trust. And so you can have each other's backs. It is so important and so lost in our society. All right, let's go ahead and read this excerpt from Grace's testimony, and then we'll continue. Grace says, "If I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again, because what is the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse, because you're either not believed or you're not taken seriously, or they don't use the tools that they've got to investigate properly because it's too hard." Next up is Victoria. Victoria gave evidence as the mother of a vulnerable teenager who started at a local college in 2022. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran, and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. This sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. The boyfriend exercised coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sudden conversion. The police said they would refer her daughter to social services, as she was still a child. When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said that she would refer her to the Women's Aid for support with the coercive and controlling relationship. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiries. Victoria had contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to Prevent, the British government's counterterrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. She spent a lot of time in and out of the hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health also had deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted self-deletion by cutting and made desperate calls saying that she would end herself. During one emergency hospital stay, police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transported the girl to the address of her abuser's brother, despite Victoria's explicit warnings about the danger. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, grape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's bank account. The man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag. So once again, slag is a term in Britain for slut. That is the equivalent. And pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically delayed. The college's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals had been made and accepted, but later evidence showed that they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. Arrests were delayed for months, and grape allegations were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence after only limited phone checks. Victoria concluded that systemic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamist-related safeguarding had placed her daughter in grave danger. So here's an excerpt from her actual testimony. The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that the children and young adults that are attending that mosque are being taught what to go out and do in the community and to children at schools to preach. All right, next up is Eleanor. Once again, it's in quotes to protect the identity of the victims and make sure that her identity is just not like left out willy-nilly out in the open to protect the innocent. So Eleanor was born into a financially comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and a lack of adult protection. Her parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and two sisters, she lived in poorer conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her, with a mother who was emotionally distant, she was left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for adult attention resulted in poor behavior at school. She was expelled in year 7 and placed in a pupil referral unit, which she was eventually excluded from as well. She attributes her disruptive behavior to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as the lack of structure in her life. She was preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and care. By the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men with whom she encountered locally, usually in the town center. Some were older white men, but some were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behavior deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs to keep her and kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care that she craved. Whilst this was ongoing, her mother was unaware of her location but did not report her missing. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, and spending significant amounts of time with adult men. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away and no one answered the door. Eleanor climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered that the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs and personal items, and left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She expected to travel to him on the train alone. She had no meaningful relationship with her father and only spoke to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority and that she and her sisters came second. His partner tried to get her into a more stable path and back into education, but due to her previous exclusions, schools repeatedly refused her. In an ethnic majority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she would not be admitted because she was an English girl and would be the only one. She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behavior of the other students there did little to give her the sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. Okay, so just to recap this idea here. So her parents split after being fairly comfortable. Mom went ahead and just like lost her mind and just like threw everything away and escaped. And so this lady, Eleanor, has to go ahead and go to social services and then ends up back with the dad, who had been long estranged because the mom broke up with him, presumably, and had put him through the divorce ringer, or at least Britain's version of that. And so the father had moved on and started his own life. But to the partner's credit, she was trying to help the daughter out, which is really interesting and noteworthy, and I think something to be looked at positively. Is even though there were no blood relation there, that the stepmom was willing to take the time and help her out, and I think that that's a positive to that. We'll see how the story continues here shortly. Let's see. Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests, and eventually social services decided she could be contained in a family setting and took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls. And she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol and a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was aware that she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding. So once again, Asian is West Asian in this case, not East Asian. We're not talking about Japan. We're not talking about China. We're not talking about Korea. We're talking about places like Pakistan, India, that area. All right, but she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke properly, she found herself abandoned by the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disoriented. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what happened, taken to hospital, or had any record been made of the incident in her case files. Following this incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. She would sleep rough in doorways. Abandoned buildings. Oh, okay. Sleep rough in doorways. Oh, okay. Rough as in like without any accoutrements. Got it. Okay. Abandoned buildings and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collected girls from outside the home and sometimes came inside the building itself. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging. But in reality, they were to intimately exploit children. Eleanor became involved with an older man whom she believed was her boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade. She was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she had been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offenses, particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, among others, destroyed any trust that she had in the police. From this point onwards, she saw the police as just another threat. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. So she was there. Okay. So she was arrested as being an accessory to the stabbing, even though she basically was a good Samaritan and rendered first aid. That's wild. So she had been arrested for this. So the case didn't come to trial until 2 years later, when Eleanor was an adult. So she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believes that she was criminalized for circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systemic failure, rather than being protected by them or from them. Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. She did not do so for theological reasons, but for practical reasons. As a method of survival, in many environments she had experienced, Muslim girls were afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims. She felt that conversion was a way to reduce risk and to make herself less vulnerable. So that's something that's interesting. So because Muslims were less inclined to abuse actual Muslims in an overt way and do all this stuff to the Muslim population, she believed that by converting to Islam that she would have increased level of protection as a matter of practicality. That's interesting. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him, believing that it might provide stability and protection. She was imprisoned by her young baby. She was imprisoned with her young baby, an experience she found deeply distressing. Well, I mean, of course, you're in prison and you got a baby. Like, that's, of course you're going to be distressed about it. Like, how could you not be? Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring, restrictions on her behavior, and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. She was not allowed independence or employment, and others were told she was mentally unwell. This further isolated her. I mean, yeah, she was mentally unwell. She'd been abused for most of her life. Of course that's going to happen. She met and remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything, was not allowed to leave the house without him. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realize that she needed to leave Islam. But she knew that apostasy carried very serious consequences, so she kept it to herself. However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her children. Back in Britain with no home, work, or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped the situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had institutions adequately protected her. Children's services did not safeguard her. The education system excluded her. The police criminalized her. Oh, yeah, right. Because when her father's partner was trying to get her into school, the schools wouldn't allow her in because she'd be the only white kid. And so because she was the only white kid, they wouldn't put her in school. That is wild that was a justification for that on their end. All right, for those of you that are just now joining the stream, we are going through the entirety of the Grape Gang Inquiry Report by MP Lowe, and it is 219 pages of harrowing tales and looking evil in the eye so that we can go ahead and be encouraged to stand up and to look evil in the face and to call it for what it is, regardless of what the window dressing is. Because a lot of people in our woke, degenerate society are going to overlook the sins of those who have a different skin color, have a different ethnicity, just because they are of a different ethnicity. And they'll say any attempt to restore justice is some form of racism or something like that, as opposed to actually recognizing that there are demonstrated and annotated trends that we can look at and determine a pathway forward. Let's go ahead and continue. If you like this content, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. It serves to pass it in the algorithm. This is grueling work, going ahead and reading a 219-page document, but we're doing it because it's important for us to take the time and to show that which is evil and gain resolve to cling to that which is good so that we can stand together with brothers to stand up to the evil in this world. So an excerpt from the testimony that Eleanor gave. She said, "I'd had friends that were Muslims, girlfriends, and this never happened to them. They would be in cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently." So this is like ethnocentrism, basically, is, hey, we're going to go ahead and treat all the Muslims good, but all the non-Muslims, bam, we're going to go ahead and abuse and use and do all the things because you're free game, apparently, based on their words and their belief system. That right there is a form of racism. I guess, let me point that way. Yeah, that right there is a form of racism. But hey, for us noticing, they go ahead and say that we're the racists. That's insane. Next up, we got Rachel. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died age 12 after taking an overdose. Her daughter was joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable and loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response to the sickness, her behavior changed dramatically, and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she had been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. This disclosure devastated her and her family. While police eventually attended the family home, she was told it would be her word against his, and that the process would take years and involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint. The police investigation went no further. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subjected to relentless bullying, including physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator, which were filmed and shared online. Police took weeks to respond and failed to act on video evidence or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat and other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police advised only that the family should reconsider moving house. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of cocaine, stating that she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failure and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes that her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown Prosecution Service. She states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. Whew. Wow, that was scathing. Next up, we've got Jen. Jen's childhood was characterized by an emotional neglect and a lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognized or prioritized by the adults in her life. particularly her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred and inappropriate dynamics were normalized. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol around the age of 13. Yeah, because that's a normal thing to do. Yeah, hey, sure, drugs and alcohol at 13. That's clearly what the doctor ordered. All right, next up. Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year, which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in soiled clothes for the rest of the day. The teacher faced no repercussions. Jen began self-harming and running away from home. The only adult she felt she could confide in committed self-deletion around this time. Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and no adults who consistently protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced self-deletion thoughts. Yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was not worth protecting and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her lady bits. At 15, online grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by these men, one told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you are 16 because of the law. So once again, it's referring to statutory rape allegations or statutory rape like laws on the books in Great Britain, where 16 is the dividing line for them. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who now believes that was herself groomed. The gang members, all of whom were illegal migrants, trafficked Jen into numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, where she was raped by multiple men at what were described as parties. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash and white girls as English pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children chose exploitation, and Britain and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. They boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Jen witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, intimate exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13. And the aftermath of gang-related murder were involved with the group and thus afraid to defy or disclose against its members. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored and restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and intimate abuse, and at 18 became pregnant as a result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told that she was inferior and unclean as a non-Muslim. Religious coercion escalated into forced conversion to Islam, partly due to her pregnancy. She was taken into a dark and dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by an imam in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and restrictions on her behavior increased. During pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told that she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including an instruction not to eat pork, as the father believed it would make the baby gay. She was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report her situation to the police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimized, and her disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unreliable. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal migrant, repeatedly took the daughter to Iraq, despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely remain there. While there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK-47s. Ooh, scary. I mean, that's what they're painting a picture there. But anyway, neither here nor there. We in America, we're happy with our guns, but in Britain, it's a little bit scary there. Anyhow, when her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after their father threatened to take the daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. The police responded that it was a civil matter and did not intervene. Jen had not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays with her since she was 9 years old and has had minimal contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, disassociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relation to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. She gives evidence so that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognized and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, or socially controversial. So one of the things that's unique about this story so far in the report is the idea that a lot of these people were migrating there under the guise of being asylum seekers. And Britain was giving out benefits to asylum seekers. So they were getting free money from the British government to be there. And basically, because Britain was so generous with its immigration policies and all of that, a bunch of people would go ahead and take advantage of those programs and take out more than they pay in for an extended period of time and cause rapid proliferation of these communities because they were basically just taking from the treasury. And basically they were getting these women to fill out asylum benefits so that these men didn't have to work or they would go ahead and get government money. So that's another level of all of this fraud and stuff that's, deep down in this whole thing. And why, if we go ahead and look back to root causes, we can go ahead and look at immigration policies that were put into place in Britain in 1948 after World War II and see that that's where this stuff stems from. And then in 97, you had the Labor Party that went ahead and increased benefits for illegals and things of that nature and asylum seekers. And these things have second and third order effects. And why it's so important to be vigilant about the security of one's border and all of these things, and to root out criminality from your society. And so this is just crazy stuff. Let's continue. Here's a quote from Jen. They have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets, and they see us as slags, as white trash. English pig dogs came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs and they don't like dogs, so they hate dogs, they hate pigs, and they'd put women on the same level as that. Awesome. Glad to see you, Don DeMarco. I'll catch you later, man. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take a drink because there is a lot of reading going on. All right. I'm going to take a quick couple-minute break. I'm a business owner, and I think that possibly some of my employees are trying to go ahead and reach out to me about this or about stuff going on. Okay. We are good. Okay, cool. Sorry about that delay. It's just one of those things where I have responsibilities that happen that I have to attend to, and I've been streaming for about 4 hours. So this has been the most insane week in UK politics I can ever remember. Absolutely. This is crazy, and this stuff needs to be exposed to the world, which is why I'm trying to do that in, my small corner of the internet. If you like this content and if you like this stuff being put out there so that we can go ahead and protect our own and that we can go ahead and take care of our homeland and our country so that we can protect ourselves and our neighbors and our brotherhood, then by all means, give it a like button, and so that we can establish policies and procedures so that good-hearted people of all races, ethnicity, all right, cool. We're back. All right, sorry about that. My microphone every 45 minutes or so tries to disconnect on itself. But it is wild that this stuff happens, and it's important that we establish a unified society where people of all races, creeds, and genders can go ahead and live in peace with one another. And we want to root out the criminality from our society so that, in pursuit of that peace. And I think that's really important for us to look at. Let's go ahead and move on to Kate. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violence, intimate abuse, and neglect were commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half-brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, intimately abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. While she was around the age of 5, Kate and her two brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed in a foster home. It was determined that they could not return to their parents' custody. They were adopted by a couple from a town around 50 miles away. Kate and her brothers settled well into their new home and family environment. And for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happy and stable, with her adoptive parents providing the love and support that her biological parents had failed to give. Kate's adoptive parents were committed Christians, and the family attended the local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside of the school revolved around church activities, including youth groups and spending time with other families within the church community. At school, she performed exceptionally well, and she was identified as gifted and talented across a range of subjects. She rarely got into trouble, and despite suffering from low self-esteem, she was well regarded by teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends and directed most of her energies into her studies, which provided her with a sense of achievement, structure, and self-worth. Kate was highly ambitious and optimistic about the future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD, and pursue a career in archaeology and paramedicine. She was also driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. Around the age of 12, Kate began to receive intimate education at school. She found these lessons upsetting, as up to this point, her understanding of what had happened to her in early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, and so had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. So she didn't have a way of contextualizing the stuff that had happened in her youth because it hadn't been identified. And so because it hadn't been identified, there was like this domino effect that happened in this girl's life. Crazy. Okay, she entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behavior. She lacked the confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Kate came to realize that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother were not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, fear, and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, and relationships with others. She soon began to experience self-elimination thoughts. Still, just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left her home in the early hours and walked into a secluded location where she intended to commit self-harm. Hoping she would not be found, she paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain. After a while, she heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected that they were drunk, and when they saw her, they began jeering. They called her a no-homer and suggested that she could stay warm on their male genitalia. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the men to pass before attempting to return home. As she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by the three men, forced to the ground. Her arms and legs were pinned, and the men took turns orally and vaginally graping her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harm her loved ones if she ever told anybody what had happened. So violent was the assault. Kate's clothes were left bloodstained. Traumatized, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. While she was walking, both a van and a taxi driver stopped to ask if she was okay, given her disheveled appearance and visible distress. She replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her bloodstained clothes and went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming, and her self-elimination thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and admitted to hospital many times as a result. She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned a child and adolescent mental health services practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counseling sessions. But Kate did not find this either effective or helpful, and she continued to keep the assault hidden. The professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early life trauma. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. This message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demands. So they blackmailed the ever-living daylights out of her. Okay, Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident to anyone, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. Oh, that's a heck of a mistake. If you are being blackmailed, it is extremely rare that you can handle that situation yourself. So I would go ahead and encourage anybody that's being blackmailed to enlist the aid of others, because there's no way that it could be resolved on its own, typically speaking. She was instructed to come to a house in a local town center. She was taken inside, and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to grape her again, this time making clear that she was being filmed. Following this, they told Kate that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told, for otherwise the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. In the period that followed, Kate was required to meet the two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in the network, and she was repeatedly subjected by them as well to intimate abuse. Kate was also forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live stream did not generate what they considered to be a satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectations was used as a method of control. So it kept moving the goalposts on her. Oof. Kate gradually became more open with her counselors, though she did not disclose the full extent of what was happening to her. She began to refer to the initial assault as the event. And they soon worked out that she had been raped, though they did not suspect ongoing abuse. They shared their concerns with Kate's parents, and almost a full year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted her about the suspicions that she, Kate's father, and the social services professionals had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken into a intimate assault and rape center for further counseling. The SARC therapist encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that doing so would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing abuse, but was too frightened to name the perpetrators, fearing reprisals from the gang. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, provided them with as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room. Before the interview began, and without Kate's mother present, Kate was told that this was her last chance to say that her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegation before the interview started with no further consequences. They also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she said the incident had not happened. Wow. Okay, so this is a new level of just corruption that's going on in this system. is you've got their local authorities that are telling her to recant her story because of an arrest and trying to get her to change her story. So it seems to me that maybe they're on the take, or they're in cahoots with the people that actually did the deed, or it's just one of many things. So they don't want to encourage more scrutiny on the matter. So that's insane. We're going to continue on this. Still, just 12 years old and already deeply traumatized. Oh my gosh, she was only 12 at the time. Holy crap. Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure, and she felt the officers were placing on her, and said that she believed said what she believed they wanted her to say, that the grape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time. Because she felt she was not being believed or taken seriously, the police recorded the incident as a withdrawal of the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the grape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the interview. Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered intimately explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including intimate photographs. These were reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually. Despite being just 13 years old, and once again, below the statutory grape level of 16 there, Kate, still afraid of retribution from the gang, denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. So, she was being intimidated this whole time. And so that, of course, that's going to cause her problem and strain and struggle through all of this. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late at night. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs, otherwise known as intimate abuse by gang members and their associates, for which the gang received payment. These included webcamming, gang grapes, parties, cop nights, and red rooms. Kate was graped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During this time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected that the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location late at night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night, and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and graped her. Kate went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Throughout the first half of the next year, the exploitation intensified. Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative close of one of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home, where she was restrained and graped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. At one point, Kate tried to escape, but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as punishment. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers and she was partially naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property, and the woman attempted to remove the rope that had remained around Kate's wrist, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police, given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and intimate violence that she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what had happened on the canal boat, but not the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. She also did not report that she had been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as she thereafter felt that she could not turn to them for help, fearing she would not be believed. Kate was placed on a child protection plan by the local authority. She shared a diary with one of the social workers containing details about the intimate abuse she had been suffering, though once again, she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with a dissociative identity disorder. Soon after, Kate alleges that she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as the staff were concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abusers and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe that she was being exploited and instead assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men. This misinterpretation of Kate's situation had a profound impact on how professionals responded to her in the following months and years. Because they believed her behavior was voluntary, subsequent incidences such as unexplained absences, being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. As a result, these offenses were not treated as safeguarding concerns. Instead of exploring the possibility that she had been coerced or controlled, professionals increasingly framed the issue as one of behavioral difficulty, risk-taking, or non-compliance. This perspective, Kate alleges, influenced decision-making across agencies. Referrals were closed prematurely, safeguarding meetings did not lead to protective actions, and disclosures or partial disclosures were not pursued with the seriousness she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaged in consensual activity meant that professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. This perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, and ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue and to escalate. On one occasion, around this time, as concerns were raised at Kate's school, she was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguarding lead, and a PCSO, a police officer, her social worker, and the school nurse, and her head of year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed her for names and details about the individuals involved in the abuse. At that time, due to fear, coercion, and the threats that she felt she was under, she did not feel safe to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nicknames of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaking and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining that she would be in significant danger if she revealed further information. After the meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or provided with any immediate safety planning. Despite indicators of fear and coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual routine. No follow-up action was taken to monitor her well-being in the days that followed. After the meeting at the school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew that she had spoken to the police. They told her they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they had people on the inside. So this is the first time where the actual abusers were just outright saying that they had people on the inside and that they were being covered on all sides. They accused her of snitching, telling her that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooded location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed that they had been taken there for another job. The men then subjected the girl to extreme intimate and physical violence while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what had happened. Kate alleges that the girl was then murdered in front of her. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what had happened as a direct and ongoing threat to ensure Kate's silence. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to the police and insisted that it was her fault. This message was delivered consistently and became a central part of the coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or to others if she had disclosed anything again. On another occasion, Kate reports that she was taken from her local church at a Sunday morning service. She was taken to a nearby city an hour away to do jobs. She alleges that she was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off to a canal path and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left the structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in this state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended, and she was taken to the hospital for medical attention. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, she joined a local college. This transition created a significant change in her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, and less direct oversight from adults compared to her previous school. This increased her vulnerability, and as the individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of the additional freedom and reduced monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and was placed in edge of care services under the age of 18. She was stayed in a care home 2 nights a week as respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. While there, she was subjected to repeated intimate exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help arrived. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took her account seriously and responded with what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised that she should not return immediately to her local area due to the risks of her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this and insisted that she be returned home. Staff from the care home traveled to London to collect her and returned her to the placement. Uh-oh. Sounds like she was taken back to where she could be abused further. All right. Let's see what happens next. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation. Through a mutual connection, a friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He traveled to meet her in person next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intention to support her and stated that he believed he could assist, but explained that due to her age, he would need to liaise with my allocated social worker before taking any formal action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation quickly became confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation from professionals, combined with the ongoing exploitation and her deteriorating mental health, led to a significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. So once again, sectioned means that she was basically taken to the loony bin or to a mental institution under threat of law is what that means. It's not something that we see stated that way in the United States. Shortly after this incident, Kate was taken again by the individuals exploiting her. They told her that they knew she had spoken to the police. She was removed from her college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that this was a direct consequence of their belief that she had disclosed information to the police after her sectioning. Before Kate was due to start university, she reports that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based intimate work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officers and attempted to explain that she was not safe, that she had been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come and collect her. Ooh. Oh, man, that sucks. All right, so there was a time where the father could have been like, hey, look, let's go ahead and pick her up and get her out of this for a little bit. Okay. Oof. The fathers then transported her to a police station. When she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that because her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place. She feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who should have kept her safe. Overwhelmed and distressed, again attempted to take her own life. Let's see. Soon after, she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve as she thought it would be a route out of abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life created new opportunities for the individuals abusing her to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point at which her trafficking became national in scope, with the abuse occurring across multiple regions of Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges that she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. Her injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate's university lecturers and friends noticed bruises and other marks, which reflected the severity of the regularity of the abuse. Despite these indicators of harm, no effective safeguarding intervention took place, and the exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeated intimate violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being graped by a dog as the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her front end or her back end, filmed and forced to rewatch the footage. This was the most extreme and prolonged incident she experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of harm and control being exerted over her. The duration, isolation, and intensity of the abuse during this period had a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological well-being. Yeah, of course, this is crazy stuff that she's had to deal with over this whole time. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the sickness lockdown began, her day-to-day moments and university activities were restricted in line with national guidance. However, the individuals controlling her exploitation continued to expect her to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. Following this period, the trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive, conclusive grounds decision through national referral mechanism confirming that she was the victim of trafficking and exploitation. The grooming behaviors to which Kate was subjected did not follow the boyfriend model or grooming tactics that were often associated with child intimate exploitation. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on blackmail, coercion, and threats. From the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation, and control rather than affection or persuasion to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group who trafficked and exploited her were primarily white British from Gypsy, Roma, and traveler backgrounds. As she got older, she was trafficked more widely. The primary abuser demographics were Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali Muslims. The other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Okay, so all the victims were white. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated motivated abuse, I guess. And being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse to minimize or dismiss the harm being inflicted. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross and being told her Christian faith offered her no protection. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. Kate had participated in this inquiry because she feels a personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across the country who are unable to do so, and to help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood and that meaningful change can be achieved. The systems that should have protected Kate did not recognize the risks that she was facing, did not respond effectively when concerns were raised. In some cases, she feels contributed to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving what was happening. Wow. Holy. Oh, for a powerful testimony sourced from beyond our. Wow, that was intense. Man, I just need a couple minutes or a couple seconds. Wow. We've been at this for 4.5 hours, and there is some just straight up evil that is going on in this report. And this is exactly why I felt it necessary to read the entirety of the report. Still got another 100 and something pages to go. That this is something that needs to be known, and so that we can rightly divide truth, good, justice, and evil, and recognize that just because we recognize patterns does not make it racist. And the fact that people use political correctness and wokeness to hide behind as a means to dissuade justice or to not take this seriously as it ought to have been serious is an abortion of justice in so many ways. And this is something that we should not tolerate, especially in the first world. Let me take a drink and then, oh no, my stuff's almost done. All right. That was the last of this drink. In fact, let me go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to grab some water from the next room. That way I can go ahead and be hydrated. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so just a quick catch up for people that are new to the stream and seeing what we're going through. Let's see, let me put my water off to the side. We are going through the entirety of the Grape Gang inquiry report that was put out by Rupert Lowe, as MP out in Great Britain. And this has been crazy and a cause of much turmoil and instability in Britain, because people are understandably irate that this kind of stuff is happening across Britain. And it's just wild that this is happening. If you have any questions for me, by all means, go ahead and hit me up with a super chat or something like that. I have a lot of material to get through, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. If you would do me a favor, if you are watching this live stream, if you would be so kind as to hit the like button, that would be helpful in spreading the word so that people can know that this important stuff needs to be seen and heard. I'll take a drink and then we'll continue. All right. So this is a summation from Kate, or an excerpt from her testimony. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having fewer morals or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way that she was treated and to further humiliate and control her. She was also subjected to religiously charged comments designed to shame and dehumanize her, including statements implying that God had abandoned her or would reject her because of what had been done to her. All right, let's talk about whistleblower testimony now. So we're past victim testimony, and now we're going to look at different whistleblowers that were involved in the process, trying to go ahead and talk about different organizations and to try to shed some light about what was going on. So we're going to see how they were silenced, how they were treated, and what happened in the background while all of these horrific atrocities were happening to these girls and boys in some cases. Okay. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the grape gangs were systematically silenced, discredited, and punished. On occasion, their careers and reputations were also tarnished. Social care professionals, campaigners, and public activists who raised evidence of still ongoing grooming, trafficking, financial abuse of children in care, and institutional cover-ups faced suspension, defamation proceedings, dawn raids, asset freezes, fabricated charges, gagging bail conditions, and career-ending isolation. Authorities assured them that full investigations had taken place when none had occurred, and records were destroyed. Senior officers and elected members acknowledged concerns as credible, yet took no remedial action. The state did not merely ignore whistleblowers. It punished them to protect the gangs and its own reputation. We wish to correct for that, so we invited these whistleblowers to our inquiry. Below are some of their testimonies. Okay, so each of these are now from a whistleblower from this point forward. So, quote unquote, a social worker. Once again, identity to protect the innocent kind of thing. Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care facilities and safeguarding highly vulnerable young people. In February of 2018, she raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial abuse of young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racism toward children in care, and systemic failures to safeguard against intimate and criminal exploitation. She was assured that a comprehensive investigation would occur in the event responses were delayed, fragmented, and opaque. Senior officer later acknowledged that financial abuse was likely, but claimed proof was impossible due to missing records. She was informed that the shredders had been purchased at units and that records may have been destroyed. Despite this, the disclosure was deemed reviewed without her ever having been interviewed. She describes repeated safeguarding failures witnessed while she was interim co-manager of semi-independent units, including children with severe mental health needs placed unsafely, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation risks, and delayed police or mental health intervention. Her evidence illustrates escalating harm, including self-harm, intimate exploitation, criminal exploitation, and unlawful housing practices. After raising these concerns, she experienced retaliation, including removal of payments, suspension based on unfounded allegations, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns. She concludes that the local council prioritized reputational and financial considerations over child safety, leaving ongoing risks unaddressed. We got Caven Vines, Rotherham campaigner. Caven compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards. These showed that police, councils, and MPs knew about organized grooming by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged with national media and provided evidence to senior officials. He states that one of the interviews in which he partook, namely with Sky News, was misrepresented, which led to defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. He alleges perjury by MPs and a failure by police to investigate it. The pattern demonstrates that early whistleblowing on institutional awareness produced retaliation rather than protection for victims. Next up, we've got Tommy Robinson, who's a national activist. Tommy Robinson documented grooming patterns after an exploitation of a close female relative at age 14. He heard hundreds of similar accounts from families across England. When he formed the English Defence League and spoke publicly, South Yorkshire police allegedly subjected him to repeated arrests and dawn raids of his family homes. He reportedly also faced fabricated charges, asset freezes, and threats that forced repeated relocations. The state treated public whistleblowing on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs more dangerous than the gangs themselves. I mean, that's right. To them, it's an ideological battle, because if you go ahead and point out that there are problems with this wide-scale immigration, then all of a sudden people are going to have to be held accountable for the second and third order effects of the policies that were put in place. After Robinson repeatedly detailed the scale of Muslim grooming gangs across Britain, the state responded with targeted legal action that in effect silenced him. In May of 2018, he live-streamed outside Leeds Crown Court while defendants in a major grooming gang trial were entering the building. He was immediately arrested for breaching the peace and charged with contempt of court for violating reporting restrictions that protected the defendants. He was sentenced to 13 months in prison on the same day. So, bam, that was a quick trial. Although released after 2 months on appeal, the case was reheard in July of 2019, and he was resentenced to 9 months imprisonment. This sentence combines 6 months for the Leeds offense with 3 months for the breaking an earlier suspended contempt order related to a similar incident at Canterbury Crown Court in 2017. So they're using the force of law to go ahead and silence independent journalism is basically what happened. The timing and nature of these prosecutions to many suggest clear retaliation. Robinson had been one of the most high-profile voices highlighting the grooming gang scandal at the time, when authorities in Rotherham, Rochdale, and elsewhere were still denying its existence or suppressing evidence. Instead of investigating the gangs, he identified the state focused on its resources on imprisoning the man who had drawn public attention to them. The contempt charges ensured that his reporting on ongoing trials was criminalized while the grooming networks continued to operate. There's a prima facie case that the repeated use of courts against Robinson was not about fair justice, but about punishing one of the individuals who forced the grooming gang scandal into the open long before the official institutions were willing to act. So because he went ahead and blew the lid off of these things, that's the deal. Let's see. Yeah, I guess the rules are very different in Britain. In the United States, it's not that big a deal to be outside the courthouse, and there's no expectation of privacy in public areas. So thanks for clarifying that in terms of the rules and the laws. But I think this was also, yeah, he was doing wrong, but I think he was ahead of his time in terms of people's willingness to accept what was going on. All right, let's see. Let's continue. Let's talk about Fred. Fred is a father and information technology specialist with approximately 6 years experience in child protection work. His involvement began after his own daughters were groomed offline by a former partner of their mother. His eldest daughter recognized the risk and disclosed the situation, enabling Fred to intervene promptly and protect his children. Good dad. Way to go, man. Good job, Fred. This experience prompted him to join an online child protection team. All right. So not only is he going ahead and protecting his daughters, he feels so strongly that he's going to go ahead and work to protect others. Great. For around 2 years, Fred worked as a decoy, posing as a child online to identify adults seeking to groom and intimately exploit children. He was exposed to highly disturbing, intimate communications, which had severe psychological impact and eventually led him to step back from decoy duties. Leveraging his professional background, Fred shifted his focus to developing tools for digital tracking, perpetrator identification, and forensic evidence gathering, which makes sense. He's in IT. Why not do that? His work is designed to produce court-ready evidence. He has collaborated with multiple British child protection teams and interfaced with various police forces, including specialist online child protection units. To date, Fred has assisted in the identification, tracking, and reporting of nearly 1,300 suspected child predators. These cases have resulted in arrests, prosecutions, and convictions. At least 4 cases involved attempted child trafficking. He also identified and provided technical data leading to the shutdown of approximately 30 deep web servers hosting large volumes of child abuse material. Fred has observed that many offenders are repeat perpetrators, with some convicted multiple times. In his view, rehabilitation is ineffective for this category of offender, and current sentencing practices frequently fail to act as a deterrent, with some individuals receiving only community orders despite strong evidence. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Bath Time. You seem to be more in touch with the British legal system. Is community orders something like they have to do community service? Because that would be my assumption. I'm not familiar with the specific legal terminology of your country. All right, let's move on. Fred believes that online grooming could be substantially reduced or eliminated through existing technology and artificial intelligence. Such systems could detect grooming behaviors in real time based on established models. A recurring pattern in the cases Fred has supported is that the vast majority of suspects initiate contact with decoys, suggesting they're actively targeting multiple children. Non-custodial sentences, nothing serious normally. Okay, awesome. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that. It's very similar in the United States. We just call it something different. We call it community service. He highlighted one specific case on one platform involving an individual who presented publicly as a Quran and Arabic tutor linked to a mosque and teaching center at 2 universities. Extensive digital evidence, including chat logs, IP data, and location information, was submitted to the police department. The individual appeared to leave Britain shortly after, later resurfacing in the country and abroad while the investigation remained open. Fred expressed concern about the lack of apparent action in this case, despite strong evidence, and noted subsequent cyber attacks on his system originating from the Middle East. Fred has faced direct personal threats, including a life threat from a serious repeat offender with prior convictions for abduction, torture, and rape. Fred provided this testimony to highlight the scale of the online grooming, technological opportunities for prevention, and systemic gaps that allow perpetrators to continue offending. Well, and imagine that if you were under investigation, that like at some point you just put somebody on a no-fly list. Like that's what happens in the United States is you can get put on a list and then TSA just pulls you aside and then you get brought into custody and they serve a warrant and things of that nature. But maybe they just didn't have those mechanisms at the time. But I mean, I think that was just like a post 9/11 thing for the most part. But I don't know whether that thing exists in Britain or not. So maybe Bath Time 1989 could go ahead and tell us if it's a British thing or not. All right. Now, here's where the bombshell starts. We're going to start in demographics and culture, because there is a lot of common threads that go on in this report. And to people that are more soft-hearted or more left of center, people that are more woke in their ideology are probably going to want to look away if they were able to stand all the disgusting stuff beforehand. Now we're going to go ahead and talk about demographics and culture and how these things are linked according to all of the evidence that was collected and provided. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds formed the core of the grape gangs nationwide. They operated under an honor and shame clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working class girls, as property available for recreational use, because these girls had no male protectors who could retaliate. The men began by showering the girls with attention, gifts, alcohol, and drugs. This then escalated into coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. They transported victims across towns, shared them with friends and family, and sometimes forced conversions to Islam, followed by religious marriages. The Muslim men justified the abuse by describing white British girls as easy, trash, or morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities mobilized collective male protection and forced the gangs to withdraw, because they all stood up together as brothers and said, "Get the hell away from our women," is basically what happened in the Sikh culture. So what needs to happen is like, we've got to stand up and be like, hell no, stay away from the women collectively. And that's what needs to happen, is basically one of the things that you can gather from this. British girls were not permitted such a defense. This religiously framed exploitation was repeated in every major town and city and beyond. Britain has seen a series of high-profile convictions for organized group-based child exploitation, commonly referred to as grooming gangs. However, the number of convictions amount only to a small proportion of the men who carried out the crimes. In cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage were named publicly in court records or reports, their names have consistently been Muslim in character. According to a 2021 census for England and Wales, around 93% of individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim, with only about 1% following another religion, the remainder having no faith recorded. Researcher Peter McLaughlin in Easy Meat in 2016 compiled a comprehensive list of grooming gang convictions from 1997 to 2018, with updates and subsequent analyses. Drawing from published court outcomes, his examination of names indicated that approximately 87% of those convicted bore distinctively Muslim names, which was a figure echoed in related analyses far exceeding the Muslim proportion, about 6% of the general population of Britain. The majority of these convicted groups consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds. These groups are predominantly of Pakistani heritage, especially when the group exceeds 10 or more members. The larger group size dynamic of Pakistani perpetrators is on display in major prosecutions and official reviews from locations such as Rochdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Oxford, Telford, and others. Other convictions have involved groups primarily composed of Muslims from non-Pakistani origins, demonstrating that the issue is not necessarily confined to one ethnic group. So let's go ahead and look at the exceptions to the rule. We've got 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol, a mainly African heritage gang in Banbury, 3 Iranians in Chelmsford. Sorry to the British for pronunciation. I'm not super duper familiar with a lot of your main city names. Sorry about that. 3 Syrians and 1 Kuwaiti in Newcastle, 2 Turkish men in Somerset, a Romanian rape gang in Rotherham, the large Newcastle Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from a diverse Muslim backgrounds: Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Pakistani, and Eastern European heritage. Nearly all published names were Islamic. These patterns are drawn from judicial proceedings, sentencing records, official inquiries, such as those into Rotherham, Rochdale, and others, and public reporting on concluded cases. Recent developments, including ongoing reviews and data audits, e.g., national audits and reopened historic cases, continue to examine the scale, characteristics, and patterns of such offending. With regard to the scale of the crimes, this is reflected in conviction records, police data from relevant force areas, and audits, all of which note overrepresentation of South Asian, Pakistani heritage men in certain group-based cases, while acknowledging data limitations on ethnicity. Nationwide, smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profiles compared to the classic multi-offender grooming model in larger operations. The term Asian has frequently been applied in media, official statements, and public discourse to describe the perpetrators in grooming gangs cases across Britain. This broad labeling can be misleading, however, because Britain hosts a substantial number of non-Muslim Asian populations, such as Hindus, Sikhs from India, Buddhists from Japan, and Christians from the Philippines and Vietnam. These populations have, with only very rare exceptions, had no involvement in these offenses. In fact, members of these communities have more often appeared as victims than as perpetrators in the grooming gang cases that have come to light. Roche rhymes with rot. Okay, Roch. But don't worry about pronouncing towns correctly. It's unimportant. Okay, hey, thanks for the grace on that. Appreciate it. Dr. Ella Hill, a survivor of Rotherham grooming gangs, is now a qualified doctor, has courageously shared her experiences and reflections in multiple public forums, including testimony in the 2022 J Inquiry, a July 2020 podcast interview, and a 2018 article in The Independent. Her report is entirely consistent with the evidence that was heard at the Grape Gang Inquiry. Okay. Talking for nearly 5 hours messes with the jaw a little bit. Anyway, onward. Following years of repeated sexual violence, severe beatings, and attempted murder by her abusers, her family members were forced to change their surnames and relocate to another part of the country so that she could complete her schooling and later pursue and obtain a medical degree. In her accounts, Dr. Hill has consistently described the abuse as being both racially and religiously aggravated. She was explicitly told during the grapes that the attacks were happening because she was white and because she was Christian. She explained that she was initially groomed and then trafficked by a Pakistani Muslim boyfriend to groups of Muslim men. She was repeatedly taken to various houses and flats where she was raped, physically assaulted, and tortured. Even after she tried to escape and hide, her main perpetrator tracked her down, broke into her house, and attempted to kill her on 5 separate occasions. She survived these attacks, but was left with extensive lacerations and bruising. On at least 5 occasions, she approached the police presenting medical evidence of her injuries, yet each time she was told that there was nothing they could do and her evidence was not accepted. Dr. Hill has emphasized that the verbal abuse she had endured was saturated with both racial and religious slurs. While being beaten, she was repeatedly called a white slag or a white whore, a white cunt, and simultaneously condemned as a non-Muslim who deserved punishment for failing to follow Islamic rules. Her abusers, she said, operated according to what she termed grooming gang ideology, under which they believed that their crimes were religiously justified, as if they dehumanized the people who were their victims. In fuller detail, in her submission incorporated into Associate Professor Lisa Oakley's evidence to the 2022 Jay inquiry, Dr. Hill stated, "I was told that I must respect their religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show them respect, I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slagged and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash. They are whores. They are lower than the poop under your shoe. They don't obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles and down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes below their knees. White girls show the curves of their body, so they are asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Kafir, so non-Muslim girls are worthless. Sex with a kafir girl does not count as adultery. Only sex with a woman that is Muslim counts as adultery, according to them. If you're a non-virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Many times it was told that the Quran, if any of your wives disobeys you, beat her. This was often quoted to be, before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers. They believed that it was their duty to punish us, as they believed that doing so made them good Muslims. This was what they were taught by their mothers. They were also taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde, so blondes are more evil, and they deserve worse punishment. I was told that that in Islam, if a girl or a woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or her husband, then that means that she wants to have relations with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for intimacy when they start their periods at age 11, most often. Many of us had to endure the intense act of thighing, which I'm now told is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children according to some Islamic scripture. You have to lie down with your back and your legs straight together, and they straddle you, and they try to put themselves between their male member between your thighs, I guess is what the deal is. So they go after the thigh gap. Let's see. She was beaten, strangled, suffocated with her head held underwater, tortured, kicked, and raped over 100 times. She was told that if she doesn't scream, then she was not, or she don't scream. When you're raped, then you're consenting to the rape. So you should be stoned to death. And she was told that Muslim girls know this because the Quran says that Aisha's silence was her consent to the marriage to Muhammad. Okay, so this is a reference to Muhammad taking a 9-year-old, I think is the story, Aisha, as his wife. And so believe what you will about that. I think that's disgusting and not something that I would sanction by any stretch of the imagination, but not my culture. So Muslim girls know how to scream, but white girls don't. So that's their fault then, because they're not Muslim. When did I wear when I did wear a headscarf to try to protect myself from being graped, I was told to get it off and they graped her again. Let's see. I know that all these so-called ways to protect yourself from being graped are grape myths used to excuse perpetrators' criminal behavior. They threatened to kill her parents if her parents tried to stop her seeing them. She was intimidated with guns and threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. When she tried to escape, she was told that she had offended their honor, so they had to spill her blood. They did this in an honor attack. All of the intimate abuse that she had experienced was linked to spiritual abuse or religious abuse. Religious scriptures were used as tools to control, to force her to conform to their will. She was not allowed to question these religious beliefs, and they just used their religious moral authority and self-proclaimed elitism to control her through use of scripture, forced confessions, censorship of decision-making, requirement of secrecy and silence, isolation, excessive shaming and punishment around sexuality, and requiring unquestioned obedience. She experienced this as a deeply personal, terrifying, physical, emotional, and spiritual attack. Every time they quoted scripture, it was very hard to argue with. To them, it was like she was arguing with God. To her, it was about actually like she was just arguing with the devil. They used their so-called religious moral authority to do the most horrific, immoral acts imaginable. Whew. The entirely typical experience of survivors known as Sarah and Anna, both of whom were helped by the Christian Legal Center, provide further illustration of the religious elements reported in some grooming gang cases. Sarah endured a 12-year ordeal after being kidnapped from the street at the age of 15. During this period, she was repeatedly drugged with Valium, beaten, and graped. At one point, her abuser presented her with a certificate from the mosque and declared that they were married according to Islamic rites. Later, he divorced her under the Sharia procedure simply by stating, "I divorce you 3 times." She was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, while the wedding party continued downstairs, she was graped by her new husband. Over the years, Sarah was subjected to 8 forced abortions, one of them 5 months into pregnancy. When she accompanied her abuser to medical appointments, he required her to wear a hijab and walk 5 feet behind him. She was compelled to learn the Quran in Arabic and permitted to speak only Urdu and Punjabi. She was also made to cook and clean for the gang members who abused her. Sarah had made several unsuccessful attempts to escape. On one occasion, after she reported her kidnapping to the police, she was interviewed by a Muslim officer who switched off the tape recorder and instructed her to drop her allegations because of lack of evidence. She later learned that this officer was imprisoned for child offenses. In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2002. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into a Sharia marriage. Oof. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. The parents received a fostering allowance from the state. Anna described her situation as one of domestic slavery, in which she was treated like a maid and repeatedly abused by dozens of men. In Britain, reports from the Metropolitan Police in London alone have indicated an average of 1,125 sex assaults per year involving unlicensed taxi drivers. A significant proportion of the offenders in this case have been identified as Muslim. Oh my gosh. A further form of exploitation associated with certain Muslim communities across Britain is marriage trafficking. The Forced Marriage Unit, the FMU, handled 801 cases in 2024 concerning girls and women resident in the country who were forced into marriage with men, providing direct support in 229 of those instances. Among 280 cases where the focus country was recorded in 2023, the 6 countries accounting for the highest number were Pakistan for 45%, Bangladesh 13%, Afghanistan 7%, India 3%, Somalia 3%, Nigeria 2%. Of these 6, all except India and Nigeria have overwhelmingly Muslim populations. Earlier Home Office figures from 2009 showed that 90% of forced marriage victims in Britain were Muslim. In more recent years, however, the FMU has ceased collecting or publishing data on the religion of those involved, a shift that echoes patterns of avoidance seen during the grooming gang investigations because they didn't want to show what was going on behind the curtain. They're like, hey, nothing to see here. Don't worry about what religion they are. Don't worry about their ethnicity. Just don't worry about it. Don't look there. And so they were basically putting their head in the sand like a bunch of ostriches. This is freaking crazy. All right. An FMU report stated, forced marriage is not a problem specific to one country, religion, or culture. The FMU does not record data on religion. No major faith in the UK advocates forced marriage. Freely giving consent is a prerequisite of Christian, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, and Sikh marriages. Although forced marriages occur in various communities and is not unique to Muslims, statistics show a clear overrepresentation of Muslims among those involved in forced marriage cases. It is also inaccurate to claim that Islam mandates a woman's consent for marriage. Similar patterns of sex offenses disproportionately involving Muslim men have been reported in other Western countries with significant Muslim immigrant populations. In the Netherlands, considerable media coverage has focused on so-called lover boys, who are predominantly Moroccan Muslim men. These individuals first seduce Dutch girls, often teenagers, then coerce them into prostitution in order to profit from their earnings. According to a 2001 report by the Amsterdam-based child rights organization, approximately 5,000 ordinary Dutch schoolgirls aged 13 or 14 from typical family backgrounds had been lured into prostitution by lover boys. The documentary film Lover Boys, directed by Julia Rook, follows the work of Ibrahim, a Dutch-Moroccan social worker, supporting both the perpetrators and their victim. Let me take a drink before I continue. Holy cow. Oh, man. Oh, I got a comment from Ben Feister. Good evening, brother. I hope you among based brothers in Christ make more content like yours, more strong biblically based content. It's finally refreshing. Hey, glad to hear it, brother. Yeah, this is kind of stuff that just needs to happen. Men need to stand up for what is right and for what is good, true, and beautiful. And I'm trying to go ahead and participate in my small way, in my corner of the world, so that I am contributing to the greater effort and hoping to encourage my brothers to come stand beside me shoulder to shoulder so that we can stand against the evils of this world together. Let's continue. In Sweden, a 2021 academic study examining Swedish rape offenders concluded that nearly half of the convicted individuals were born outside of Sweden, with immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa being markedly overrepresented among them. In Australia, 9 Lebanese Muslim men were convicted in 2002 of gang raping white girls. Contemporary media reports at the time indicated that the police were aware of over 60 female victims linked to the group. Though the convictions related to the rapes of 7 girls, police seized mobile phone messages from one of the perpetrators that read, "When you are feeling down, bash a Christian or Catholic and lift up." That's the ridiculous nonsense that they would just say to each other. Wow. All right, let's look at some stats. Offender data from the 2017 Quilliam Foundation analysis, together with recent independent investigations, reveal a consistent disproportionate involvement of Muslim men, overwhelmingly of Pakistani heritage, in group-based CSE. The 250,000 figure is not a precise count. No such count exists because the British state has failed to record it. But we may regard it as conservative estimate that accounts for the organized, repeated nature of the abuse, mainly girls raped hundreds of times by multiple perpetrators and decades of institutional concealment. Analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child exploitation from 2005 to 2017 found that 84%, or 222 offenders, were South Asian, with the vast majority Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white and 8% were black. So how about that per capita, eh, boys? Additional context from expert commentary indicates includes statements by Dr. Taj Hargi, an imam of the Oxford Islamic congregation, who observed that virtually every individual in these grooming gangs appears to be Muslim, estimating that 95% of those involved are of the Muslim faith. As previously stated, Peter McLaughlin's research indicates that approximately 87% of grape gang convictions were of people with distinctively Muslim names. These figures stand in marked contrast to much smaller proportion of Pakistani or Muslim communities within the overall population of modern Britain. Muslims make up approximately 6.5% and Pakistanis around 2.1%, according to the most recent census data. Multiple examinations, including police data from various forces, national audits, and independent reviews, have documented this overrepresentation in group-based offending of this nature, even as some earlier official narratives emphasized no single community profile or sought to downplay ethnic patterns. Well, for obvious reasons. They don't want to be called racist and all of that, and they're too afraid with their tails between their legs. This is ridiculous, and why we need to be willing to stand up against the culture in cases like this where it's obviously in disorder and disarray. The number of reported grapes in the United Kingdom has risen substantially since 1997, when the era of large-scale mass immigration into the country commenced under Tony Blair. Official police recorded crime data for England and Wales indicated the grape offenses stood at approximately 8,593 in the year 2000, a figure closely aligned with levels observed in the late 1990s prior to major changes in recording practices. By the end of the year by the year ending March 2025, so they took like April 1st to March 31st is basically what, or like March 1st to February 28th, I guess. That's the year that they looked at data for. Police recorded that grape offenses had increased to over 70,000. Okay, 8,593 to 70,000. That is almost 10 times as much grape going on. To figures published, the Office of National Statistics reflecting a rise exceeding 800%, even after accounting for population growth of about 15% during the intervening years. In stark contrast, Poland, which maintained relatively low levels of immigration throughout the same period, experienced a decline in reported grapes. So there's connection, there's correlation there. Low immigration, there's not an increase in grapes here, is what's being drawn here as a relationship. Polish National Police data shows that 2,399 reported grape offenses in 2000, falling to 1,127 by 2023. A reduction of more than 50%. With stable population of approximately 38 million, this equates to a per capita rate of around 3 grapes per 100,000 residents in recent years, compared with over 100 per 100,000 in the United Kingdom. So we got 3 and 100. So the UK has 33 times the incidence rate of grape than Poland does. 33 times. That's 3,300% more. That's insane. These comparative patterns, drawn from official sources, highlight divergent trends between two nations. References include the ONS Bulletin on Sexual Offences in England and Wales for the year ending in March 2025. The Home Office Historical Police Recorded Timetables and Eurostat Police Recorded Offences data, alongside Polish national statistics compiled via Statista for the period covering 2000 to 2023, per capita calculations further underscore the scale of the disparity when relative population sizes are considered. These figures indicate that grape gangs are a specific ethno-religious phenomenon, with Muslims, especially Pakistani Muslims, significantly overrepresented. All right. Man, that's a lot in terms of statistics. Holy cow. Time to take a drink. All right. Let's see. Bath Time 1989's got a question. Let's see what we got here. Do you think this has any similarity with altar boys scandals? I'm a practicing Catholic, and the biggest difference I can see is the church covering stuff up, not the community. Yeah, I think the big difference, one is per capita incidence rate. Even though it's a terrible thing with the whole altar boys thing, the incidence rate of it is substantially lower than in the general population writ large. So that's a thing. And I think that there's no like institutional governmental control over what is going on with the with altar boys, like there is with these Pakistani or these I will call them grape gangs, just for lack of better right now. All right, my microphone decided to do the 1 in 45-minute thing. All right, so anyhow, yeah, I think that the institutional nature of it is the thing, the huge difference maker, because within the Catholic Church, like you can go ahead and have institutional coverage within the church, but even with lower incidence rates, I think that's less of a problem compared to this, where you had all the institutional powers of government actively working against the victims in this case. Completely wild and disordered. So I agree that this is the heart of the problem in a lot of ways. That and just like rampant mixture of cultures that are incompatible with one another. I think that's another piece of the puzzle. Is that in order for cultures to match, we've got the idea of multiculturalism that has really taken over Britain in a lot of ways, and they're facing consequences as a result of it. And we can see that just in the comparison that was made in the statistics right here between Poland, which is a low immigration country that really controls immigration on a reasonable basis, and Great Britain that decided in 1948 to really open up the doors, and then further in 1997, especially with all of the aid that Britain gives to migrants and asylum seekers and all of that. I think that those are definitely contributing factors that aggravate the circumstances. All right, let's move on to the next section. Let's talk about the influence of Islam. All right, well, this is going to go ahead and go left pretty quick. Muslim treatment of non-Muslims worldwide. Britain is not a unique case. This sort of thing goes on anywhere that either welcomes mass migration from Muslim countries or contains long-established Muslim populations. There's a consistent pattern of intimate violence directed against non-Muslim minorities in settings where Muslims form the majority. Across Britain, as we have noted, girls from Sikh and Hindu backgrounds have also been targeted by Muslim gangs. Unlike the white British majority, these non-Muslim immigrant populations were never prevented from organizing as a collective to protect their own. In doing so, as was their duty, the network of Sikh organizations drew attention to the appalling treatment of non-Muslims in Pakistan. They said, "We need only look at the appalling treatment of girls from minority faiths in Pakistan, where Christian, Hindu, and Sikh girls are kidnapped, forced to convert to Islam, and married, to get an understanding of the underlying motivations. In 2018, around 1,000 girls in Pakistan's Sindh province alone suffered this fate. In many cases, perpetrators are granted impunity due to corruption and connivance with local officials." And we see this as the pattern in so many ways, is when they can go ahead and dig their claws into the different sections of the established order, that this insulation effect is another like factor that causes this to be from or move from isolated incidents to just like widespread and rampant in nature. Let's see. In April 2024, UN human rights experts expressed serious alarm regarding the vulnerability of minority girls in Pakistan to forced religious conversions and forced marriages. Their press release highlighted that Christian and Hindu girls in particular faced heightened risks of abduction, trafficking, child forced marriage, domestic servitude, and sexual violence. Human rights groups and media reports, including a 2021 BBC investigation, have estimated that thousands of non-Muslim girls, primarily Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs, are abducted annually in Pakistan, compelled to convert to Islam, and forced into marriage with their abductors. One documented case involved Farah, a 12-year-old Christian girl abducted from her home in June 2020 by 3 Muslim men, raped and forced to perform household labor as a slave. A common sequence in these cases sees a girl abducted, coerced into signing a conversion certificate, and swiftly married to a Muslim man. Police in Pakistan frequently side with the abductors over the girl's family. When parents pursue legal action, courts tend to uphold the legitimacy of the conversion. Birth certificates may be falsified to indicate the girl is not a minor. Contact with her family is typically blocked. Following conversion to Islam, non-Muslim parents lose all authority over their child, as Islamic law prohibits non-Muslims from exercising guardianship over Muslims, including their own offspring. The evidence from grooming gang convictions across Britain repeatedly shows a Muslim background among many of the perpetrators. When this is viewed alongside similar patterns of sex crimes observed both in countries of origin for immigrants and in Muslim majority societies, it offers compelling grounds to consider that elements of Islam are contributing to the grooming gang scourge in our country. While it is unsurprising that a religion can shape and regulate sexual behavior, it is the suggestion that Islam might play a role in driving sex crimes remains deeply uncomfortable for some in the liberal West. Even so, the possibility of an Islamic influence on these crimes cannot be dismissed. The available data strongly points toward it as a hypothesis that merits serious examination. The impact of any religion on individual behavior is rarely direct and unmediated. It is heavily filtered through culture, which religion can gradually reshape over generations. Not all Muslim communities or societies are influenced by Islam to the same degree, to this or in the same manner. Minority Muslim populations may behave differently from majority ones. For instance, convictions of Indian origin Muslim men in grooming gang cases across Britain are notably rare compared with those of Pakistani heritage. This disparity may relate to a demographic context. Muslims form about 14% of India's population, with Hindus comprising about 80%, placing them in a minority position where social and legal constraints differ markedly from Pakistan, where Muslims dominate overwhelmingly and non-Muslims constitute a small, often marginalized minority. In such a setting, exploiting non-Muslim neighbors becoming far easier. At least 8 theological aspects of Islam may contribute to the cultural patterns that enable or normalize the sexual abuse of non-Muslim girls. These include 1, the doctrine of Muslim superiority; 2, the principle of loyalty and disavowal; 3, male dominance over women; 4, enforced seclusion and veiling of women; 5, forced marriage combined with the absence of a fixed minimum age of consent; 6, the perception of female sexuality as inherently dangerous or fitna; 7, the historical Sharia institution of slavery; and 8, the system of Dhimmitude. These are all rooted in classical Islamic theology up to and including the Islamic jurisprudence. But even in Sharia-governed nations, adaptations are common, such as setting the minimum marriage age or restricting unilateral divorce by men in order to lessen the harsher effects on women. All right, I gotta go ahead and send a quick message to my wife to pick up kid. Let's see. No, could you please? Okay, awesome. Muslim supremacism. Supremacism. Okay, cool. Islam holds that those who are righteous and truly fear God, truly fear God, meaning Muslims are inherently superior to those who reject God's commands, namely non-Muslims. This idea captured in the Quran 3:110. So this is what it says. You Muslims are the best nation raised up for humankind, commanding what is good and forbidding what is wrong, and believing in Allah. If only the people of the book, i.e. Christians and Jews, believed, it would be better for them. Some among them are believers, but most are perverted. This is Surah 3:110. The verse positions Muslims as the finest community entrusted by God who enjoin good and prohibit evil. This responsibility can be understood as authorizing Muslims to correct, compel, or if needed, punish non-Muslims. potentially through coercion or force. Other Quranic passages affirm Islam's ultimate supremacy over all religions in Surah 48:28. It is He, Allah, who has sent His messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, to make it triumph over every religion. Non-Muslims who refuse Islam are described in harsh terms, such as in Surah 8:55. Hold on, I got to go ahead and take a phone call right quick. Go ahead and mute my mic. All right. Sorry about that. At some point, I've got to switch cars with my wife. So she's going to go ahead and bring my keys, and I'm going to give her these keys. And we're going to do a switcheroo, and I'm going to take a drink and use the restroom and stuff like that so we can just do one break on that and then continue forward. But anyhow, let's go ahead from here. It is He, Allah, who sent His messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, to make it triumph over other religions. Non-Muslims who refuse Islam are described in harsh terms, such as Surah 8:55. Surely the worst of animals in Allah's sight are rejectors of Islam. They do not believe. The concept of Muslim superiority is closely linked to derogatory views of non-Muslims. For instance, Surah 9:28 labels associators, a pejorative term encompassing Christians, Jews, and other non-Muslims, as unclean. These teachings can provide a religious justification that bolsters an abuser's conviction of their own superiority and facilitates the dehumanization of non-Muslim victims. In her July 2020 podcast interview, Rotherham, survivor of Dr. Ella Hill, described abusive language and acts that embodied this sense of superiority. She recounted being made to bend down and kiss her perpetrator's feet as a deliberate act to underscore her inferiority. So the idea was to humble her. Let's see. She also spoke of another Rotherham victim who, during gang rapes by dozens of men, was forced to lick their feet clean because they believed they were morally superior to her, Hill observed. It's a Muslim superiority thing. They believe they have maximal moral authority to command the people beneath them to lick their feet. She further noted that her rapists viewed non-Muslim habits as inherently impure. Let's see here. I can give her picture. Okay. Save the photos. Anyhow, let's see. Let's see. She further noted that her rapists viewed non-Muslim habits as inherently impure. If you're eating pork, you're unclean. You're dirty. If you use a knife and a fork, you're dirty. If you don't eat your food with your hands, okay, fair enough. Let's see. The us and them mindset. The Islamic principle known as loyalty and disavowal commands Muslims to direct their love and allegiance towards what pleases God, according to them, while hating, avoiding, and distancing themselves from what displeases Him. In essence, it calls for loving and supporting fellow believers and rejecting non-believers. This teaching draws on several Quranic verses, including, "Let not the believers take the disbelievers as allies, rather than of believers. Whoever does that has nothing from God, unless you guard yourselves as a precaution." Surah 3:28. You who believe, do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are allies of each other. Whoever of you takes them as allies is already one of them. Surely God does not guide the people who are evildoers, i.e. non-Muslims, yet you see in whose hearts as a sickness they are quick to turn. To them, whoever takes God as an ally and His messenger, Muhammad in their case, to those who believe, Muslims, surely are party of God. They are the victors. This comes from Surah 5:51 and 52, and then ends in 56. And then Surah 64 says, there was a good example for you in Abraham and those who were with him when they were said to these people, surely we are quit of you and what you serve instead of God. We repudiate you, and between us and you enmity has appeared, and hatred forever, until you believe in God alone. These passages emphasize that Muslims should maintain strong bonds within the Muslim community while keeping non-Muslims at a distance and harboring enmity toward them. The Quran warns that God views non-Muslims with contempt, and that Muslims who befriend, ally with, or associate closely with them risk being regarded by God as disbelievers themselves. While some Muslims downplay this doctrine, revivalist movements, which have gained considerable influence in Western countries, have actively promoted it, presenting strict adherence to loyalty and disavowal as vital for the Muslim community's success in carrying out its divine mission. Beyond its theological role, this honor and disavowal thing has profoundly shaped certain Islamic cultures. In such environments, many Muslims feel strong pressure not to say or do anything that could damage the image of the Muslim community or bring discredit to Islam. Within an honor and shame-based framework reinforced by these values, speaking out to outsiders about wrongdoing committed by fellow Muslims is often seen as an act of betrayal. This dynamic can have serious real-world consequences. For example, in her book, The Imam's Daughter from 2009, Hanan, later known as Hannah, described her experience as a 14 or 15-year-old Pakistani teenager in Britain. After confiding in a female teacher that her father, an imam, was beating her, the teacher informed the deputy head, who arranged for a male Pakistani Muslim social worker to meet with her at school. Initially terrified because of his background, Hanan eventually opened up to him about being treated as a domestic servant. Fearing a forced marriage and enduring physical abuse, that same afternoon, she returned home to find the social worker speaking with her father and relaying everything that she had said. While the social worker was present, her father acted kindly. But once he left, her father subjected her to a severe beating and rape, threatened to kill her if she ever spoke again, and imprison her in the cellar for days. When Hanan later encountered the social worker at school and refused further contact, he reportedly told her, "Hey, I was just doing what I thought was right. You know that. It's not right to betray your community." Similar patterns have appeared in accounts for grooming gang survivors. Some have described approaching the police only to be interviewed by Muslim officers who switched off the recording device and urged her to abandon her complaint due to supposed lack of evidence. A deeply ingrained culture of enforced loyalty and community protection can discourage individuals from reporting abuses or providing evidence against members from their own group. Had the social worker in Hanan's case reported her disclosures to the police, leading to her father facing criminal charges, he would have exposed himself, and by extension, those associated with him, to the serious risk of being labeled a traitor within the community. The prominent Indian Pakistani Muslim thinker and revivalist Abu Allah Maududi, his influential work, Let Us Be Muslims, in 2016, maintained that Muslims cannot achieve true success until their highest allegiance is given to God and to the Muslim Ummah community. The doctrine of loyalty and disavowal exerts particularly strong pressure when Muslims live in a minority in non-Muslim host societies. In such settings, as they seek to preserve and assert a powerful collective identity, Muslims may place even greater emphasis on internal solidarity and separation from non-believers than they would in their countries of origins. Okay, I gotta go get keys changed over. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we'll finish this out. All right, and we're back. Sorry about that. Needed to go ahead and handle some business because 5-hour streams and needed to do logistical stuff. Sometimes they don't mix all together. All right, let's continue. We finished off this section and we're just digging into a lot of the Muslim ideology that goes ahead and supports this thought process on our part, and to see why it's so disproportionately visible in Muslim communities. And that's a huge shout out to the football in your search bar as well as Windows 11. What are we talking about? Oh, that's funny. Okay, anyway, let's see. Football. I don't even see football. Search bar. What are we talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyway, superiority and dominance of men over women is the thing. Islam establishes that men hold the position of managers or maintainers over women, as stated in Surah 434, where the role involves ensuring women remain in their proper state. Under Islamic law, every woman remains under the guardianship of a male relative. Normally, this is her father. Should the father be unable to serve due to death, loss of mental capacity, or apostasy from Islam, a specified order of male relatives from the paternal line steps in, starting with the paternal grandfather, then sons, brothers, nephews, and uncles. Surah 434 further authorizes men to discipline their wives, including through physical violence. Numerous authoritative sources and Sharia regulations reinforce the notion of women's inferiority to men. Surah 2:228 declares that men hold a rank above women. The Prophet Muhammad stated that women are deficient in both religion and intelligence relative to men. And in the same hadith, he noted that women form the majority of those in hell. He also taught that if a woman or a dog passes in front of a praying man, the prayer is invalidated, a reason mosques position men with their backs to women during prayer. Sharia obliges a wife to engage in intercourse with her husband whenever he desires it. If she refuses, Muhammad said the angels will curse her until morning. Okay. Divorce under Sharia strongly favors men. A husband may unilaterally divorce his wife without stating a reason, simply by pronouncing, "I divorce you 3 times. For a wife, obtaining a divorce is far more difficult, typically involving formal legal processes and often a financial cost. Following divorce, the mother may retain physical custody of the young children up to a particular age, but the father retains legal guardianship. Moreover, if the mother remarries, she loses the right to have children from her previous marriage reside with her. Sharia rules on evidence further diminish women's status, valuing a woman's testimony as half that of a man. Inheritance laws under Sharia generally allocate women half the share given to men. For example, a son receives twice the portion of a daughter. A wife or wives together inherit 1/4 of a husband's estate if he leaves no children, or 1/8 if he does leave children. In contrast, a husband inherits half of his wife's estate if she has no children, or 1/4 if she does. Sharia approach to grape also disadvantages women. Grape is categorized as a form of illicit intercourse, the same offense that covers adultery and fornication. Let's see. This is defined as intercourse between a man and a woman who is neither his wife nor his slave. There is no distinct offense for grape. It is identified as coerced intercourse, and marital grape is not recognized. The penalty for the grapist mirrors that for consensual extramarital affairs. That's 100 lashes for an unmarried person, or stoning to death for one who has been married. When a woman accuses a man of grape, her consent is presumed unless both the act of penetration and her act of consent are proven, or her lack of consent are proven by 4 male eyewitnesses who each directly observed the man's part entering the woman's part. Naturally, the presence of 4 men witnessing a grape without intervening makes it highly improbable that they would testify in the victim's favor. Chances are, okay, based on what we see in this report, if there's 4 guys together and there's a grape happening, they're in cahoots. They're not trying to go ahead and go after the guy. Wild. Okay, let's see. Should a woman allege grape but fail to produce the 4 required male witnesses, she risks being convicted of this immorality on the basis of her own accusation. In 2003, Pakistan's National Commission of the Status of Women reported that up to 88% of women imprisoned in Pakistan were rape or gang rape victims unable to meet the 4 witnesses requirement, were instead convicted of illicit activity. Taken together, these Sharia provisions that institutionalize male dominance over women exert a profound influence. In cultures shaped by Islam, boys can be raised to grow into men who assume rightful control over the women in their lives, confident in their inherent superiority. Okay, so I can see why there's a lot of people that are like really concerned about the idea of male patriarchy and headship and all of that, because they look at the worst of society and they look at the worst of what's available in the world. Like they look at this Sharia law stuff and they go, oh, that's just Christian Sharia law. It's like, no, it's not by any stretch of the imagination. Like you don't have that in Christianity, but women will refuse to submit to their husbands, even though they're commanded to. And most of the time the guys they're looking out for their women is the whole point. And so this is just kind of wild stuff, which I can understand why, like, hold up. I don't understand why feminists and leftists aren't more upset with this stuff other than trying to win elections. Like, I think that's what the deal is they look the other way when power is involved. Like, morality doesn't matter as long as their power is consolidated. If they can get more power, if they can get more votes, they're like on board with this stuff to the extent that it doesn't cause rampant criminality. I think that's just wild. All right. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a Leninist ideology. All right. The seclusion of women. Islamic law contains multiple provisions that mandate the covering and seclusion of women. It is widely recognized that a Muslim woman must cover most of her body when appearing in public. Additionally, Sharia grants a male guardian the authority to restrict a girl's or woman's movements, allowing him to confine a wife or daughter to the home and permit her to leave only when accompanied by a male relative and for a valid reason. This is reflected in Surah 33:33, which instructs women, stay in your houses and do not flaunt yourselves. One consequence of the Sharia derived culture of covering and seclusion is that a woman who appears in public without covering or remains outside the protected space of the home may be culturally perceived as unguarded and therefore available or promiscuous. This notion that an uncovered woman invites molestation is suggested in Surah 33:59 of the Quran, where Muhammad is instructed that his wives and daughters should cover themselves so that they are not abused. Certain Islamic preachers have explicitly endorsed this view. Following the high-profile convictions of Muslim men of Lebanese background for rape in Sydney, Australia, the country's Grand Mufti, Sheikh Taj, this guy, controversially placed blame on the victims for not being covered and not remaining in their homes. He stated, if you take out uncovered meat and place it outside without cover and the cats come to eat it, whose fault is it? The cats or the uncovered meats? The uncovered meat is the problem. If she was in her room, in her home, in her hijab, no problem would have occurred. In making these remarks, Sheikh al-Halali was presenting Islamic norms as the remedy to crimes of the kind committed by grape gangs. According to this perspective, if individuals adopted Islam and adhered to its rules, women and girls would be protected from such abuses because they would be kept secluded, placed under permanent male supervision, and rendered invisible to outsiders. Next up, we got forced marriage and age of consent. Whew. Under Sharia, marriage takes the form of a contract arranged between two men, the groom and the bride's male guardian. The structure closely resembles a contract of sale. The groom pays for an agreed sum known as the mahr, and the bride in exchange, or to the bride, and in exchange she becomes available to him carnally. Islamic jurisprudence sets no minimum age at which a girl or woman may be married. Religious authorities permit a father to arrange a marriage for his daughter even while she is still an infant. The Prophet Muhammad himself married Aisha when she was 6. Okay, not 9, 6. Fair enough. An arrangement between Muhammad and her father, and consummated the marriage when she was 9. Okay, that's where 9 came in. Got it. The Quran itself addresses the remarriage of a divorced girl who has not yet reached menstruation. Oh, okay, they have a specific provision for that because apparently that's a problem that they need to clarify in Surah 65:4. Sharia distinguishes between types of guardians. No, well, it's not like the reverse of a dowry. Kind of. This is known as the bride price. So this is something that was practiced in Israel as well. And it's something that is seen in the law of Moses in the Torah. But for them, it's done a little bit differently. But yeah, it's kind of like the reverse of a dowry. Let's see. The bride's father or paternal grandfather is termed the forcing guardian because certain schools of Islamic law allow him to compel a virgin daughter or granddaughter into marriage without her consent. This notion that a girl must reach a particular age before she can consent to activity is foreign to Islam. In Islamic teachings, the only lawful context for a woman to consent to activities is through marriage, and even that consent is not always required. Significantly, the Arabic term nikah denotes both marriage and intercourse. Okay, and Sharia, in effect, merges the two concepts. An unmarried woman is forbidden from engaging in activities, while a married woman has no right under Sharia to refuse relations with her husband. Hadiths further state that a virgin's silence constitutes consent to marriage. This merging of consent to marriage and consent to activities sheds light on Dr. Hill's account that her grapists interpreted their victim's silence as consent to the grape, drawing on these same hadiths. Islamic scholars differ on the degree of physical or emotional maturity needed for sexual intercourse within marriage. Some hold that the onset of puberty serves as the threshold for readiness. Though Muhammad consummated his marriage with a 9-year-old, Aisha, before she reached puberty, and others permit thighing, so that's where you get at the thigh gap, apparently, with a wife who is menstruating or considered too young for girl part penetration. This part, Dr. Hill also described. Let's see. These observations suggest that Muslim grooming gangs may exhibit religious and cultural indifference to the modern concept of an age of consent. In an interview, Andrew Norfolk, one of the first journalists to expose Britain's grape gang scandal, stated that although Islam prohibits activities outside of marriage, all 4 schools of Islamic jurisprudence teach that a girl can be married when she reaches puberty, which on average in Britain is 11. When the Muslim Brotherhood government took power in Egypt, one of the new laws that they were going to introduce was to lower the age of consent from 18 to 13. And disappointment was voiced by certain Salafis and Muslim Brotherhood scholars that it wasn't 9. Oh my gosh. There we go. Islamic State had 9 as the permissible age for marriage. I don't think that's the same. Let's see. There's the same sense of wrongness and shame in some cases about having relations with the 12-year-old girl. Wow. Okay. Female sexuality. Here's the next piece. Islamic canonical sources portray women as possessing desires that are at least as strong as men's, if not stronger, and view these desires as potentially harmful to men. The Prophet Muhammad stated, "After me, I have not left any trial more severe to men than women." The Arabic term for fitna used here denotes a severe trial that can involve seduction or temptation, leading people astray from faith. And it also carries connotations of chaos that disrupts social harmony. Muhammad further suggested that men are susceptible to temptation, explaining that Allah has preordained a portion of unlawful intercourse for every man. Allah has written for the son of Adam his inevitable share of this unlawful intercourse, whether he is aware of it or not. So there's like some permutation to it, or some permissibility, it looks like. One practical expression of anxiety over women's sexuality is the practice of female genital mutilation, which various schools of Islamic law either require or strongly recommend as a way to curb excessive desire. Another reflection of the perceived danger posed by female sexuality is the strict separation of the sexes, enforced through practices such as veiling women's bodies, restricting them to home, and the Quranic directive against men and women gazing at one another. Tell the believing men that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Surely Allah is aware of what they do. And say to the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their private parts and not show their charms. This is from Surah 24, 30 to 31. Dr. Hill described being subjected to this rule in practice. I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. She was informed that if a woman looks at a man, that means she wants to have relations with him. Although female sexuality has been seen as a source of fitna, Sharia assigns men regarded as more rational and better able to exercise self-restraint, the God-given responsibility to oversee and regulate women. From this perspective, a woman who fails to comply with Sharia norms, for instance, in appearing unveiled and unaccompanied in public, represents a danger to social order. In such a framework, responsibility for any assault she suffers is often attributed to her own behavior, especially when combined with the notions of inherent impurity for non-Muslims. This outlook leads to non-Muslim women who appear uncovered and move freely without male supervision as being labeled as sluts who are eager to entice men. In this cultural context, a Muslim man who engages in activity with such a woman bears no blame, and the fault lies entirely with the woman, according to them. Islamic teachings concerning the perilous nature of female sexuality and the moral inferiority of non-Muslims can reinforce and legitimize the pattern of attributing responsibility to the victim. Let's talk about jihad and sex slavery. Okay, here we go. Islamic Sharia contains detailed regulations governing armed conflict, including provisions related to the institution of slavery. In Islamic law, slavery arises as a consequence of warfare against non-Muslims. Non-Muslim captives taken in such conflicts are regarded as lawfully enslaved simply by virtue of their capture. These captives may then be allocated to Muslim combatants as part of the war booty or spoils. They can subsequently be sold, ransomed, or retained in slavery. Historical records show that during the Prophet Muhammad's lifetime, Muslim forces enslaved women captured from enemy groups in more than a dozen military engagements. Under Sharia, this is definitely a reason why the Crusades continued the way that they did, is every time the Muslims would take over territory, they would go ahead and take the wives and the women, and they would go ahead and enslave them. So big deal there. Under Sharia, sexual relations between a male owner and a female captive slave did not constitute any form of sexual immorality. This is explicitly authorized in multiple Quranic passages like Surah 424, 23:6, 70:30, and is supported by numerous hadith precedents. Moreover, Muhammad taught that a married non-Muslim woman captured in war is automatically divorced from her previous husband by the act of capture itself. As a result, intercourse between her Muslim captor owner and the formerly married captive does not amount to adultery. At first glance, it may appear incongruous to connect the classical Islamic institution of slavery with the abuse of white girls in contemporary Britain. Yet, the historical record reveals a long-standing pattern of Islamic enslavement and exploitation of white women. Historians estimate between 16th and 19th centuries, approximately 1 million Europeans were seized for profit as part of the Barbary slave trade. In March of 1786, when Thomas Jefferson and John Adams inquired of Tripoli's ambassador to France why the Barbary states waged war on nations that had not attacked them, Sidi Haji Abdul Rahman reportedly answered as follows. It was written in their Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the Prophet were sinners, whom it was right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave, and that every Muslim who was slain in this warfare was sure to go to paradise. He said also that the man who was first to board a vessel had one slave over and another over and above his share. So the first guy that was going to walk over onto the ship, he got the right to an additional slave, is basically what the deal was. Let's see here. Let's go to, in recent times, Islamic terrorist groups such as ISIS had openly asserted the right to revive Islamic slavery. A significant contemporary legal debate among Muslim scholars concerns the proper classification of Western countries that now host large Muslim immigrant populations. In classical Islamic jurisprudence, Any non-Muslim nation was presumptively categorized as the house of war, from which the Muslims had the right and duty to take slaves, as articulated by the Tripoli ambassador. Medieval Sharia treated Dar al-Harb as the default status for infidel territories. A doctrine attributed to Muhammad further obliges Muslims residing in Dar al-Harb to perform hirja, that's migration, to a territory governed by Islam, particularly if they cannot freely practice their faith. This duty to migrate continues to be emphasized by many Salafi groups. In modern times, however, various adaptations have emerged to accommodate changed realities. Some authorities now classify Western nations as Dal al-Dawa, that's house of propagation, where Muslims enjoy freedom to invite others to Islam. In such circumstances, the obligation to wage jihad is thought to have been suspended. Other scholars maintain that it is an implicit covenant of security. This exists for Muslim migrants in the West. They are permitted to live and operate freely in exchange for refraining from jihad against the host society. So, like, that's their justification for things is, hey, you know, we're not going to go to holy war because they're allowing us to be ourselves here, which is something to be said. And maybe there's some restrictions that need to be in place here. It is worth emphasizing that the alternative classifications of Western countries, such as Dar al-Dawa or tacit covenant of security, serve only to postpone rather than eliminate the traditional obligation to engage in jihad or holy war. For at least some Muslims with radical inclinations, this issue is not whether jihad will eventually be required, but merely when the appropriate moment arrives. This is kind of like reminds me of Dearborn, Michigan, where like if you have a Muslim supermajority in an area, like what's the time in which they just turn and then try to take over territory? Kind of a wild thought. I'm not too isolated one way or the other on one side or the other of that thought process. All right. Certain Muslim men lacking deep scholarly knowledge often rationalize their grooming gang offenses by mentally recasting their victims in the role of legitimate slave property under an Islamic framework. In Rotherham, for instance, one perpetrator named Muhammad branded his victim with the letter M as a mark of ownership. Survivors have described being compelled to perform domestic tasks such as cooking and cleaning for their captors while enduring repeated intimate violation, mirroring the treatment of household slaves. Journalist Andrew Norfolk captured this mindset when he observed, some of these Muslim kids haven't got an idea, probably because it's quite convenient for them, that Britain's been designated a land of war. So certain things have become permissible in terms of the enemy. I think some of these guys think it's okay to do stuff to white girls that they wouldn't dream of doing to Muslim girls. I think he's right on the mark here based on all of this stuff that we've seen in the testimony, all of the stuff that we've seen in this inquiry so far. We're over halfway through. And I mean, it just screams that. Like, I can understand why so many British people are just like up in arms about this. And it makes total sense. And I think that Rupert Lowe, in a lot of ways, is saying some good things that need to happen for Britain. And all right, sorry about that. All right, we're back. Non-Muslim peoples, Dhimmitude, Islam's treatment of them. Islamic jurisprudence also addresses the treatment of non-Muslim populations, conquered through jihad. Classical Sharia rules on jihad. Yeah, I think we're good now. Defined as warfare waged against non-Muslims to extend the dominion of Islam, crystallized during the medieval era. As we have just noted, the rules divided the world into two fundamental categories: the Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam. Thank you so much for confirming. Territories governed by Islamic territory, the House of War, or territories under non-Muslim control. Under this framework, non-Muslims fell into one of two groups. Those residing within the House of Islam were considered protected, provided they fulfilled specific obligations and were not legitimate targets of military action. By contrast, those living in the House of War could lawfully be fought, defeated, and upon capture, enslaved. So they had different rules depending on what the deal is. When non-Muslim communities came under Islamic rule, they were granted conditional tolerance through a formal surrender agreement known as the Dhimma Pact. This arrangement allowed Dhims, protected non-Muslims, to retain their religion, but only on the condition that adult males paid an annual tax called the jizya, and that the entire community observed a range of restrictive regulations. As the renowned commentator Ibn Kathir explained, these rules were designed to ensure their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. The idea was to humiliate the captured territories so they could never rise up against them. If a Dhim community was deemed to have violated the pact, whether by failing to pay the jizya or by breaching any of the imposed conditions, Islamic law permitted the resumption of jihad. In such circumstances, the full Sharia regulations of war would apply. Adult males would be killed, women and children enslaved, and the property of non-Muslims seized as spoils. The Dhimma framework imposed a permanent condition of insecurity on Christian and other non-Muslim populations under Muslim sovereignty. It has supplied a religiously sanctioned and cultural template that continues to underpin the abduction, forced conversion, and coerced marriage of non-Muslim girls in places such as Egypt and Pakistan. One way to view the involvement, or lack thereof, of British state officials in the Grape Gang scandal is the incorporation of Dhim-like submissiveness. This mindset prioritizes deference to Islam and Muslims above all else, while dismissing or assigning fault to non-believers. From this perspective, the failure of authorities to act decisively against the grooming gang issue might represent a significant step in the gradual Islamization of Britain. All right, so I got stuff to say about that one. So here's the thing is, in armed conflicts among first world nations, we have something in the United States called the law of armed conflict, where we have certain things that we need to abide by as in terms of gentlemanly warfare against other states. And so there are rules that we have to abide by and things that need to happen while we are conducting war. And it seems like this notion of jihad and the different rules for when you go ahead and take over a territory and when you are in the subservient position, states. When I talk about state in the concept of warfare, I am talking about countries. It's just that's when we talk about heads of state, that's normal. We're talking about countries, but just states is the common, nation states. So I'm shortening it to states because we're talking about warfare. And in the context of warfare, we're exclusively talking about nation states for this context. Okay. So we have certain things that we need to go ahead and do as we conduct war. But as far as jihad, it seems like that they have like this wide open rule where they just basically can go ahead and claim jihad when they feel like they can take over something. And then all of a sudden now they're like, we're going to kill all the men. We can go ahead and enslave all the women and children and take all the booty. And so it leads me to wonder if this is something that really should be a pressing issue for Britain, even though they're only about 6% of the population in Great Britain right now. Maybe there's something to be said, especially since as a culture, they've been more or less so submissive to Islam and Islamic custom that this probably needs to go ahead and turn around so they can preserve their rights and their sovereignty and not be taken over by this thing and subject themselves in a very real way. Let's see. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's see. Islamic clan culture. Evidence from the author and activist Ayaan Hirsi Ali at the inquiry highlights that the grooming and grape gang operating in towns such as Rotherham, Rochdale, and others are not isolated instances of criminality, but stem from imported pre-modern clan systems embedded within certain ethno-cultural communities, reinforced by specifically Islamic collectivism. Makes sense so far. As before stated, the crimes disproportionately involve perpetrators from Pakistani heritage backgrounds with patterns rooted in honor and shame-based dynamics that are wholly anathema to British norms. Totally makes sense. The behavior is deeply tied to tribal structures prevalent in parts of Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Middle East, North Africa, and Somalia. Family honor is primarily vested in the conduct, modesty, and virginity of girls and women. Strict codes require obedience, covering, restricted interaction with outsiders, breaches within the community, trigger severe sanctions, including honor killings or collective retaliation by male clan members. When the target is a non-Muslim girl, particularly white British girls, perceived as unguarded, dressed in Western styles, and lacking male protectors, risk calculation shifts. No retaliation is expected from the girl's family or community, so some men feel emboldened to treat her as property and then to approach, assault, groom, and share among the group and sell her services. This is exactly why, as fathers, we need to exercise patriarchal authority over our daughters so that we can protect them from these people that would go ahead and just cast them aside and treat them as property. This is ridiculous, and this is something that should not be acceptable in good and true societies. Let's continue. This proprietorial view of women escalates into organized networks that traffic girls across regions. Impunity fuels the cycle. Initial assaults without consequences create a perception of Britain as a place where such behavior carries no risk, turning vulnerable girls into commodified products. A key contrast emerges in evidence. When similar gangs targeted Sikh girls, the Sikh community mobilized men to confront and to deter the perpetrators effectively. White working-class girls lacked equivalent collective protection, not least because authorities often silenced concerns with accusations of racism, allowing the abuse to persist and expand into modern-day slavery. Even second, third, or fourth generation immigrants raised in Britain continue these patterns, acting as demographic clusters where the clan system reproduces itself and intensifies, regardless of the wider culture. Ongoing immigration from such clannish foreign backwaters serves only to replenish and strengthen such communities. While foundational system is tribal rather than purely religious, Islamic elements provide ideological justification, communal shielding, and strategic expansion. Perpetrators sometimes hide actions from families, mosques, and imams because the behavior brings disgrace to the community. So if they're encouraged to lie to one another, like what moral standings do they have until like things are found out? Yet remorse towards British victims is limited because non-Muslim girls are not viewed as fully human individuals deserving protection, but as unprotected outsiders, available for abuse without moral consequence. This fosters widespread silence within affected communities. Yeah, and then they're afraid of being called racist, as if like protecting their own and protecting their families is something to be ashamed of, which is not the case at all whatsoever. This is ridiculous, and we need to go ahead and continue to protect our families and to protect our way of life from all of this invasion that's happening. The inquiry evidence points to a fundamental clash of worlds. Across the West, our historic respect for the individual has, thanks to mass migration, been overpowered by the more primitive attitudes that prevail elsewhere, according to which group membership matters first and foremost, that the elite obsession with diversity has invited the latter to take advantage of the former. Scare words like Islamophobia and racism has been deployed to exploit the goodwill of Western host societies, paralyzing investigation and enforcement. That is exactly right. They are using these words to slap across otherwise good men to shame them into submission, and we cannot bear that shame anymore. We need to stand up and fight against these things and to be willing to protect our society, our people, and those under our protective care. So, of course, fathers and grandfathers, like, first of all, stand up, protect your families, band with other men that are trustworthy so that you can band together for the betterment of your family and your homes. These things have to happen so that we are not caught with our pants down with these things. This is ridiculous, and we should never let this see the light of day, especially in the United States. And I go ahead and wish you guys in Britain strength as you go ahead and stand up. Hopefully we can go ahead and get Rupert Lowe and all that to get all of these policy prescriptions in place so that we can go ahead and start making movement against these like invading tribes, basically, because they are not looking to assimilate in the British like Judeo-Christian kind of like way of life. I mean, and I use Judeo-Christian lightly because it's basically the Christian identity and the Christian ideal. Like, they're not here to have a common supportive society for everybody. They're here to have a society for them. Whereas I think that according to like British common law and the way that we handle legal matters in the West, generally speaking, where we have generally Christian religion, Roman law, and Greek philosophy, those three things come together to make the Western identity. And when we have all these people that don't mesh with that Western identity, try to take us over and damage our home, that's a real problem. And hey, if they want to go ahead and like be a part of us and be a part of what we have going on, sure, limited way only. It has to be something that makes sense for everybody, right? We can't just have all of these people that are applying for asylum and then getting all of these like free benefits from the Treasury. It's ridiculous. We need to go ahead and take care of our own people first. And then when we want to go ahead and extend our hand in friendship to allow refugees to come on our soil, they need to have certain restrictions and rules and guidance so that we understand that they're trying to assimilate in our way of life, or if they don't want to, they can return to their home of origin, right? Britain is for the Britons. That's just what it is. America is for those who take on the American ideals. We have a distinct Western culture to uphold. And that's important. And we must do these things to band together as brothers to do these things. Oh, no, I've never seen the Danish rules around immigration. But the thing is, like, a lot of countries that don't have open immigration have like pretty strict immigration rules. And I think that really, as first world nations, we need to go ahead and reconsider immigration, generally speaking. And I think that immigration in a lot of ways has been used as a matter of the left to consolidate power and to bring in a slave class or a permanent underclass to first world nations. So I think that's a lot of huge problems associated with it. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next section. I'm going to take a drink. All right. Half of Europe is going to try and enact them. They make all kids have to have Danish history and culture lessons from 3 on. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it's just something to inculcate the culture. That makes sense. All right. Homegrown enabling factors. Islamophobia and political correctness. Oh, man, I've been saying this throughout this report. I'm sure we're going to get into this. Concerns have long been raised that fear of accusations of Islamophobia has inhibited open discussion and effective action on group-based child exploitation cases, particularly those involving grooming gangs. A series of reports and analyses from the think tank Policy Exchange have documented how the charge of Islamophobia has been deployed to challenge, intimidate, or discredit individuals and organizations attempting to highlight the issue. In a 2025 research note titled "The Rotherham Grooming Scandal and Creators of the Islamophobia Definition," Policy Exchange examined connections between the scandal in Rotherham and the development of a contested definition of Islamophobia by the all-party parliamentary group on Muslims. The report highlighted the role of a key AAPG staff member from Rotherham, Mabeen Hussain, who in 2015 organized a community protest against South Yorkshire police, accusing them of scapegoating Muslims amid the grooming investigations. Actions described by some local figures and inquiries as unhelpful to addressing the abuse. It also tells us a great deal about the politically correct institutional culture within Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council that in attendance at a safeguarding strategy meeting dating 6 June 2000 was an anti-racism co-coordinator named, Bhupinder K. Mauku. All right. Similar themes appear in Policy Exchange's June 2025 publication, How to Not Tackle Grooming Gangs, which argues that accusations of Islamophobia, independent of any formal definition, have been used to suppress exposure of the scandal and the pursuit of justice for victims. It recommends pausing government work on official Islamophobia definition until the conclusions of a national grooming gangs inquiry are known. All right. So they're like, we don't want to talk about this until after we know what's up. Politicians have echoed these worries in relation to proposed definitions. Shadow Equalities Minister Claire Coutinho has warned that adopting such a definition, particularly one framed as targeting expressions of Muslimness, could intensify a culture of censorship, potentially granting perpetrators greater impunity by making legitimate scrutiny of patterns in grooming cases more difficult or risky for police, authorities, and the public. She argued that this risks repeating past mistakes where the fear of racist or Islamophobic labels contributed to delayed or inadequate responses. The concern to shield Muslims from criticism at all costs went hand in hand with the more general ideological shift organized around the unquestioning treatment of minorities as special victim groups. Rooted in the left liberal paradigm of the 1960s, this minoritarian outlook first scored political victories under Harold Wilson's Labor government. In time, tolerance, multiculturalism, and anti-discrimination became highly prized values in elite circles. The law, too, began to foster an environment in which challenging certain minority communities, including Muslim ones, became politically dangerous and even criminal. This enabled the grooming gangs to operate with impunity for years because authorities at every level, as we have seen, feared being called racist or Islamophobic more than they feared failing the girls to whom they owed a duty of care. The legal framework that underpinned this paralysis began with the Race Relations Act of 1965 and its even stronger successor in 1976. These statutes, designed to combat overt discrimination, were interpreted and expanded in ways that made any discussion of ethnicity or culture in crime patterns hazardous. So once again, that's probably why they weren't collecting ethnic data or racial data, because, we can't do that. Otherwise, people will think we're racist. Yeah, okay. The McPherson report in 1999 followed the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, branded the police institutionally racist, and introduced a definition of racism so broad that the police officers and social workers became terrified of any action that could be construed as targeting ethnic minorities. Yeah, I mean, of course, that's going to have a chilling effect on law enforcement and things of that nature. If you go ahead and make it so that people are afraid to do their jobs to protect the citizens and things of that nature, of course you're going to see these problems. People are concerned about their livelihood, and so they're going to keep their mouth shut when otherwise they would be standing up for what's right. And so when you punish truth-telling, you're going to end up with lies. You're going to end up with a lot of things like this. This is a natural and expected outcome of such a set of policy prescriptions. Let's see. Across Britain, clear evidence of organized abuse by Pakistani gangs, among other majority Muslim ethnic groups, was ignored because of confronting it risked accusations of racism. The fear was not abstract. Senior officers and council staff explicitly cited concerns about so-called community relations and potential race riots as reasons for inaction. The country's transformation was greatly accelerated under Tony Blair's New Labour Project, which culminated in the Equality Act of 2010. This consolidated and strengthened so-called anti-discrimination protections by adding religion as a protected characteristic alongside race. Combined with hate crime legislation under Part 3 of the Public Order Act of 1986 and the Crime and Disorder Act of 1988, it created an environment in which criticizing aspects of Islamic culture or patterns of offending linked to Muslim communities could be framed as racial hatred or Islamophobia. Official definitions of Islamophobia promoted by some campaign groups further blurred the line between legitimate concern and blind prejudice. The result was a chilling effect across public institutions. Police forces, social services, and local councils repeatedly chose silence or denial over robust investigation because the political and professional costs of appearing to single out Muslims was deemed too high. Yeah, so when we go ahead and overemphasize race, it ends up being like a have and have not kind of thing from the communist kind of stuff. And it's just one of those things where we have an in-group and an out-group, and we use force of law to punish the majority group for saying anything is wrong with the minority group. And in so doing, you end up with this legal shield, which causes problems. And then couple that with the fact that in Britain, you don't really have freedom of speech like we do have in the United States. You can go ahead and get arrested for, posting something outside of political correctness on Twitter, which is insane. This is crazy. So let's go ahead and continue. Let's see. Let's see. The KC National Audit of 2025 confirmed this pattern, noting that authorities shied away from examining ethnicity and culture, even when the data pointed overwhelmingly to Pakistani Muslim perpetrators. What went wrong is now painfully clear. The post-war liberal consensus that began with Wilson emphasized diversity, inclusion, and non-judgmentalism as supreme virtues. Multiculturalism replaced national self-confidence as the guiding principle. Long-standing British norms around free speech, child protection, and impartial application of the law were subordinated to the need to avoid offending minority sensitivities at all costs. Liberal elites in media, politics, and the public sector internalized that idea, acknowledging cultural or religious factors in crime was itself a form of bigotry. This mindset actively shielded the rape gangs by discouraging the very inquiries and interventions that could have saved thousands of children. Until the country rejects the fear of being called racist and restores the courage to name uncomfortable truths, conditions that allowed these networks to thrive will remain. This inquiry records the damage without apology. The paralysis of our institutions was not some fluke. It was the predictable outcome of decades of legal and cultural exchanges that placed sensitivity above justice. Now, which is interesting because this is something I talk about, how like gynocentrism has taken over the church in a lot of ways. And it's as if we have the same kind of thing about how women can do no wrong and only men can be aggressors and abusers and things like that. And I think that these very lessons that we're learning in here are equally the kinds of things that we should be taking into the church to recognize that we can look at reality for what it is and be willing to go ahead and call a spade, which I think is the biggest problem that the church has with the red pill is the red pill is very happy to point out uncomfortable truths that the church has no real way of addressing directly. And that ends up being a problem for them because rather than addressing uncomfortable truths or holding people accountable appropriately, they just kind of like balance or they just bury things underneath the surface rather than actually pointing things out for what they are. Let's see, what church is yours? Let's see, I go ahead and serve in a Christian church, which is a Restoration era denomination. Oh, it's not really a denomination, but it comes from the Restoration era in the United States that seeks to go back to the biblical roots of Christianity. It was from the Stone Campbell movement, but we kind of go back to trying to give Bible names for Bible things and say Bible things in Bible ways is a general way of like kind of looking at that. But let's go ahead and continue on with the law. The law of the land has not merely failed the victims of grooming gangs, but actively enabled the perpetrators. For decades, statutes that should have delivered swift, exemplary justice were either ignored, diluted, or deliberately misapplied in a manner that protected organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men while leaving thousands of British girls without protection or redress. The legal framework governing organized sexual exploitation, commonly described in public discourse as grooming gangs, is extensive but fragmented. It consists of overlapping criminal offenses, human rights obligations, civil liberties or liabilities, and sentencing structures. While Parliament has enacted a broad suite of statutory provisions designed to criminalize sexual exploitation in all its forms, serious questions remain as to whether the law has been sufficiently coherent, proactive, or effective in preventing this form of systematic abuse. At the core of the criminal law response lies the Sexual Offences Act of 2003. This statute represents the principal legislative mechanism for addressing rape, sexual exploitation, and grooming. It criminalizes a wide spectrum of conduct ranging from rape and assault by penetration to causing or inciting a child to engage in illicit activity and facilitating illicit exploitation. The act also contains specific offenses concerning abuses of provisions of trust, trafficking for illicit exploitation, and paying for the illicit services of a child. Collectively, these provisions were intended to modernize and consolidate earlier sexual offenses legislation. However, their practical operation in cases involving organized exploitation has often revealed structural limitations. The statutory framework presumes that the criminal justice system will detect and intervene early in abusive patterns of conduct. In practice, many cases of organized abuse have involved prolonged periods during which victims were groomed, trafficked, and repeatedly assaulted without meaningful intervention by authorities. So yeah, the assumptions were not right. So because they had all... Okay, yeah, fair enough. Screen share audio is disconnected. That's fine. All right, anyhow, I'm not screen sharing audio. Let's continue. Let's see. Yeah, so the idea is that these things weren't detected early because people were afraid of being called a racist. They were afraid of being called Islamophobic. They were afraid of calling a spade because all of these other legal frameworks were basically handcuffing authorities in a lot of ways. So, and people don't want to lose their job over these things because their life, if it's you or their family, they're going to choose their family. And that's just a matter of people responding to incentives. And I don't think that that's a negative thing. It's just a fact of life. And when you have a legal framework that sets established precedences and norms in such a way where people will not act in good faith, you are establishing the conditions for corruption. And so this is why I think that as a civil society, it is important for us to establish law and order in such a way that we can go ahead and establish common tranquility for people that are citizens of the land and people that are lawful migrants in the land who are law-abiding citizens and law-abiding residents. Let's continue. Subsequent legislation, including Serious Crime Act of 2015, expanded the concept of illicit exploitation to encompass a broader range of behaviors, including no-contact abuse and technologically facilitated exploitation. This expansion reflected an evolving understanding of grooming as a process rather than a single criminal act. Nevertheless, legislative reform has largely been reactive. It is tended to follow public scandals rather than anticipate systematic patterns of abuse. As a result, the legal framework often appears to be piecemeal rather than strategically designed. Right, so it's like they're applying band-aids to certain things rather than taking a holistic look to the legal framework and saying, we need to do all these things so that we can provide for the common defense and the welfare of the citizenry. And so instead, they're just applying a band-aid over things when something comes up. In cases involving organized exploitations, prosecutors frequently rely on a constellation of offenses rather than any single overarching charge. Perpetrators may be convicted of conspiracy to grape, trafficking for illicit exploitation, arranging child prostitution, and a variety of associated offenses, including drug supply and false imprisonment. Such cases demonstrate that the criminal law is capable of imposing severe sentences, including life imprisonment, where the offending is particularly grave. Yet, these outcomes tend to occur only after extensive investigations and multiple failures of early intervention. The law's capacity to punish extreme wrongdoing is therefore clear, but the capacity to prevent such wrongdoing remains contestable. Well, it's interesting, right? Because this gets into the idea of thought crime and like Minority Report. And there's certain things where in order for you to prosecute crime, a crime has to be committed. Now, it doesn't have to go to the extent that a lot of these things happened for the law to extend its hand and to mete out justice. But there is something to be said about you don't want to have your legal framework be in such a way that you criminalize people's thoughts rather than their actions. All right. Are we back? Are we back? All right, we're back. Okay, so back to the idea of thought crime. So I think it's important for a nation to come up with a system of laws that criminalizes behavior and not thoughts. because I find that a person's thoughts end up reflecting in their speech, and after their speech, it reflects in their behaviors over time. And so what you can do is you can watch out for people after you can see their thought, or you can see their words. I think there's something to be said about that on a restricted basis for very serious things. But in order to punish criminality, a criminal act has to be committed. And so that's how things work in British common law, and it also works that way in the United States. And I imagine it works that way in Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, and Australia as well. So these are things that we need to go ahead and ensure that we have left and right boundaries so that we don't overstep and start to build up on like thought crime and pre-crime and things of that nature, because that is a slippery slope that can go wrong very quickly. Let's see. Another critical dimension concerns trafficking and modern slavery legislation. The Modern Slavery Act of 2015 criminalizes human trafficking for, illicit exploitation, and provides for life sentences in the most serious cases. The intention in passing it was to recognize that organized illicit exploitation frequently involves coercion, movement of victims, exploitation for profit. However, critics argue that the conceptual overlap between trafficking offenses and traditional illicit offenses has sometimes created uncertainty in charging decisions. The distinction between trafficking and exploitation is not always straightforward, particularly when victims are groomed into apparent compliance rather than transported by force. This ambiguity may complicate prosecutions and reduce deterrent effect of the law. And that makes sense, because if people are abused to such a point where they believe that complying with their captors is their way of survival, whereas complying with the law ends up granting consequences to them after the fact, I can understand why people through blackmail and coercion and things of that nature would be less than keen to submit to law enforcement and to do those things. I think those are important things to consider in terms of the ambiguity of the law, and for us to find ways to mete out what exactly is coercion so that these victims can be heard when the truth is being told. And if they are providing false allegations, that they could be punished accordingly. Because I think that leaving too much power in the hand of a supposed victim can lead to equally disastrous results. And we've seen that all throughout 2017 and after, from the Me Too movement, and where people at the very accusation of something are then subjected to the process, and then the process itself is the punishment, regardless of whether or not you have actually done the act that you are being accused of. And so there is a lot to be said about balancing the left and right boundaries for that, so that we can protect the innocent on both sides of the coin. I think that's very important, because we don't want to overly give credit and benefit of the doubt to people claiming victimhood when that needs to be established. So I think there's a balance to be struck there. All right. The legal framework also extends beyond criminal liability to encompass civil and human rights obligations. Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights imposes a positive duty to the state to investigate credible allegations of rape and serious illicit assault. Courts have held that systemic failures in investigation may constitute breaches of fundamental rights, even where perpetrators are ultimately prosecuted. This principle is of particular significance in organized exploitation cases, where victims have frequently alleged prolonged institutional inaction. The law, therefore, recognizes that state authorities may bear responsibility not only for direct wrongdoings, but also for failures to prevent or respond to grave abuses. Despite this extensive legal architecture, the operation of the law in practice has been inadequate. One recurring criticism is that the legal framework places significant emphasis on the individual criminal acts while insufficiently addressing patterns of organized exploitation. This is true. Grape gangs typically operate through networks characterized by manipulation, coercion, and economic exploitation. The law's traditional focus on discrete offenses can obscure the systemic nature of such conduct. Although conspiracy and trafficking of offenses partially addresses this gap, there remains no single statutory offense that fully captures the phenomenon of organized exploitation as a distinctly structured form of criminality. A further difficulty lies in evidential challenges. Grooming often involves psychological manipulation that undermines the credibility of the victims in the eyes of investigators and juries. Exactly. That's something I brought up earlier, where when you go ahead and ruin somebody's reputation and then you ruin their credibility, then victims can't move forward. And that's an intentional shielding effect of the way that this grooming operates to cause problems for the victims. All right, let's see. The legal concept of consent remains central to many illicit offenses, yet can be ill-suited to situations involving vulnerable children conditioned by their abusers to acquiesce. While courts have recognized that apparent consent may be illusory in such contexts, the statutory framework continues to rely heavily on more straightforward forms of evidence. This has, at times, created barriers to prosecution and contributed to perceptions that the law inadequately reflects the realities of coercive exploitation. But I think that's actually true, though. There are significant limitations. If, like we saw this throughout the earlier testimonies of the women that had come forward in this, is when they were being abused and they came to the police and they were forced to recant because of things that had happened, when another institution comes and says, oh, well, you're lying, and then the woman gets arrested and thrown in jail for 8 years, that's a problem, right? Because that's a result of the coercive exploitation, not a result of any harm that was intended on her part to the society. And that's, generally speaking, what these crimes or these statutes are meant to protect, is the common welfare and the tranquility of a nation. And so when they're being used in such a way to silence victims, that ends up being a huge problem in our society. So let's continue. Moreover, the law's reliance on post hoc punishment raises broader questions about preventative capacity. Statutory offenses are designed to respond once exploitation has occurred or is imminently planned. Preventative mechanisms such as risk orders and safeguarding duties exist, but their effectiveness depends on institutional vigilance and interagency cooperation. Where such cooperation fails, the legal framework offers limited remedies beyond retrospective accountability. This is insufficient to address organized exploitation that occurs over extended periods of time. Yeah, that's absolutely right, because here's the thing is, we're not trying to prevent like thought crime here. They're saying, look, in the time where there's instances of clearly premeditated things that are going on, you can go ahead and book somebody for a lesser offense when they haven't done anything else, but you can book them on conspiracy to commit a bigger crime. And I think that when you have the evidentiary standard upheld for that, that's a reasonable way of tackling this problem from a systemic perspective. However, I think there's something about this where we want to make sure that we are not overindulging in the idea of preventative capacity of the coercive power of the state. And I think that a lot of this has to do with reconsolidating power into the hands of the individual and to give individual families more authority in their lives and more of a push in society. Because I think that in so many ways, ever since the sexual revolution of the 1960s, we've seen a huge denigration of the value of the family in a lot of ways. And I noticed a trend along the testimony here in the report that the vast majority of the victims came from fatherless homes or came from homes where the home was broken. And if we can go ahead and get people to get in and stay in long-lasting, fulfilling relationships and not have this like ridiculous divorce rate and single motherhood rate and things of that nature that's going on in our societies in the first world, I think that we can go ahead and make steps to enable parents to better safeguard their children. And we can go ahead and couple that with stronger immigration policies, stronger deportation policies. We can talk about denaturalization for serious criminal offenses, especially when there's things like dual citizenship involved. And I think some of those things are in the recommendations section of this inquiry. And we'll get there again and we'll re-review it when the time comes. But there's something to be said about that. And I think that it is important to emphasize the value of family, emphasize the value of community, because these things are insulating factors to protect us and protect our community from invasion, from damage and things like that. And it helps us to develop a more like a return to a tranquil, high trust society. And unfortunately, we can't do that when we have so many broken homes and we have all of this exacerbated criminality that's coming out from like open borders policy and things of that nature. And we just need to go back in a lot of ways to family values and really standing on business about this kind of stuff. All right, let's move on to the next section, which is failure to invoke existing sentencing powers. The Crime and Disorder Act of 1998 and Sentencing Council guidelines explicitly permit, in cases of demonstrated hostility, require an uplift in the imposed sentence where an offense is aggravated by racial or religious hostility. Evidence in grooming gang trials has repeatedly shown precisely this. Victims described as white slags, white trash, kafar bitches, told they were only good for men like me to use and use like trash. Perpetrators shouted Allahu Akbar and boasted racial supremacy. So it's interesting how when we go ahead and look at race-based or hate-based violence and things of that nature, we only see those statutes levied against white people. We don't see those kind of things levied against minorities at all. And I think that it's important, if we're going to go ahead and have those things on the book in any way, shape, manner, or form, that it's important for it to be equally measured against those specific things. And the problem is when we have a leftist definition of what racism is, then we go ahead and completely preclude all of these things that are happening as racially motivated crimes. And I think that is a abortion of justice in so many ways. And I think that if we are going to have hate crime legislation, it should apply across the board. It shouldn't be just something that is used as a cudgel against white people. I think that's a real problem in our society right now. All right, let's continue. Yet, as far as available public records are concerned, racial aggravations have never once been invoked against anti-white rape gangs, either by prosecutors or judges. This is in stark contrast to what tends to happen whenever white criminals are held to account for interracial crimes. Okay, hey, look, we're talking about this very thing. Prosecutors did not hesitate, for instance, to pursue aggravating charges against Darren Osborne after he murdered a crowd of Muslims with his van in 2017, sentencing Osborne to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 43 years. The judge cited Schedule 21 of the Criminal Justice Act of 2003 to confirm that a murder done for the purpose of advancing a political, religious, or racial or ideological cause counted alongside a terrorist connection as an aggravating factor in Osborne's crime. But yet we don't see that ever applied to when people commit crimes against white people. It is exclusively a one-way street, and that's a real problem in terms of jurisprudence. And I think that really needs to change, or we can get rid of hate crime legislation altogether. So either way, either apply it equally or get rid of it, and just make sure that crimes are properly adjudicated. Continuing. Sentences in rape gang cases, meanwhile, have remained at the lower end of the scale, often 4 to 12 years for men convicted of graping dozens of children over years, rather than the life sentences of 20-plus year tariffs the offending merited. Shadow Minister for Justice Kieran Mullen drew attention at our hearings to the fact that many of those involved in grape gangs serve as little to a third or half of their sentence. Worse still, foreign national perpetrators, many from Pakistan and other Muslim-majority countries, were rarely deported after sentencing despite clear powers under the UK Borders Act of 2007. Instead, they were housed, fed, and upon release, allowed to reoffend and return to their communities. Yeah, that's a huge problem. Let's see. In the Quilliam Foundation's analysis of 264 convictions from 2005 to 2017, the overwhelming majority of perpetrators received terms that bore no relation to the lifetime harm inflicted. Even in high-profile cases such as the Rotherham and Rochdale ringleaders had received effective tariffs that allowed release after serving less than half of their sentence. This leniency persisted despite the organized, predatory, and repeated nature of the crimes. Yeah, so like, if you are going easy on these people, it just goes ahead and encourages that level of criminality time and time and time again. It doesn't serve the preventative nature of the wrath of the law, right? I think, yeah, let's see, where the law serves as a deterrent, in other words. I think that if we're going to be overly lenient about these things, where they actually committed the crime, then that's a real problem, because then that just encourages, that reduces the effectiveness of just, hey, if you do the crime, you should do the time. And if you don't believe that that's the case, you're less likely to be deterred from criminal activity. Let's see here. Here's a decent question. Do you think that people are fundamentally different? No, I don't think so. I think that some people in Nigeria is going to have less in common than they do in differences from somebody from Peru. And I don't think it's an inherent thing. So when you use the word fundamentally, I think it's something that I think the nature of the question, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's a matter of their nature, not so much a matter of culture and the place in which they came. I think a lot of this is cultural more than anything else. There is some genetic element, but I don't think that makes up the majority of it. I think that there is some inclinations that we naturally have and proclivities that we naturally have, but I think that they are circumscribed and they are bounded by the culture in which we live and the way that we are taught to live life. For example, I don't go ahead and blame, or I understand where Muslims are coming from when they believe that Sharia law should be the supreme law of the land on their part. So I understand that because they have been brought up in that they have these assumptions that that's what right looks like to them. And I think that the actual nature of people is a lot more malleable than people would assume. But I think that in order to truly be malleable, you need to have a cultural acceptance. And I think that for the most part, there are some incompatibilities that are involved. And that's something that we really need to address as a nation or as first world nations. It's more about software than hardware is what I mean about the difference. Yeah, I think it's more cultural difference than anything else. I think that ever since World War II, science and the social sciences are very squeamish about talking about any inherent elements of race in terms of sociological value or intelligence and things of that nature. So we don't have really the data to back up a lot of these things, just because it is taboo. It's a taboo topic. And I think that, well, maybe it shouldn't be taboo. Maybe we should be open to exploring these things and see if there's any reality to it. Because if you go ahead and look at physiology, there are substantial differences among the races in terms of your muscle composition, the proportion of fast twitch muscle fibers and slow twitch muscle fibers are very different in different organizations. And I think that there's something to that in terms of hardware. But because the scientific community since World War II has been really squeamish about actually studying these things, that we're not going to have clear guidance on the matter until we are willing to be realistic about things and to say uncomfortable things. I think that these are things that should be explored, and so that we can, and we need to be open to understanding that there are some uncomfortable truths that may come out of it. But I think in a lot of ways, in our gynocentric social order, we are very sensitive to offense, and we're very sensitive to people's feelings. And people have a really hard time disassociating disagreement from hatred. And that's a really big problem, Let's see. Let's say you're 35, right? And you come to the UK and live 90, so 45 years here. Would you ever think you'd be British? I don't know. I think it just it's a matter of assimilation, because I think that for instance, I'll give you an example. So my grandparents, they immigrated to the United States in the early 50s to start, and they did so illegally to build a better life for their family. And so when they had operated in the strawberry fields in San Diego to save up money, because there was a huge amount of corruption in the Mexican government at the time. And so in order for them to immigrate legally to the United States, there was a bribe that needed to be paid in order for them to legally immigrate to the United States and qualify for one of a very limited amount of visa slots in the 60s for people that were of Mexican descent to come to the United States legally. And so once my grandparents went ahead and did that, then they were able to go back over the border and come to pay the bribes that the Mexican government had required of them. And after that, they immigrated legally to the United States. And though they weren't truly assimilated, I think that in a lot of ways that my grandparents had adopted much of American culture. They became naturalized citizens over time, and they were very proud of that which the United States had overcome in so many ways. And I think that's really a very different thing. So, and the thing is, back in the 60s, the welfare system in the United States was not as ubiquitous as it is now. And I think that that's also a mitigating factor for my grandparents in their time. And I think that's something that is also relatively reflective in the UK, because I don't think the major social safety nets in Europe really were really much of a thing until the mid 60s or later. Right. So there's different time periods that you really have to go ahead and take a look at in terms of analyzing the effect of policy over time. And in my grandparents' case, because there was no like social safety net for them, my grandparents, like my grandmother stayed at home to raise her 4 children, and my grandfather would go out and work, 40, 50, 60 hours a week to go ahead and make sure to provide for the family. And so they were able to do so on one income, and they bought a house in Los Angeles. And so they made do, and they didn't live an extravagant life by any stretch of the imagination. But they were able to make a living, and there was no social safety net that they really needed to go ahead and lean on. And so that was a big thing. Yeah, I mean, in the United States, you had minimal social safety nets in the 50s and after World War II. I think that there was a lot of things that was part of the rebuilding efforts in the war and all of that, and like reintegrating men into the workforce after World War II, and in the beginning of the Korean conflict and the starting piece of the Cold War. I think there's a lot of things involved in that, but it wasn't in the United States. It wasn't that big a deal until we had Lyndon Johnson had done the LBJ. Gosh, what did we call? Man, I've been streaming for too long. 7 hours gets me to think. Oh, Great Society. That's what they called it. LBJ's Great Society was the thing to install all these welfare programs that were, overarching and were interlacing and things like that. And, it was very different compared to today, where there's a lot more, welfare spending and things like that in our society nowadays. And so I think that contributes to people that choose not to assimilate because there's no requirement for them to. And like, that's okay if they're going to be insular and that their kids end up assimilating with the culture, because that's usually the case in the United States. Is like, you have the first generation of immigrants, they go ahead and they do the things that they need to do to get by and survive. And then it's usually the second and third generations that end up being like more ingrained in the culture and more weaved in the fabric of the culture of the United States. But I'm not, there's a big deal there. I'm not here to go ahead and say that we're the same, because we're not. Like, there's a lot of differences between the United States and the UK, but still, that's just a perspective. You had asked, whether I think that that you can go ahead and take on a culture, and I think it's a matter of intent and opportunity. Both things need to be there for there to be assimilation into a culture. And unfortunately, because Britain didn't really reinforce a British culture in a lot of ways, that's why Muslims are taking over in a lot of ways. So it's just one of those things where because the British, aren't really going ahead and standing up for their culture as Britons, that it's causing a lot of these problems, like on a mass scale. And though I'm glad for this report to go ahead and show up to really light a fire under a lot of the British, because like, this is going to be hopefully it's going to be a good thing for your country. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue on with cultural defenses and judicial relativism. British courts repeatedly allowed cultural background to function as a de facto mitigating factor. In one Bristol case documented in the Quilliam report, a defendant argued that forcing a girl to have intercourse with his friends was simply Somali culture and tradition. In Rotherham, another claimed Western girls' clothing invited and provoked abuse. These arguments were entertained rather than dismissed outright. Judges and defense counsel cited cultural sensitivity to avoid empowering the far right. So this is one of those things. They're concerned about the far right or damaging community cohesion, the very phrase used in the Casey review to explain why cases were shelved pre-2012. This is a huge problem. All right. The result is that men who viewed white British girls as subhuman property received discounts unavailable to any other category of offender. This is not justice under the law of the land. It is the importation of foreign honor shame norms into the British courtroom with the explicit acquiescence of senior police officers, prosecutors, and judges. So basically, they were bending over backwards to suit the sensibilities of the Muslims. And as a result, they end up with so many punishing problems in terms of criminality, and all of this whole grape gang thing is a result of a lot of these policies and procedures that were set in place to invite them in and then insulate them and then to cater to their whims. And it has caused this irreparable damage in a lot of ways to the society, which is why things need to go ahead and change right now. All right. Party politics. As Ayaan Hirsi Ali told the inquiry, center-left parties viewed Muslim voting blocs as a protected base, and aggressive prosecution or deportation risked losing those votes. Chronic electoral dependence on such blocs thus paralyzed far too many levels of government. Political actors across the board, national, local, and devolved, knew about the organized grape gangs for decades, yet put electoral survival, so-called community relations, and the fear of racism accusations before child protection. Labour Party figures proved especially guilty of making electoral calculations where there should have been looking out for the nation's children. Combined with demographic shifts in swing seats, this got in the way of concerted inaction. Scotland refused to hold its own inquiry before finally caving in February of 2026. It continues to fail to record offender ethnicity or create specific child exploitation markers. Early warnings from the 1980s onwards went ignored because addressing the offending risked political cost. Politics placed retention of power above the safety of children, allowing the gangs to operate with impunity for decades. Politicians received direct briefings, sat in multi-agency meetings, read internal intelligence, and still denied knowledge, blocked inquiries, and silenced critics in order to cleave to Muslim voting blocs. This was not ignorance of the crimes, but calculated, repeated, nationwide abandonment of children. Yeah, absolutely. So they were just so worried about their power and their positions and all of that. They're like, yeah, you know what? We're not going to do this. We're not going to protect children. We're not going to have and establish and maintain the rule of law because we don't want to offend Muslims, is basically what's going on here. And that just needs to stop. And that's just absolutely needs to stop. We need to go ahead and reinforce, these common law norms and go back to Western society norms of, Roman law, Christianity, and Greek philosophy. I think when you go ahead and you center on those three things, you end up with a much more unified and strong nation to rely upon. These things are very important for us. All right, let's talk about the Labour Party. The Labour Party bears primary responsibility for the longest and most deliberate cover-up. As former Conservative conciliar Liam Billington emphasized to our inquiry, Labour-dominated local councils and MPs repeatedly prioritized electoral dependence on Pakistani Muslim communities above the safety of children. Jess Phillips MP and Naz Shah MP maintained public silence on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs while their constituencies suffered. Evidence shows Labour politicians prioritized avoiding far-right empowerment narratives and ensuring so-called community relations over protecting victims. In Oldham, Labour conciliars and leadership received one of our whistleblower social workers' disclosures on trafficking inside council-run and semi-independent units, yet retaliated against the whistleblower and took no remedial action. The same pattern occurred in Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, Burnley, Peterborough. Labour councils surrendered streets, ignored parental reports, and allowed perpetrators to operate, among other reasons, because Muslim voting blocs were electorally vital. It's like a local official and not taken seriously, despite having a lot of power. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Yeah, MPs are in the House of Lords and the House of Commons, right? Okay. Let's see. Former detective constable and Rochdale grape gang whistleblower Maggie Oliver has criticized the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, with whom Oliver herself has worked, for failing to piece together a full picture of the information necessary to combat grape gangs that still operate in his area. Despite ordering some preliminary independent reviews into CSC across Manchester, Burnham stands accused of focusing exclusively on the failures of the past. Oliver is on record further suggesting that 2 trustworthy reviewers resigned from the final phase of the Burnham's inquiry dealing with the years 2019 to 2025 because they were blocked by Greater Manchester Police from accessing vital documents and speaking to some survivors, as Oliver puts it. No, just the Commons. The House of Lords is literally Lords. Oh, okay, got it. So just landed gentry still is the House of Lords, and then House of Commons is the ones that are electorally represented. Cool. Let's see. So what did Oliver say? He said, "What I had come to see and believe is that whilst the PR machine was wheeled out very well about what was already in the public arena, when it comes to leadership and courage and gripping what is going on now, unfortunately, Burnham turned away. He missed a huge opportunity to bring changes that are needed. Even reviews that did produce valuable findings have seldom been followed by decisive action. Commissioned in 2017, Burnham's limited independent review concluded that authorities had failed to protect children from PDF file gangs in Manchester, Oldham, and Rochdale. However, no officers were fired or stripped of their pensions for the historic failings exposed, nor has Burnham exercised his powers as police and crime commissioner, a position he automatically holds as an extension of his mayoralty, to prosecute any of the officers found to have failed the victims of predatory gangs." Okay, so basically you end up with, okay, police and crime commissioner is just a part of the mayoral office in Britain, I guess. Okay, that makes sense. And that's vested in the fact that you're the chief executive of the city. Okay. Yeah, Andy Burnham. Yeah, exactly. That's what's going on. Let me make sure. Let's see. Burnham. Oliver. Yeah, Andy Burnham. That's the guy. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, let's see. Even reviews, I already did that. Okay, Labor politicians did not merely fail to act, but actively denied that the problems existed, smeared those raising alarms, and blocked local inquiries that would have revealed at full scale they sacrificed thousands of white working class girls to its electoral alliance with Pakistani Muslim communities, and to the general reputation of the multiculturalism among the public. Such institutional paralysis was not accidental, but political. For even when a few Labor politicians such as Sarah Champion did speak up, they were dismissed. In Rotherham, Rochdale, Oxford, Telford, and dozens of other towns, Labor-controlled councils and police forces repeatedly shelved investigations, threatened whistleblowers with racism accusations, and instructed officers not to record the ethnicity of the perpetrators. The 2014 J report exposed how Labor conciliars and senior officials in Rotherham dismissed the systematic grape of 1,400 girls because to do otherwise risked alienating the Pakistani community. This pattern was repeated nationwide. This betrayal continued into government. In January 2025, Labor's MPs voted en masse against a conservative amendment calling for a national statutory inquiry into grooming gangs. The amendment was defeated by 364 votes to 111. Sir Keir Starmer and his front bench abstained or opposed the measure, dismissing public concern as far-right agitation. It took sustained external pressure, including the damning Casey National Audit, this independent inquiry, and public outrage to force a U-turn in June of 2025. Even then, government watered down local inquiries with the reports that plans for 5 separate reviews were quietly dropped to avoid offending Pakistanis. Oh, yeah? Okay. When's the next election supposed to happen for you guys? And I'm not too familiar with that. I just know that I like Rupert. He's good. I like a lot of what he has to say. And that first commercial that he released was awesome. Let's see. Jess Phillips, appointed safeguarding minister, had much to do with his show of contempt by the Labour Party. Survivors resigned from her victim panel in disgust. Condemning the process as a sham, Phillips apologized for the delays but retained the full backings of Sir Keir Starmer. Under her watch, ethnicity recordings remains patchy, and the anti-white aspect of these horrendous crimes continues to be downplayed. Oh, 2028, man, you guys got a while. Okay, fair enough. Man, I wonder if Andy is going to end up getting canned over this report too. That'd be interesting. Let's see. This is the same Labour Party that has consistently weaponized accusations of Islamophobia to silence anyone who stated the obvious, that the gangs were and remain overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. As a result, the nation has suffered decades of state-enabled child rape on an industrial scale. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, because you got to have a right of ascendancy, or somebody's got to fill the seat, and you need to have an easy way for the government to continue moving on. When like somebody resigns or passes away or has substantial sickness. I mean, all of that makes sense. We have the same thing for the presidency here. Oh, line of succession. That's the formal term for it. Okay. Anyway, national inquiry. The Labour government so-called independent inquiry into grooming gangs, announced in December of 2025 and chaired by Baroness Anne Longfield, is a masterclass in institutional evasion. Its draft terms of reference, finalized in March of 2026, deliberately confined the scope to group-based child, exploitation and abuse in a handful of relevant local areas. The inquiry is explicitly time-limited, targeted, and proportionate, and framed as an exercise in examining failures in practice and obstruction by statutory services. There is no mandate to examine the national scale of the problem, the overwhelming ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators, the honor and shame-based cultural drivers, or the role of political correctness and electoral cynicism in allowing the abuse to flourish for decades. Victims and survivors, notionally placed at the center, yet in terms of reference carefully avoid the very questions that the public and the survivors had demanded be answered for decades. You don't vote for a prime minister. The party that ends up getting the most votes end up doing it, or do members of the House of Lords and House of Commons go ahead and figure it out within their own rights? Like, how does that whole thing work? This is not an inquiry designed to deliver truth or justice. It is a containment exercise. By narrowing the focus to local operational failures and excluding any systematic analysis of the demographic, cultural, and religious patterns that witnesses have repeatedly described, the government has ensured that the most uncomfortable truths, not the least those that implicate Labor's own chronic dependence on certain voting blocks, will never be confronted. This very government that once resisted a national inquiry has now given us one with terms so tightly drafted that it cannot possibly disturb the political consensus that enabled the grape gangs. None of this will expose what really happened. It is structured precisely so that it cannot. While the core grooming gangs were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim networks operating with political protection, the Labour Party's complicity went far beyond mere negligence. In multiple documented cases, both sitting and former Labour conciliars and figures were themselves perpetrators of child abuse. Either that, or they directly shielded abusers within grooming gang ecosystems. This was not a coincidence. It was the inevitable consequence of a party that treated Pakistani Muslim communities as precious vote banks, even while its own members were graping children or tipping off predators. All right, next up, direct perpetrators within the Labour ranks. Lord Nazir Ahmed, former Labour conciliar in Wrotham and Labour peer, was convicted in 2022 of multiple child offenses, including rape of a 13-year-old girl, jailed for 5.5 years. Only 5.5 years? Wow, that's crazy. Ahmed had been a Labour conciliar since 1990 and was elevated to the peerage by Blair. Oh, to the peerage. Okay. Survivors described him as part of the same networks that enabled Rotherham's grooming gangs. A survivor publicly demanded that he be stripped of his peerage and truly shamed. Okay. So what is So I understand that peerage has something to do with nobility, from like olden times. What does peerage mean in a? Okay, good. Okay, so it is about nobility. Got it. Okay, so that the baseline is maintained. Got it. Thanks for clarifying that. So basically, it was stripped of nobility. He lost a title and all of that. Okay, cool. Former labor conciliar Leanne Velleman pleaded guilty to offenses against a child after approaching a 13-year-old and asking if she was a virgin. Okay. The labor counselor Carol Clark faced formal complaints after allegedly warning her PDF file son of his impending arrest in a grooming-related investigation while simultaneously voting on grooming gang matters. Obviously, this is a matter of conflict of interest here. So, of course, there's a problem. The former Labor MP, Ivor Kaplan, was arrested for grooming a 15-year-old child in 2025. These were not isolated bad apples. They were Labor members operating in the very councils, Rotherham, Rochdale, Oldham, and so on, where grooming gangs thrived under political cover. Anybody can be granted a peerage? Is it kind of like an elevation of status and stature? It's just one of those things where like, hey, we like you a lot. You've served well. We're going to go ahead and do this as a you scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of thing, where they don't have to like earn it through traditional means or land ownership and things of that nature. Curious about that. All right. Enablers in positions of power. Beyond direct offending, senior labor figures either failed to crack down on grape gangs or obstructed efforts to do so. Sean Wright, labor conciliar, Rotherham Children's Services lead from 2005 to 2010, remained in post despite knowing about the scale of the abuse, resigned only after the J report exposed his department's catastrophic failure. Roger Stone was a labor council leader, Rotherham, from 2003 to 2014. He presided over a local government during the cover-up documented in the J report. Multiple Rotherham labor conciliars interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators, or dismissed victims as making lifestyle choices to protect community relations and votes. While Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions, it has been reported that 13,000 suspected grape gang members and PDF files were let off with warning letters. As stated earlier, the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. He described evidence from whistleblowers as politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that the child exploitation in the capital was a far more complex matter and does not fit the grooming style patterns on display across deprived northern towns. Oh, geez. Okay. These statements he had made despite the fact that the Metropolitan Police had in its possession reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across London. A Daily Express investigation reveals that Khan had direct access to Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing the very patterns of offending that he had denied were the case in the first place. Khan read these files, yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Overall, the Labour Party did not just fail to prosecute the gangs. In some cases, its own members were the abusers, and in most cases, its conciliars, leaders, and ministers put loyalty to Pakistani Muslim blocs before child safety. No other political party has such a well-documented track record of direct involvement with and institutional protection of industrial-scale child rape. This was in large part due to Labour's own electoral self-interest. Scathing. Oh my gosh. All right. Let me take a drink and let's see what's next. The Conservative Party. The Conservative Party, when holding national power from 2010 onwards, failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recordings for CSE offenders and failed to launch a nationwide statutory inquiry, despite the scale becoming public through Rotherham J report and other local revelations. We did the microphone thing. All right. Let's go ahead and start from successive. Successive conservative-led governments allowed the same local cover-ups to continue unchecked in non-labor areas and did nothing to force data transparency to protect children outside of labor strongholds. The national political environment under conservative administrations permitted the gangs to operate for another decade without systemic disruption. A proud Islamophile, the former conservative minister Rory Stewart is a standout example of the malaise within the party. Stewart once stated on his podcast with Alistair Campbell, The Rest is Politics, that the grooming gang phenomenon is no more than a small-scale blight, largely confined to the north of England. Of course, you want to go ahead and make it look small so that your party looks good. Crazy. At the very least, this downplays the national pattern documented in witness statements from towns and cities across the country and reinforced the political reluctance to confront the full scale. Sammy Woodhouse met David Cameron as early as 2015 and told him everything she knew, up to and including the fact that many child victims were still being criminalized. And we saw that in the testimony, is like they were being victimized, or they were trying to go ahead and tell their side of the story. And then because they had to go ahead and they were being coerced to lie, and they weren't being protected, that they ended up like getting criminality charges against them. A number of prominent figures within the Conservative Party have become more vocal about the grape gangs phenomenon amid this issue's rising political salience. Even so, Conservative prime ministers from David Cameron to Rishi Sunak did very little in government. All right, let's see. Stewart is an ex-MI6 agent, absolutely hates the current Tory party. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's move on to Scottish politics. Next part of the UK. John Lamont's MP evidence to our inquiry shows the same reluctance operated north of the English border. Successive Scottish governments across parties, but with clear labor influence in earlier periods, refused to commission a dedicated national inquiry into grooming gangs, failed to introduce specific CSE markers, and fell short of routinely recording the ethnicity of offenders. This data gap prevented the development of any proper national picture and enabled grape gang networks to continue unchecked in both urban and rural Scotland. All right. Pregnancy, abortion, and children born of grape. Gangs deliberately used pregnancy as a tool of control. Girls as young as 4 were graped repeatedly until some became pregnant. Oh, geez. Perpetrators were then exploited the pregnancy to bind the victims to them, prevent escape, and exert ongoing coercion. Victims endured multiple pregnancies while still children themselves. Some miscarried under the physical and emotional trauma. Others were coerced into abortions. Those who carried to term gave birth as children were left without support, education, or protection. Many of these victims had themselves been born of grape to mothers who had suffered identical exploitation. The state would often remove the babies for adoption or place them into the same failing care system, while leaving the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma became institutionalized. Abortions were sometimes arranged by the perpetrators or their associates, often in backstreet conditions that caused lasting physical damage. Medical services recorded the pregnancies and injuries, but discharged the girls back to the abusers without safeguarding or long-term support. Social services and the NHS treated the pregnancies as isolated medical events rather than evidence of organized child rape. The state severed the maternal bond while failing to break the cycle of abuse. Other babies remained with the mothers who were themselves still children, producing immediate harm, typically involving a disruptive education, substance addiction, mental collapse, and repeated contact with the criminal justice system. Victims who had been born of grape to earlier victims described the same patterns repeating across generations. And that makes sense because they're born into this like tumultuous, traumatic environment. Like there's nothing to really pull them out of that. So of course you're going to see it across generations if nothing is done to prevent it. Every statutory agency encountered these pregnancies. Hospitals and sex health clinics recorded genital injuries, STIs, and pregnancies in 11 to 16-year-olds, but made no protective referrals. Mental health services discharged girls after self-harm attempts linked to the pregnancies without trauma care. Social services closed cases or returned the young mothers to risk environments. Police failed to investigate the grapes that caused the pregnancies, even when the perpetrators' names were known were named and known. Licensing authorities allowed the taxis that transported pregnant girls to continue operating. Remember Fritzl? No, I'm not familiar with Fritzl. I'm not super duper familiar with like the ins and outs of British politics. It's just it caught my notice because of this thing that's coming on, and then I have a passing interest from time to time. Let's see. The family law courts made matters worse for victims across the board, often by awarding rapists parental rights over the children begotten by their heinous crimes. In some cases, such rapists have been allowed to apply for a contact order to meet their grandchildren. Oh my gosh, absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. All right, let's go with water. It was a German that had 3 generations of, oh my gosh. No, I don't remember that at all. Holy cow. Yeah, that's atrocious. Whew. Disgusting, for sure. All right, let's talk about impact on survivors. So this is a whole nother main section of this report. So the grape gangs destroyed the lives of hundreds of thousands of children. Survivors live with permanent physical and physiological damage that no institution has ever properly addressed. They carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and live with permanent fear. Many attempted suicide, self-harm, and sadly, some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same system that failed them. The state did not merely fail to protect those survivors, but it compounded the harm by criminalizing them, discharging them from hospitals without support, removing their babies, and leaving them in environments where the abuse could continue. The evidence shows a national pattern of lifelong devastation inflicted on children who were raped, trafficked, impregnated, and then abandoned by every agency meant to help them. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, when you are involved in such traumatic events, it makes sense that like you have to find some way of coping with the just systemic trauma that you're dealing with. And like, I don't blame her for developing a sense of humor about things, but it's still, like you said, it is kind of weird. All right. So Fiona was raped repeatedly from age 13 while in care. She became pregnant at 15 and her child was removed for adoption while she remained in the same exploitative environment. Due to her abuse, she developed psychosis at 17 and mutilated her own legs with a blade because the gangs had complimented them during her abuse. She now lives with profound PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term physical health complications due to her abuse. Michelle suffered near daily rape from age 13, became pregnant 4 times as a child, endured miscarriages and a coerced abortion, and gave birth while still a teenager. She describes the childhood and future as destroyed, and she lives with PTSD that affects every day of her life. So this is basically a summary of what happened with the different victims that were involved in this thing. Cool. Chloe was raped repeatedly from age 11, contracted multiple STIs as a 13-year-old, starved to 5 stone. So 5 times 14, so that is 70 pounds. Okay. Drugged with heroin, imprisoned in her own home, publicly humiliated, and now carries severe gynecological damage and lifelong trauma. Leanne was abused from infancy, trafficked, subjected to extreme violence, including penetration by objects, strangulation, and backstreet abortions. She lives with profound physical injuries and a total lack of trust in every institution. Grace was groomed from early adolescence, raped while intoxicated, entered violent domestic relationships, and watched her own children abused. She suffers severe mental illness, displacement, and ongoing stalking. Kate endured a decade of trafficking, filmed blackmail, read rooms of torture, animal rape, and witnessed murders of other girls. She received an NRM conclusive grounds, but despite this, has received very little support and lives with trauma that she has to manage daily. Anna's recorded assault at 13 led to ostracism and interrupted education and lasting mental health damage. Jen was forcibly converted, married, and controlled under religious coercion, and she now has complex PTSD and lives in fear for her daughter. Leanne was held captive, beaten, and raped while pregnant at 15. She miscarried and now suffers chronic fibromyalgia and psychological trauma. Taylor was gang raped across multiple towns, and she carries lifelong psychological harm. Jane was trafficked from a care placement, developed a severe eating disorder, was sectioned, and left with lasting physical and psychiatric damage. Rachel's daughter, aged 12, was raped, bullied, and abandoned by the police and school. She took her own life. Every survivor describes the same long-term consequences: destroyed education and employment prospects, broken relationships, inability to trust adults or institutions, chronic physical pain, addiction, repeated suicide attempts, loss of children, and a permanent sense of shame and worthlessness implanted by the gangs and reinforced by the state. The human cost is not abstract, but measured in ruined lives, lost futures, and children born to the same hell their mothers endured. This can last no longer. This is so important that we stand up and fight. It is important that we watch these things with eyes wide open and take the lessons for what they are and protect our families and protect our communities, because this is essential for the long-lasting benefit of our society and Western culture writ large. We cannot allow it to be overtaken by people that do not value our way of life. This is extremely unacceptable. And I look forward to once again going through the conclusions and the prescriptions that this report puts forward. Let's continue. Conclusions. The evidence from high-profile convictions and compiled data on group-based child exploitation indicates a clear overrepresentation of Pakistani Muslim men as members of the grape gangs. However, when examining the religious dimension, often inferred from published names in court records and reliable reporting, the proportion of Muslim perpetrators appears even higher than ethnic Pakistani figure alone would suggest. Analyses of conviction lists, such as those compiled by researchers reviewing cases from the late 1990s onwards, have found that approximately 90% of those convicted in relevant grooming gang cases bore distinctively Muslim names, a stark contrast to the roughly 6% Muslim proportion of the overall population. This pattern arises because nearly all documented Pakistani perpetrators in these cases have Muslim names and additional convictions that involved Muslim men from other backgrounds, as in Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and mixed groups with predominantly Islamic names. Non-Muslim participants remain exceptions, often isolated incidents in smaller or mixed groups. These recurring observations, drawn from judicial outcomes, inquiries, and other public records, establish a basis for advocating improved official data collection on the religion of perpetrators in group-based child exploitation cases. Current national data frequently lacked robust recording of ethnicity and religion, and is even less systematically captured, limiting evidence-based analysis and responses. Yeah, because they don't want to be called racist. That's kind of the thing. So now we need to go ahead and really dive in deep on this so that we can actually call a spade and enact public policy in such a way to protect our children. All right, enhanced mandatory recording of both ethnicity and religion alongside other characteristics for suspects and convicted offenders in those offenses would enable clearer identification of patterns, better informed prevention strategies, and more proportionate policy interventions, while addressing longstanding criticisms of data inadequacies highlighted in government reviews and reports. The evidence heard by this inquiry is unequivocal, overwhelming, and devastating in its clarity. Organized networks of Muslim men systematically raped, trafficked, drugged, impregnated, and destroyed the lives of thousands upon thousands of British children across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. When the documented patterns from Rotherham, Telford, Rochdale, Oxford, Newcastle, Oldham, Huddersfield, Peterborough, Burnley, Tameside, and dozens of other towns and cities are extrapolated nationally, the scale reaches at least 250,000 victims. This is not a collection of isolated local scandals. It is a national scandal of industrial scale child rape and modern day slavery, enabled, protected, and prolonged by the deliberate failures of the British state at every single level. The testimony of the survivors and their families leaves no room for denial or equivocation. Sally watched her daughter's life unravel. Although her daughter was admitted to lying on occasion, the police privately acknowledged grooming, yet in public communications treated her only as a liar. Marlon had his parental authority stripped away so that his daughter could be returned to the very place where she was being raped. Whitney's reports of exploitation were dismissed, while her own childhood trauma was used to undermine her credibility as a mother. Rachel saw her 12-year-old autistic daughter discouraged from pursuing justice, bullied relentlessly, and ultimately driven to her death by an overdose after the authorities failed her at every turn. Fiona, Michelle, Chloe, Marie, Grace, Kate, Anna, Jen, Leanne, Taylor, Jane, Lily, and so many others described in the same relentless pattern: repeated rape, gang rape, blackmail with filmed abuse, pregnancies used as weapons of control, miscarriages, coerced abortions, and the birth of children who entered the world already condemned to the same damaging cycle. These were not all vulnerable children in the narrow sense the authorities preferred to believe. Some came from stable homes, middle-class families, and loving parents. The perpetrators targeted them precisely because they were unguarded by the collective male protection that some minority communities could mobilize. The gangs operated under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslims, especially white working-class girls, as property available for their carnal use. They transported victims between towns, shared them among brothers and friends, forced conversions to Islam, followed by unregistered religious marriages, and justified the abuse by describing the girls as easy meat, white trash, or morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls under Sikh communities until Sikh communities responded with collective male protection. White girls received no such defense. Every institution that existed to protect children instead enabled the gangs. Police forces across England and Scotland discouraged reporting, criminalized victims, destroyed evidence, allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. In some cases, actively participated in or shielded the networks. Social care removed parental authority, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes and semi-independent units, closed cases despite clear evidence of exploitation, destroyed records, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple STIs in 13-year-olds, pregnancy caused by rape, and self-deletion attempts, yet discharged the children back to their abusers the same night with no safeguarding or trauma care. Schools watched older men collect girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape in toilets, excluded the victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for the very drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the trafficking networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. The media self-centered the ethnic and religious pattern for fear for being labeled racist. Social media platforms became the primary tools for initial grooming, distribution of rape videos, and coordination between perpetrators. Politics, especially the Labour Party, bears the heaviest responsibility. Conciliars and MPs sat on the very authorities that covered up the abuse. They were briefed as early as 2003 through the CROP multi-agency group, later denied knowledge. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose terms of reference were so tightly drawn, limited to group-based child exploitation, and in a handful of relevant local areas, time-limited and deliberately excluding any systematic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers, that it cannot possibly confront the truths that this inquiry has heard. Labour did not merely fail to protect children, it actively obstructed justice, suppressed ethnicity data, voted against a proper national inquiry, and sacrificed tens of thousands of white working-class girls on the altar of multiculturalism and electoral arithmetic. The Conservative Party, while in national government from 2010 onwards, also failed. It did not impose mandatory ethnicity recording, nor did it launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the Rotherham J report and other revelations. Rory Stewart, a former Conservative minister, publicly described the issue as a small problem confined to the north of England. He downplayed the national reality and thus showed the attitude of, at the very least, a section of the party. Scottish politics mirrored the same reluctance, refusing a dedicated inquiry and failing to record offender ethnicity. The human cost is incalculable and permanent. Survivors carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic physical pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and unrelenting fear. Many have attempted self-harm repeatedly, and some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same failing system that failed them. The gangs used pregnancy as a deliberate weapon of control, and the state compounded the harm by removing babies for adoption or placing them in the care while abandoning the young mothers in the environments where the abuse continued. Intergenerational trauma has been institutionalized. The state recorded the injuries, the STIs, the pregnancies, and the disclosures. Yet those votes, so-called community relations, and fear of racism accusations over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers who tried to expose the truth, such as a social worker, Kevin Vines, Tommy Robinson, and countless protective parents, were suspended, bankrupted, subjected to dawn raids, asset freezing, and gagging orders. The rule of law failed, and racial and religious aggravation was almost never applied to the few that were convicted. Foreign national offenders were rarely deported, and sentences bore no relation to the lifetime of destruction inflicted. This inquiry has heard the testimony. It has seen the documents. It has recorded the names of the offenders, social workers, conciliars, ministers, and institutions that failed. The evidence is now overwhelming and irrefutable. The great gangs did not operate in the shadows, but with the active or passive consent of the British state. The betrayal was total. Whew. Let's go ahead and talk about recommendations. Once again, there's a lot of stuff that happened in this report, and the natural result of talking about this emotionally stirring stuff is, what do we do about this? What is it that we can do on a national scale or as a matter of the rule of law? What can we do about these things? Now, in terms of our individual efforts, this is another thing of like standing up to protect our families and taking care of those people around us and people that are within our charge. So like as a father, taking care of your family, as a father, finding good brothers to go ahead and stand shoulder to shoulder with you so that you guys can cover each other, so that we can have a brotherhood of men that we can depend on when things happen and when things go wrong, where we can protect each other and stand shoulder to shoulder to fight the evils of the world that we see today. These are incredibly important things that we need to address. This is what we need to do. But let's take a look at what the report recommends in terms of systematic recommendations of what to do. Bath Time 1989. Hey, thank you. You've earned a sub, lad. I'm not too into the religious stuff outside of the Catholic Church, but my word, you've earned a subscription. Hey, thank you so much. So the thing is, a lot of the things that I talk about are not like specifically related to a denomination. I think a lot of times, most of the time I address general issues in the church in terms of like the modern church specifically to hold people to account. And that's really that focus there. I really go ahead and focus on men's issues more than anything else, because I want to see men grow to be strong and lead their families and do things so that we can have a good and just society together. So you'll find that a lot of my content is not denominational in practice. All right, let's move on to recommendations. The evidence presented to this inquiry by victims and whistleblowers demonstrates beyond reasonable doubt that the grape gangs operated with either the active or passive consent of public authorities. More or less, every institution failed. This state knew the patterns, recorded, and then often destroyed the evidence of harm, and chose political convenience over child protection. Any government that aspires to restore justice, eliminate the gangs, and protect the next generation must implement the following recommendations. Only then can the British state begin to make up for its profound betrayal of hundreds of thousands of British children. Victims must be placed at the center of the criminal justice process. They must have the right to be informed of all decisions, to attend sentencing hearings, and to submit victim personal statements that carry statutory weight. Independent sexual violence advisors must be funded nationally and assigned to every grooming gang victim from the moment of first report. Current sentencing guidelines are grotesquely inadequate for organized child rape. The Sentencing Council must be required by statute to revise its guidelines so that group-based child exploitation carries a starting point of life imprisonment, with a minimum tariff of 50 years for ringleaders and 25 years for participants. Racial or religious motivation, multiple victims, trafficking across countries, pregnancy caused by grape, and the use of filming or blackmail must each be spelled out as statutory aggravating factors that push sentences toward their maximum extent. Concurrent sentencing must be prohibited where victims are involved. Cumulative sentencing must be the default. A number of politicians, including Rupert Lowe MP, have also called for a referendum on introducing the death penalty for the most heinous crimes. There is a case to be made that this is more than proportionate where grape gangs are concerned. Let's talk about immigration, deportations, and denaturalizations. Every foreign national convicted of group-based CSC must at the very least be deported. Any British citizen convicted of these offenses who holds dual nationality must lose their citizenship automatically upon conviction, rendering them liable for deportation. This ought to apply retrospectively to those convicted in the past too. The Home Office must publish annual deportation figures broken down by national background and offense type. Where a perpetrator has family members in Britain who have supported, harbored, or failed to report the offending, the entire immediate family unit must also face deportation proceedings themselves, unless they can prove either active cooperation with authorities or no prior knowledge. The evidence from witnesses, convictions, and the Casey audit shows a clear overrepresentation of Muslim men, particularly of Pakistani heritage, in these organized networks. The inquiry has not ignored this. Mosques, madrasas, and community organizations that have harbored or failed to report perpetrators must face investigation and, if found guilty, be closed. The immediate deportation of anyone nested within such subcultures promoting attitudes that dehumanize non-Muslim girls must be pursued. Hold on. So this thing about collective punishment, I'm not sure. So the thing is, if you're acting with knowledge of the thing and you say nothing about it, that's what it sounds like the recommendation is talking about. Like if you don't know anything about it, then like you can't be held responsible for it. So it's like enforcing a duty to report, I think is kind of like the way that it's being framed here. Let's see. The nations of the world are not identical. Ultra-selective border control, attentive to general patterns in sending countries, is therefore also vital to the long-run happiness and continued existence of host peoples across the West. Immigration policy must immediately reflect the evidence. Anyone from a country whose nationals are disproportionately represented in grape gang convictions must no longer be entitled to a visa. This should be applied ruthlessly. Our young girls must come first. Let's talk about children giving evidence. Special measures for child witnesses in grooming gang trials must be strengthened. Pre-recorded evidence, remote testimony, and screens must be the default. Cross-examination that re-traumatizes the child must be prohibited. The court must appoint a specialist intermediary in every case. The Crown Prosecution Service. The CPS must create a dedicated national unit for group-based child exploitation with specialist prosecutors trained in trauma-informed practice. Charging decisions must no longer be influenced by community impact or fear of racism allegations. Failure to charge a clear case must be reviewable by the Attorney General and should result in criminal liability for those who do not carry out their duty. Overseas Task Force. It has been established that organized gangs, chiefly of Pakistani heritage, have not only groomed, raped, or tortured thousands of women and girls across Britain, but have also trafficked such victims overseas, particularly to Pakistan and other countries. Evidence from independent hearings, early day motions in Parliament, and of course, survivor testimonies presented to this inquiry serve to suggest as much. The intent by perpetrators was to exert near total control, prevent disclosure of the abuse, obstruct homegrown investigations, and continue inflicting abuse in environments with weaker safeguards. The full extent remains under-investigated due to the historical institutional failures by police, councils, and social services, often linked to concerns over racism allegations or inadequate cross-border cooperation. This must be rectified. It is therefore recommended that a dedicated task force be established within the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, working in close liaison with the Home Office, police forces, and the National Crime Agency and international partners. This unit should prioritize the identification, location, safeguarding, and urgent repatriation of affected British women and girls. This means enhanced consular support, intelligence sharing of missing persons cases recorded in known grooming hotspots, targeted reviews of passport and travel records linked to known perpetrators, and diplomatic pressure on destination countries for victim extraction and evidence gathering. About compensation. A national compensation scheme for grooming gang victims must be set up at once. Something similar already exists in the form of Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority, established in theory to seek compensation on behalf of people physically or mentally injured because of violent crime in England, Scotland, or Wales. The CICA does so by suing authorities or perpetrators directly, but has proven time and time again to be unfit for the purpose in all sorts of ways. Despite providing evidence that helped to convict the leader of a Rotherham-based grape gang, Sammy Woodhouse, was refused compensation by the CICA on the grounds that she had consented to her own abuse. In our view, awards should be updated to reflect the lifelong harm documented in survivor testimony, including loss of education, employment, mental health, physical health, and family life. This scheme must be funded by a levy on all convicted perpetrators' assets and by the defined benefit pensions enjoyed by any public servants, either within police forces or social services found guilty of or dismissed for culpable negligence. So they're going after the people that are negligent or actively participate in these things. That's a reasonable thing. I don't know how much blood can be taken from that turnip, but it'd be interesting to see. I don't know what the stats are on that. Family. The law must place the protective family at the center of safeguarding. As such, the core principle that should underpin safeguarding reform is recognition that the child's family tends to represent the first, strongest, and most effective line of defense against exploitation. While there are circumstances in which children cannot safely remain within their family unit, exploitation cases generally differ from traditional intrafamilial abuse models. Present safeguarding systems do not always reflect this distinction. Families may experience responses that frame them primarily as contributors to risk family than potential safeguards against it. This can result in reduced trust between families and professionals, parental disengagement from safeguarding processes, delayed information sharing, increased isolation of the child from protective relationships, and perpetrators exploiting divisions between children, families, and agencies. Submit a like chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, hit the like button. All right, cool. Official research increasingly reinforces relational approaches to CSC, recognizing that protective networks, including parents, siblings, and extended families, schools and peers, and community relationships are central to reducing vulnerability and disrupting exploitation. Once removed from family and community networks, children, as a general matter, become more vulnerable to grooming, missing episodes, trafficking, and other forms of harm. A family-first approach is therefore essential. We recommend the construction of safeguarding framework in which families are recognized as the primary protective factors wherever safe family support is prioritized, contextual safeguarding approaches are strengthened, and residential care is used proportionally as a last resort rather than the default response to exploitation risk. This proceeds from the understanding bolstered by our inquiry. Where rape gangs are concerned, parents and carers are more often protective than causative agents. Yeah, so the idea is that dads and parents, generally speaking, are better able to protect their children, and especially strong fathers. When we go ahead and have strong fathers protecting their children, that is such a very strong thing to protect your children. And when strong fathers are here in the home, which in the United States, we have just this rampant amount of broken families and single mother homes that it's causing rampant criminality throughout our nation. Having strong families and reinforcing the bonds of fathers and children is such an important part of reorganizing society in a way that we can strengthen our bonds and live in a better, well-organized society. Let's see. All right. Needless to say, this family-first approach should never prevent decisive intervention in cases where home environments are deemed unsafe. The point is that safeguarding authorities must first establish the unfitness of some family environments before residential placement becomes the response. Parents ought to have a statutory right to be informed of all risks to their child, to receive copies of all assessments and plans, and to challenge any decision that undermines or removes their parental responsibility. Financial and practical assistance, including emergency housing relocation where needed, must be made available to any parent reporting grooming indicators. The state should not interfere with a family's ability to protect itself from harm. Yeah, and I think that this is really important to look at both sides of the coin and not to overly incentivize victims and not to overly incentivize people to abuse the system in such a way to cause harm to people. I think this needs to be an even-handed approach, and it really needs to be holistic in nature so that we can have a good, well-orchestrated system of protections so that both the victims can go ahead and get the help that they need, and that people that are perpetrators can be met with justice. So, and it's just like in accusations, right? Like, I don't want to give so much power to victims where we go ahead and say, oh, we believe all women, like the whole thing with, oh gosh, what was it? Anyhow, you guys know what I'm talking about, is when the whole believe all women thing came about where, hey, just trust the victims when they make accusations. And then all of a sudden, men are subjected to all of the coercive power of the state. And even if they're innocent, it takes them so long to prove their innocence that it ends up being where the process itself is the punishment. And then oftentimes, men don't have the ability to go back into civil court and to sue the women for filing a false allegation, in which, if we can go ahead and have damages, I think that would end up going a long way to providing accountability to serve as a deterrent for false accusations. And I think that should go ahead and really go to curb these kinds of things. Let's go ahead and move on to, this is a new section for me, the legislative response. The existing legislative framework is fragmented, inconsistently applied, and deliberately blind to the ethnic and religious patterns documented in this inquiry and the KC National Audit. As we have noted above, the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003 and the Modern Slavery Act of 2015, among other relevant statutes, already contain powers that were never used to any significant effect against the grape gangs. Ethnicity recording 2 remains either patchy or absent. Group-based child exploitation is not even a distinct offense with its own sentencing guidelines. The result is a system that records thousands of individual offenses while concealing, deliberately or otherwise, the organized nature of predation. A single, comprehensive childhood exploitation act must be enacted at once. So this makes sense. They're trying to go ahead and get rid of all the piecemeal things and be one consolidated thing so that everything can be taken care of in one nice, neat little package. I mean, that would be ideal, I think, because then you don't want to have Band-Aid solutions for things here and there. And you can go ahead and amend or have jurisprudence go ahead and direct the implementation of a legal system like this. This new statute should create specific offense of organized group-based child exploitation, understood as participation in networks that groom, traffic, or exploit children for carnal purposes, whether or not each individual act can be separately proven with mandatory minimum sentences and aggravating factors for racial or religious motivation. It must reverse the presumption that a child can ever consent to adult activity with an adult, especially in a grooming context. Courts to date have recognized that apparent acquiescence may be the product of coercion or psychological manipulation, but the statutory formulation has not fully reflected this aspect of the CSE. And we saw that with different cases where there were 13 and 14-year-olds that were claiming that they had been raped, and then they got cast aside because they're like, oh, well, you're consenting to this. Well, it's like, how do you consent if you're not of the age of consent without explicit, like in the United States, the age of consent is different per state, but the age of consent is taken off once you have done away with something called the disability of minority. So if you, as a younger person, are self-sustaining and that you have everything that you can to be a fully functional adult, you can petition to become something called an emancipated minor, and then at which point the statutory rape violations don't go ahead and apply to you, because now you are no longer under the bounds or the bonds of the disability of minority. And so that's a very, very specific case, and very few people become emancipated minors because the status or the requirements are very high. So that's something to look at too. But hey, you know what? If you're like a famous YouTuber and you make a bunch of money and you learn how to run a business as a 15-year-old, there shouldn't be a reason why you couldn't be treated by the society as an adult if you're already handling adult responsibilities, for example. That's why those provisions exist. It must also impose a statutory duty on every relevant public authority to record and publish the ethnicity, immigration status, nationality, and religion of both victims and perpetrators in all such cases. This would entail speedy repeal of any legislation that forbids authorities from collecting relevant ethnicity and religious data. Last of all, it must criminalize, as we shall elaborate below, any provably culpable failure or refusal on the part of public officials to act on grape gangs for fear of inflaming community tensions or inviting anti-racist media scrutiny. This would build upon existing principles concerning misconduct in public office, but provide clearer and more enforceable standards. Parliament should mandate enhanced sentencing for offenses committed as a part of organized networks, including minimum custodial terms and expanded use of whole life orders in extreme cases. The gravity of such offending, often involving prolonged abuse, trafficking, and commercial exploitation, justifies the harshest possible sentences. A broader constitutional question arises concerning the interaction between human rights law and the prosecution of organized exploitation. It is frequently argued that the existing rights frameworks have been interpreted in ways that inhibit robust enforcement or contribute to institutional caution. Yeah, because if they can be fired for these things, then yeah, people aren't going to act in concert with their duties and responsibilities because their duty to family ends up superseding their duty to their job. Or in the case of politicians, to hold on to power. A comprehensive review of the Human Rights Act of 1998 should therefore be undertaken with a view to recalibrating the balance between individual rights and the protection of vulnerable victims. Reforms should focus on ensuring that rights-based arguments cannot be deployed. All right. Back to it. Sorry about that. Let's see. Going back to, reforms should focus on ensuring rights-based arguments cannot be deployed to obstruct investigations, prosecutors, or deportation proceedings involving serious sexual offending. Indeed, it is probably preferable to repeal the Human Rights Act of 1998 than to allow it to continue in its current form. So that's a pretty damning statement of that act. All right, let's continue. The Equality Act of 2010, if not repealed altogether, should never be applied to criminal justice and safeguarding contexts. Anti-discrimination principles must not operate as a deterrent to the identification of risk patterns to the enforcement of criminal law. Short of full repeal, at the very least, legislative amendment should clarify that equality protections can neither be invoked to shield criminal conduct nor to restrict lawful investigative practices based on evidence-led risk assessment. So the idea here is because the Equality Act, there's problems with how different races are looked at under the law and different ways that rules are applied to white people compared to minorities. And so because of that, people have been afraid on an institutional level to put down like religious affiliation, ethnic affiliation, racial affiliation for fear of reprisals and things like that. And so because they've been in fear for this extended period of time, you can't actually like do extensive studies to go ahead and show these really important ways of detecting trends and things of that nature. All right. Preventative mechanisms must be significantly expanded to address the evolving nature of child sexual exploitation and organized grooming networks. At present, the criminal justice system remains heavily reactive, intervening most decisively only after serious offenses have already occurred and victims have suffered lasting harm. While prosecution and punishment risks remain essential, greater emphasis must be placed on early intervention, disruption, and risk management in order to prevent abuse before it escalates. Yes. So I don't want it to go to like thought crime, but it's important for us to go ahead and be vigilant for these kinds of things that happen and to be ready to offer support for people that look like they are trapped in circumstances beyond their control. One vital reform would be to ensure the wider and more proactive use of sexual risk orders and related civil preventative orders. In principle, these powers allow authorities to impose restrictions on individuals who demonstrate concerning behavior characteristic of sex abusers, even where a criminal conviction has not yet been secured. Greater readiness to deploy them would give police officers and safeguarding agencies more confidence to intervene sooner rather than later, whether by restricting contact with vulnerable children, monitoring online activity, limiting access to certain locations, and preventing association with suspected grooming networks. Such measures would help close the gap between suspicion and prosecution, where many offenders currently continue operating unchecked. For similar reasons, compulsory monitoring arrangements for high-risk offenders should be strengthened. Individuals with histories of sexual violence, exploitation, trafficking, and organized abuse should be subject to more rigorous supervision through electronic monitoring, regular risk assessments, mandatory disclosure requirements, and closer multi-agency oversight. Given the increasingly digital nature of grooming, monitoring should include online behavior and communications where legally proportionate. Enhanced supervision would not only reduce opportunities for reoffending, but also improve intelligence gathering on wider criminal networks. Mandatory reporting duties for institutions represent another crucial preventative safeguard. Schools, social services, healthcare providers, care homes, charities, and other organizations working with children should be placed under a clear legal obligation to report suspected abuse, exploitation, or grooming activity to the appropriate authorities. Too often, institutional failures, fear of reputational damage, or uncertainty about procedures have allowed warning signs to be ignored. And we saw that throughout the entirety of the report. In various ways, people were failing all up and down the thing. A statutory duty would create greater accountability, encourage earlier referrals, and strengthen interagency cooperation. Failure to report serious concerns, particularly by professionals in positions of trust, should carry meaningful disciplinary and potentially criminal consequences. Expanding preventative powers must, however, remain consistent with principles of proportionality, due process, and basic freedoms. I think this handles a lot of my concerns. I think that proportionality, due process, and basic freedoms are incredibly important to protect and preserve. And without that, it is very easy for victims to overplay their hand, and for people on the defense that are in no way related to any of these crimes can end up being wrapped up by the process without due process of law. And I think that that's incredibly important that we maintain in terms of boundaries. Safeguards, including judicial oversight, regular review mechanisms, and clear evidentiary standard thresholds, are necessary to ensure that expanded powers are not used arbitrarily. Nevertheless, where the protection of vulnerable children is at stake, the balance of public policy should favor earlier intervention rather than waiting for irreparable harm to occur. Yes, absolutely. Finally, the overarching legislative objective should be to recognize organized exploitation as a form of structural criminality. This requires a shift in both legal doctrine and institutional culture. The law must move from reactive punishment to proactive eradication of networks that exploit vulnerable children. Without such a shift, existing statutes, however numerous or severe in theory, will continue to operate as instruments of retrospective justice rather than effective protection. The following principles must be enshrined in the aforementioned Childhood Sexual Exploitation Act. 1. Children can never consent. The Act must prohibit any agency or court form from treating a child's previous behavior, clothing, intoxication, or lifestyle choices as a mitigation or consent. Any professional who uses such language in reports or proceedings must face disciplinary action and potential criminal sanction. 2. Accountability encourages competence. The Act must contain greater clarity in law detailing the positive expectations to which public-facing bodies with a statutory duty of care must be held accountable. Among frontline professionals, it is, of course, everybody's duty to safeguard children. The clarification should be such as to require the relevant duty holder, may it be an individual or an organization or some other entity, to take proactive, affirmative steps to save children from group-based exploitation. Breach of this duty, whether by provable incompetence or deliberate malpractice, must be an offense. Repeated failure to act on known safeguarding indicators has been one of the defining characteristics of the grape gang scourge across Britain. Public bodies must therefore face clear legal accountability where serious neglect occurs. Next, crimes committed by child victims of grooming at the behest of their abusers lack the mens rea, or the legal idea of the guilty mind, to count as criminal in the conventional sense, because they're actively being coerced into these activities. The Act must expunge the criminal records of any child or young person convicted of crimes including prostitution, drug possession, or public order offenses that occurred while and because they were forced to do so. The presumption must be that such convictions were the direct result either of manipulation or coercion. Named Sammy's Law after Sammy Woodhouse, this would be for the benefit of survivors in need of closure who were criminalized instead of protected. Next, proven grapists forfeit their parental rights. The Act should make it unambiguous that grapists, upon conviction, automatically lose their parental rights over any children born of such grape. Sharia marriage. The Act must prohibit Sharia marriages. Too often, these have served as a pretext for abusers to exercise greater coercive control over their victims. This is because Sharia courts effectively operate as a parallel judicial system, recognized in British law, but not of British law. This enables them to govern the life of Muslim communities and, by extension, the life of any victims groomed by such communities. in ways to counter our long-established norms and customs. And that's really interesting because I think in the 1800s, Great Britain went ahead and took away the church's oversight over marriage in Christianity from them in the 1800s, I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's something that definitely happened where the British government took over the right of adjudicating marriage and divorce from the Church of England during the 1800s, I think. So that's interesting that they wouldn't have that same restriction on Sharia law. All right, next up, we've got all frontline response. Every frontline professional, police officers, social workers, teachers, general practitioners, nurses, taxi licensing officers, school staff, and youth workers must receive mandatory annual training on group-based child exploitation. This training must convey the documented ethnic and religious patterns, the tactics used by the gangs, the signs of grooming, and the legal duty to act. Failure to act on clear indicators must carry professional risk and, in serious cases, criminal consequences. A national public awareness campaign must be launched so that parents, neighbors, and communities know exactly what to look for and whom to contact. The default response of every agency must shift from disbelief and victim blaming to immediate protection and investigation. While policy change is required to hold statutory services to account, the delivery of these practices must be carefully monitored. Improving training is key. Many initiatives emphasize the need for multi-agency working, but delivery, more than emphasis, is essential to effective safeguarding in practice. Previous reviews have documented gaps in multi-agency processes, many of them noticed as a result of failures of child safeguarding. A crucial point to consider is that each service has its own guidelines, practices, and processes, all of which contribute to gaps in communication, referrals, and the like. It is important that statutory services form trusting relationships with one another, as well as with other partners. This means engaging in open conversations, demonstrating professional curiosity, and erring on the side of oversharing information to safeguard children. Yeah, I think it was before the Big Marriage Act. I think there was something well before that took the authority over marriage from the church. I don't know. But once again, I'm not super familiar with British law, but I've just done enough research in marriage law for Christians in first world nations that it come up in my research time and time again. But anyhow, in 2022, the British Journal of General Practice published an article on the work of Sharon Dixon. Bryony Kendall, Jenny Driscoll, and Catherine Pope. Relationship building is at the heart of multi-agency working. It read, and sharing stories and findings can be part of this. When research is primarily conducted and shared within single agency professional meetings and publications, opportunities to do this may be missed. This buttresses the findings from the inquiry. Cross-agency training is vital to facilitating multi-agency working. We therefore recommend that cross-agency child safeguarding training be made mandatory for all statutory services. The inquiry further recommends that agencies work together to agree joint working practices and policies to prevent confidentiality acting as a barrier to sharing pivotal information in circumstances that may not only serve to protect children, but prove as life-saving. So the idea is you want to go ahead and be able to tell your stories and then change the names of people to protect the identity of the innocent so that you can relay a story that is relevant to people so that you don't have to worry about confidentiality law to get the story across so that people can benefit from that experience. I think that's the big thing that they're trying to go for there. Safeguarding posters outlining signs of child grooming and exploitation should be displayed in public areas in all health clinics, including GP, surgeries, sexual health clinics, A&E departments, and inpatient areas, and mental health clinics, and any other area accessed by those attending healthcare facilities. This should be extended to schools and youth centers. Policing must be reformed from the ground up. Every force must be required to record the ethnicity, immigration status, nationality, and religion of both victims and perpetrators in all CSE cases. A national marker for group-based child exploitation must be mandatory. Specialist CSE units must be established in every force with dedicated resources for proactive disruption. Ethno-religious lobbying against proper law enforcement must be resisted on its very principle. Take a drink, and then I'll continue on. Oof. 8 hours of yapping is tough on the throat, I'll tell you what. All right. Policing. The current framework within which law enforcement approaches CSE is untrue to the real-world nuances of the problem. In order to perform better, the police must deepen their cooperation with existing multi-agency CSE panels designed to identify and safeguard children at risk of exploitation. At present, these efforts take place largely at the local level. Without sufficient coordination, multi-agency CSE panels also lack either a statutory footing or a nationally mandated operational framework. As a result, performance varies from place to place. Evidence from serious case reviews and major inquiries, including those arriving from investigations into the Rotherham and Rochdale gangs, indicates that the lack of a consistent playbook set down nationwide contributed to safeguarding failures and undermined local responses. We therefore call for the immediate introduction of multi-agency coordination on CSEs and a uniform operational framework. Such reforms would improve consistency and maximize accountability while effective. Multi-agency CSE panels tend to demonstrate well-defined referral thresholds and pathways, regular strategic meetings between police departments and children's services, and clear lines of accountability. Norfolk is often praised for its track record on these very fronts. There exists a dedicated multi-agency exploitation team embedded alongside policing. This proven model, or the proven model of such success stories, must serve as the foundation of any future reforms. Police should be trained to interview grape gang suspects in relation to their religious beliefs and investigate the witness evidence of victims in relation to the religious elements of their abuse. The fear of offending cultural sensitivities should be removed completely from the culture that permeates modern policing. So the idea here is people shouldn't be afraid of telling the truth because people would accuse them of being a racist or something like that, or take their job and things like that. We don't want that to be a thing that hampers people from doing their job, because the truth is the truth, regardless of how like dirty and underhanded it may be. It is important for people in positions of authority and positions of power to be able to tell the truth without reservation and like disregard for consequence. That's the whole purpose of like whistleblower laws in the first place. But anyhow, healthcare. The NHS must be specified in law to owe a duty of care to survivors of grape gangs. Every sexual health clinic, GP surgery, A&E department, and mental health service must trigger an automatic safeguarding referral for any child presenting with STIs, genital injuries, pregnancies, or repeated self-harm linked to exploitation. Discharge of a child back to a known risk environment without a multi-agency protection plan must be prohibited. Trauma-informed care must be commissioned nationally for all grape gang survivors. Backstreet abortions and pregnancies caused by grape must be treated as crimes, not preventative medical matters. In March of 2026, the government published an updated version of Working Together to Safeguard Children, a statutory guidance manual on multi-agency working to help, support, and protect children. The guidance provides a summary of changes within this updated version, as well as an appendix glossary on group-based child exploitation. This glossary defines group-based child exploitation as two or more individuals, whether identified or not, who are known to or associated with one another and are known to be involved with or to facilitate the sexual exploitation of children. Being involved in the exploitation of children includes introducing them to other individuals for the purposes of exploitation, trafficking of a child for the purposes of sexual exploitation, taking payment for activities with a child, or allowing their property to be used for activities with a child, etc. This can be perpetrated within or beyond the family by both children and adults, and groups can be organized or loosely linked. I mean, that seems like a pretty good all-encompassing like definition for that. Trauma-informed care must also be commissioned nationally for survivors of organized sexual exploitation. Survivors frequently experience long-term psychological trauma, addiction, self-harm, homelessness, PTSD, depression, and difficulties engaging with healthcare services. Yet, support provision remains inconsistent. An overwhelming number of the participants with whom we engaged during the inquiry have reported struggles accessing the appropriate psychological support to process their trauma and facilitate recovery. Survivors need to be more specifically focused attention than is customary with cognitive behavioral therapy. This report recommends that compassion-focused therapy should also form a central component of therapeutic provision for survivors. I'm not familiar with compassion-focused therapy. Is anybody in the audience familiar with that? I'd be interested to see the difference. I'll look it up later. Should also form the central component of therapeutic provision for survivors. Survivors commonly present with profound shame, self-blame, disassociation, emotional dysregulation, and complex trauma symptoms, substance dependency, depression, self-harm, and difficulties forming safe interpersonal relationships. These psychological patterns are not incidental. They are frequently the direct consequence of prolonged coercion, humiliation, degradation, violence, and institutional abandonment. CFT specifically targets these psychological patterns. Oh, okay, they might go into it. Grooming processes deliberately condition victims to internalize guilt, complicity, worthlessness, and emotional dependency upon perpetrators. Many survivors consequently describe themselves as not primarily as victims of violence, but as dirty, weak, complicit, or beyond help. These shame-based feelings persist even after physical safety has been secured. CFT directly seeks to strengthen this soothing system through compassionate imagery, emotional regulation training, attachment repair, and reduction of self-attacking cognition. Emerging evidence suggests that compassion-based interventions are effective in reducing PTSD symptoms, shame, depression, and self-criticism among trauma survivors. Importantly, many survivors of organized exploitation distrust authority figures and struggle with conventional clinical relationships due to repeated betrayal. CFT offers a non-punitive and non-pathologizing framework that validates survival responses rather than framing victims as dysfunctional or resistant. This is particularly important for survivors previously criminalized, disbelieved, or blamed by professionals. Yeah, that makes sense, especially when we were seeing what had happened to a couple of the victims where they were coerced into lying and then they wouldn't be believed by authorities afterwards, or they were coerced by authorities into withdrawing their complaints. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. In view of those facts, CFT should be commissioned nationally within specialist survivor services. NHS trauma pathways should include CFT as a recommended intervention for survivors of organized sexual exploitation. Clinicians working through the grooming gang survivors should receive specialist training in shame-informed and compassion-based approaches. Long-term therapy provision should be prioritized over short-duration crisis interventions, and survivor services should incorporate peer-based compassionate recovery models alongside formal psychotherapy. Support should also be made available to family members, especially to children, and to the partners of victims of gang-based abuse. As for physical health, pregnancies in children under 16, abortions following suspected rape, concealed pregnancies, forced terminations, and suspected backstreet abortions should be treated as safeguarding and potentially criminal matters rather than solely private medical episodes. The child must always be regarded as a victim in need of protection. That makes sense because they're put into circumstances that that as a minor they should not be exposed to, and because they don't have the ability to contest as an adult, that they are in need of protection at that point. As we have seen, the physical after effects of exploitation did not end when the abuse itself ended. In many cases, as we have seen, the trauma carried over into the lives of children born through rape. The continued institutional invisibility of these children reflects a broader reluctance to confront the wider human consequence of organized exploitation. As such, These children should be formally recognized within safeguarding legislation as a vulnerable category, requiring specialist support. We further recommend the creation of a national research program examining the long-term social, psychological, developmental, and safeguarding outcomes of children born through organized violence. The near total absence of British research in this field represents a major institutional blind spot. Mandatory training should be introduced for all frontline NHS staff on how to identify, how to engage with the various grooming dynamics, coercive control, disassociation, trauma presentation, gang-associated abuse, boyfriend model exploitation, the honor-based abuse. Multiple inquiries have identified a recurring pattern in which professionals failed to intervene because victims were perceived as troubled, consenting, or making lifestyle choices. Last of all, we recommend the establishment of specialist NHS child sexual exploitation units in areas with documented history of organized abuse. These should combine forensic medicine, safeguarding expertise, mental health services, survivor advocacy, and long-term trauma support. Their purpose would be not only treatment and also early identification of organized exploitation patterns. Every survivor should be guaranteed long-term access to specialist counseling, psychiatric treatment, sexual health care, reproductive health care, addiction support, legal advocacy, and housing assistance, regardless of whether criminal proceedings are ongoing. Yeah, and I guess they can go ahead, and if they were to do the whole deportation thing, they can go ahead and take the money that is being spent on those kinds of accommodations, and then redirect it back into the NHS for this stuff. That could be a way that they can recapture the money, because they probably don't want to go ahead and levy higher taxes at this point, because you guys have pretty high taxes as it is. Private prosecutions and civil litigation. The law provides comprehensive and powerful mechanisms for victims, their families, and other concerned parties to pursue accountability for the widespread grooming, rape, and trafficking offenses committed by organized rape gangs across the United Kingdom. These mechanisms operate through two principal routes. One, civil actions seeking compensation together with other remedies for harm suffered, and two, private prosecutions where public authorities have failed or refused to act. Both avenues draw directly upon the extensive range of offenses and institutional failures documented in cases such as R.V. Carrar in 2013, and they can be deployed strategically to secure justice, expose systematic shortcomings, and defer future offending without sole reliance on reluctant state prosecutors or local councils. Yeah, that is an absolute mess. All right, civil actions against the perpetrators themselves begin with the core torts of assault and battery. These claims arise whenever non-consensual contact, physical violence, or coercive acts occur, as repeatedly evidenced in the grooming and exploitation patterns that invoked extreme brutality, sustained assaults, and use of drugs to facilitate offending. Victims can recover damages for physical injuries, pain and suffering, loss of earnings, and medical expenses, with courts empowered to award aggravated or exemplary damages where the conduct is shown to have been sadistic or humiliating. False imprisonment forms a further head of claim in every case involving trafficking or confinement, where perpetrators can be shown to have restricted the liberty of victims through threats, abduction, or control within the United Kingdom for exploitation of this manner. This tort directly mirrors the trafficking offenses under sections 57 to 59A of the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003 and the Modern Slavery Act of 2015, allowing victims to seek substantial compensation for the deprivation of freedom and the psychological trauma that accompanies it. The problem with that is, if they don't have money, then what are you going to get when you sue them in court? That is exactly the problem with that as a remedial pathway. I mean, if they got property and all that, then sure, that'll work. You can levy a lien on the property. And then when they go to sell or refinance, then in order to actually do that, you need to pay off the lien. Okay, let's move on. A separate but highly relevant civil claim is available under the rule in Wilkinson v. Downton in 1897 for the intentional infliction of emotional distress. This tort captures the grooming process itself, the supply of controlled substances to lower resistance, the repeated humiliation, the long-term mental harm inflicted on child victims. Courts have recognized that such deliberate conduct, often accompanied by threats to families, meets the threshold of outrageous behavior calculated to cause psychiatric injury, thereby opening the door to compensation even where the physical injury is absent. In addition to these private payments from Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme of 2012, the scheme explicitly covers violent and sexual offenses, including rape of a child under 13, assault by penetration, and sexual exploitation. It operates independently of any criminal conviction, providing a safety net of There we go. And we're back. Okay. Civil liability extends equally to public authorities whose failures have enabled heinous criminal offenses. Negligence claims against police forces, local councils, social services departments, and NHS bodies succeed where a duty of care is established and breached through the systematic ignoring of reports, the failure to investigate warnings, or the prioritization of so-called community relations over child protection. Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council, for example, has already paid millions of pounds in settlements precisely because of its institutional culture prevented effective safeguarding. Misfeasance in public office supplies an additional and potent tort where claimants can prove that officials acted with bad faith or malice, such as deliberately shelving investigations out of fear of being labeled racist. This tort requires evidence of targeted harm, but carries the potential for exemplary damages and personal liability against individual officers and conciliars. Claims against the Human Rights Act of 1998 have proven especially effective in this context. Article 3 of the ECHR imposes a positive obligation on the state to protect individuals from inhuman or degrading treatment and to investigate grave crimes such as rape with efficiency and promptness. The landmark Supreme Court decision in DSD versus Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis, 2018, confirmed that systemic investigative failures breached this article, giving rise to damages for victims who were let down by reported inaction. Excuse me. More recent authority in Chief Constable of Northamptonshire versus Woodcock, 2025, reinforces that police forces may be held liable in damages where they fail to protect individuals from foreseeable third-party harm, encompassing breaches of both Article 3 and Article 8 rights to respect for private and family life. These human rights claims can run alongside negligence actions and have resulted in substantial compensation awards while simultaneously forcing policy changes within failing institutions. Well, yeah, of course, you got to go ahead and change policies so that you don't keep getting sued over and over again. This makes a lot of sense. It sucks that these things have to happen for changes to happen, but it's like politicians need to have pressure applied to them from time to time in order for them to set the wheels of change into motion. Further statutory routes arise under the Children Act of 1989 and the Children Act of 2004, which place clear duties on local authorities to safeguard children and promote their welfare. Breaches of those duties, particularly where vulnerable children in care were groomed or assaulted by those in positions of trust, support civil claims for damages. Sections 16 to 19 of the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003 create specific criminal offenses for adults in positions of trust who engage in or incite sexual activity with children under their care. But the same facts also ground civil liability for breach of statutory duty. Vicarious liability principles allow claimants to hold authorities responsible for the acts or omissions of their employees, such as social workers, care home staff, or NHS personnel who either committed offenses or turned a blind eye. Where broader policy decisions contributed to the scandal, judicial review proceedings remain available to challenge unlawful failures to act, providing a route to quash decisions and compel proper investigations. Private prosecutions supply the criminal counterpart to these criminal remedies and are available to any person or organization with sufficient interest in the case. The full spectrum of offenses committed by the perpetrators can be prosecuted privately under the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003, including rape, contrary to Section 1, rape of a child under 13, contrary to Section 5, assault by penetration, contrary to Section 2, sexual assault, contrary to Section 3, causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity, contrary to Sections 8 and 10, arranging or facilitating child sexual exploitation, contrary to Section 50, grooming, contrary to Section 15, and of various trafficking and prostitution-related offenses in Sections 52 and 57 to 59A. The Serious Crime Act of 2015 broadened these provisions by replacing outdated references to child prostitution with the wider concept of sexual exploitation of a child, while the Modern Slavery Act of 2015 criminalizes trafficking for sexual purposes with a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Indecent image offenses of causing or inciting prostitution for gain, or even rarer but documented instances of animal cruelty linked to the offending can likewise be pursued. Where public authorities or their employees have themselves committed crimes, private prosecutions are equally viable. Misconduct in public office, perverting the course of justice, aiding and abetting the primary offenders can all be charged against police officers, conciliars, and social workers or care staff who deliberately obstructed investigations or protected perpetrators. The same principles apply to family members or community figures who shielded rapists through intimidation of victims, concealment of evidence, or active assistance in the trafficking networks. Precedents such as H.M. Advocate v. Collins in 2016 illustrate the gravity with which courts view abuse or trust in care settings, and private prosecutors can seek the same life sentences with extended minimum terms that were imposed in R. v. Kanar in 2013 for the depraved, brutal, and sadistic nature of the gang activity. The procedural route for private prosecutions is straightforward yet powerful. A summons or warrant issued by a magistrate's court upon presentation of evidence that satisfies the evidential and public interest tests, after which the case proceeds as any other criminal matter within the CPS, restraining the power to take over and continue or discontinue it. This mechanism bypasses institutional reluctance, ensures that such cases as those involving absconded offenders or protected family members reach court, and creates a public record of the offending that can support parallel civil claims. In combination, civil actions deliver financial redress and accountability for harm, while private prosecutions deliver criminal convictions, long custodial sentences, and public condemnation necessary to dismantle the networks. Together, they form a complete legal strategy capable of delivering justice where state agencies have historically fallen short. Wow. Okay. Whew. Yeah, there's a lot there. And to be honest, there's a lot that needs to be done to prevent this kind of stuff from happening in the future. And because there were so many failures on so many levels, you have to go ahead and go from the ground up on a lot of these things. And your existing laws and jurisprudence may not adequately cover this, and it needs additional looks so that people in various positions of the situation can be accounted for in a holistic way. Let's look at next steps. Publish this inquiry's full witness statements. Oh boy, that's going to be nuts. Seek out further witness statements so that more victims can tell their story. Name within Parliament those found to have enabled the grape gangs. Oh man, well that'll be a thing, because at that point there's going to be people that go ahead and leave office very quickly. Let's see. Continue initiating civil proceedings and private prosecutions where appropriate. And we have had more women come forward since our formal hearings took place. Be in no doubt that we intend for our rape and grape gang inquiry to have a long life well beyond the publication of this one report. It will be updated as and when we learn about the most horrific blight on our national story. This is the initial phase of a larger mission to make sure that no such avoidable atrocities can ever happen again. Wow. Okay, cool. So now we have a concluding message from Rupert Lowe, the Grape Gang Inquiry Chair. I want to thank you, I want to thank you guys for going ahead and listening and for attending to this like really important thing that needs to be discussed and needs to be like heard. I want to thank you for taking the time to read our report. I hope it has gone some way to helping you understand the horror that has unfolded in almost every British town and city over the last 50 years. Participating in our hearings, listening to the survivors, was the most harrowing experience of my life. It is impossible to understand how such evil has been allowed to flourish on such a horrifying scale. This inquiry was founded because the authorities failed to act, the politicians failed to act, and the civil service failed to act. Everyone failed to act. We will not make that same mistake again. We will provide a platform for further victims to tell the nation their story. I will name perpetrators using parliamentary privilege, and we will aim to put those people in prison through cooperation with relevant authorities. If they fail to take the necessary steps, we will deploy private prosecutions to obtain justice at last. The ultimate objective of our inquiry is clear. Put rapists and their enablers behind bars. There will be more news to come very soon on that front. Thank you for your time and attention to reading this historic report. Signed, Rupert Lowe, MP, the Grape Gang Inquiry. All right, so we got appendices. So that is the baseline of what we've got going on. That is the long and short of the report. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take a look through the appendices real quick and see if there is like some kind of summary. But yeah, there is just more testimony down here of just horrific things. Let's see. Survivor quotations. Wow. Let's see here. What else do we got? Appendix 3, institutional failures. Yep. This is just more documentation of this. Appendix 4, list of areas gangs known to have operated. Oh, geez. Okay. Local authority districts, 149 of them. They just list them out. They just name names. Okay. Counties. And there we go. We have done the thing. We have gone through the main body of this report. After over 8.5 hours, we have done the thing. If you want to go ahead and go through the appendices, you're more than welcome to. I've linked the full report in its entirety below in the description. Furthermore, I have also linked the original X post to Rupert Lowe if you are on X. So by all means, go ahead and check it out. This is just such a important thing for us to go ahead and stand up to and address together. Let's see. I don't even need to have this up anymore. All right. So we need to go ahead and address these kinds of things as nations, as peoples, and recognize that as heads of household and as members of a society, we have independent responsibilities to our people within our care. So, for example, I have responsibility over my mother-in-law, my mother, as well as my wife and my children. They are directly under my care. And like tangentially, I have a responsibility of care of certain people in my congregation and things of that nature. These are things that, and I have a hierarchy of what my expectation is in terms of my responsibilities and due care. So I think the big thing is, as men, we need to be willing to stand up to evil when we see it, and understanding that sometimes there is a cost for bearing truth. And that is something that was a systemic failure on the part of this report. And just showing that people were so afraid of being called a rapist, or I mean, not a rapist, of calling a racist or an Islamophobe, that they just wouldn't handle their responsibilities. And they failed to act in a way that was within their duty of care. I just want to go ahead and show that I just appreciate you guys. Once again, I had a super chat from Don DeMarco, and I went ahead and addressed his question. I just really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for taking the time. Tomorrow what I've got is Base Church. We're going ahead and reviewing Acts chapter 13 through 16 in summary format, where I go through the individual commands, examples, prophecies, and things of that nature, important teachings in a summary format. And then we're going to go ahead and read Acts 1 through Acts 4, starting at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. So 2 p.m. Central, we'll be here, and we're going to go ahead and have time for us to get together as brothers in Christ. If that is something that is that sparkles with you, by all means, come and join us. I'd love to see it. And I'm going to have to spend some time editing this video down and figuring out where the key portions are. Does anybody have any last minute thoughts before we close out? I'll go ahead and give a couple of moments for people to filter in and have opinions, but I'm going to bring up some stuff that is coming up on the channel and things that were recently the case on the channel so that you guys know what's up. Hey, thank you so much, Bath Time. I appreciate you. Let's see. Let's go here. First off, I want to thank everybody for the subscriptions. Like I started the week under 2,000 and now we're sitting at 3,300. I imagine I'll be at 3,500 by the end of the weekend. Thank you so much for your love and your support and your viewership. I appreciate you. Stuff that is going on as far as content. If you haven't already seen them, the two biggest videos that I've had recently are the real reason men are leaving church. I'll go ahead and link that below. Those of you that have recently subscribed, probably subscribed because you saw one of these videos. And then one that I think that doesn't have a whole lot of viewership that really should get a lot more is the thing about henpecking. Oh, here we go. Maintaining respect in a relationship. I think this is something that most guys can benefit from that hasn't really got as much traction as I would like. And then one more video that I would impress upon you before we leave is there is a story that I told about an employee of mine that had stole $7,000 and how I handled it as a leader and as a man. And there are 4 separate, like, big lesson areas for guys that want to exercise authority in any way, shape, manner, or form. I would encourage you to go ahead and check out one of those videos. Thank you so much for taking the time and for the support. I appreciate you. And I want to encourage you to know that the forge is ready and it's time for all of us to get to work. I'm probably going to go ahead and sleep pretty soon because nearly 9 hours of streaming is draining. Thank you so much. Make it a great day.